arrest warrant to be served, so today it is absolutely forbidden to ship arms to Sudan and have any business with Omar al-Bashir and Agatha al-Haji, as Pontus Salman told us, Yona says. And that's why they broke off business connections. We have to find Penelope Fernandez, Yona says as the first raindrops hit the windshield. They're now driving into a heavy thunderstorm that immediately obscures their vision. Rain sluices down, drumming on the roof of the car. Yona is forced to slow down to barely more than 50 kilometers per hour. It's totally dark, but at times lightning illuminates the sky. The windshield wipers swish at top speed back and forth. Yona's cell phone rings. Peter Neslund snaps that Penelope has called SOS alarm 20 minutes ago. "Why didn't you call me right away? My first priority was to alert the maritime police. They're already on their way. I also sent a rescue helicopter." "Good work, Peter," Yona says. Saga gives him a questioning look. "I know you'll want to question them both as soon as possible." "Right," Yona says. "I'll call you as soon as I know anything more. What shape they're in." "Thanks. The Coast Guard should be there by now. Wait, something's happened. Hang on." Yona hears Peter put down the phone. He's talking to someone, and his voice grows louder until he's yelling. "Keep trying! Keep trying!" before Yona hears him pick up the phone again. "I've got to go," Peter says. "What's going on?" Yona asks. A thunderclap rolls and fades away. "We can't reach the officer on the boat." No answer. "It's that idiot Lance. He's probably seen a wave. He has to try." "Peter," Yona shouts, "listen, you need to work fast. That boat's been hijacked, and I believe..." "Now you've gone too far. Shut up and listen. Probably the guys on the boat are already dead. There may be only a few minutes to order a strike force. Take charge of this operation. Call CID on one phone and Bengt Olofsson on another, and try to get 2 patrols from NI. Ask for backup from a Helicopter 14 from the nearest base." Chapter 58. The Air. A thunderstorm is rolling regally over Stockholm. The rain beats on the windows of Carl Palmkrona's large apartment. Tommy Kofed and Nathan Pollock have begun the forensic investigation all over again. It's so dark that they turn on the ceiling lamps. In one of the full-length wardrobes in Palmkrona's dressing room, on the floor, beneath a row of grey, blue, and black suits, Pollock unearths a black leather folder. "Hey, Tommy!" he yells. Kofed, in his usual hunched-over, melancholy posture, comes into the room. "What is it?" Nathan Pollock taps the black leather folder lightly with his gloved fingers. "I think I found something," he says simply. They walk to the high window nook, and Pollock undoes the clasp and opens the leather folder. "What do we have here?" Kofed whispers reverently. Pollock lifts up the thin cover page with these few words on it. Carl Palmkrona's last will and testament. They read it in silence. The document is dated March the 3rd, 3 years earlier. Palmkrona has bequeathed all he owns to one person, Stefan Bergqvist. "Who the hell is Stefan Bergqvist?" asked Kofed after they've finished reading. "Palmkrona has no relatives, and no friends either, as far as I found out." "Stefan Bergqvist lives in Västerås, at least when this was written," Pollock says. "His address is Rikilgatan 11 and—" Pollock stops and looks up. "He's still a kid. According to his personal registration number, he's just 16 right now." The will had been drawn up by Palmkrona's lawyer at the firm of Wieselgreen and Sons. Pollock flips through the appendices that list Palmkrona's property. There are 4 pension funds, 1 forest property, leased, of only 2 hectares, a partition farm in Sörmland, also on long-term lease, and the high-priced condominium on Grevegatan 2. The really large inheritance seems to be in a bank account at Standard Chartered Bank on the island of Jersey. Palmkrona sets its value at 9 million euros. "It looks like Stefan has become a wealthy kid," Pollock says. "Yes, indeed. But why? What's the connection?" Tommy shrugs. "Who knows? Some people give everything to their dogs or their gym trainer." I'm going to call him." "You mean call the boy? What else do you suggest?" Nathan Pollock picks up his phone and taps in a number, asks to be connected to Stefan Bergqvist, living at Rekilgatan 11 in Västerås. He finds out that there is a Siv Bergqvist at the same address and guesses this is the boy's mother. Nathan looks out the window at the pounding rain and the gutters flowing over. "Siv Bergqvist?" a woman answers in a broken-sounding voice. "My name is Nathan Pollock, and I'm a criminal investigator. Are you the mother of Stefan Bergqvist?" "Yes," she says in a whisper. "May I speak to him?" "What?" "Please, don't worry, I just need to ask him." "Go straight to hell!" she screams and slams down the phone. Pollock redials the number, but no one answers. He looks out the window, down at the road shining in the rain, and dials yet again. "Mika here," a man's voice says in a reserved tone. "My name is Nathan Pollock, and what do you want?" Nathan hears the woman sobbing in the background. She says something to the man, and he tells her he can take care of it. "No, let me," she says. Steps are heard as the telephone is handed over. "Hello?" the woman says softly. "I really need—" "Stefan is dead!" she screams shrilly. "You say you are a police officer, and yet you say you need to talk to him? Why are you torturing me? It's just too much." She's sobbing into the receiver. Something crashes to the floor in the background. "I'm so sorry," Pollock says softly. "I didn't know. I can't take it any longer," she sobs. "I can't." Steps are heard again, and the man takes up the phone. "This is enough," he says. "Please wait a moment," Pollock says quickly. "Please tell me what happened. It's important." Tommy Kofed, who has been catching Pollock's side of the conversation, sees him listen intently, then turn pale and run his hand over his silver ponytail. Chapter 59. When Life Gains Meaning. Officers have gathered in the hallway of police headquarters until it is filled with nervous energy. Everyone waits for the latest reports. First contact with the Coast Guard boat had been lost. Then radio contact with the rescue helicopter had also gone dead. At CID, Jonas stands in his office reading a postcard that Disa once sent him from a conference in Gotland. "I'm sending along a love letter from a secret admirer. Hugs, Disa." He guesses that she searched quite a while to find a postcard that would make him shudder so. He bites his lip as he turns the postcard over. "Sex on the Beach" is printed over a picture of a white poodle wearing sunglasses and a pink bikini. The dog lounges in a deck chair and has a red drink beside it. There's a knock on his door. Jonas' smile disappears at the expression on Nathan Pollock's face. Carl Palmkrona willed everything he owed to his son, Nathan starts. "I thought he had no relatives. His son is dead. He was 16 years old. It appears there was an accident yesterday." "Yesterday," Jonas repeats. "Stefan Bergqvist survived Carl Palmkrona by just 3 days," Nathan says softly. "What happened?" "I don't really know. Something about his motorcycle," Pollock says. "I've asked for the preliminary autopsy report. What do you have so far?" "I've talked to his mother several times now. Her name is Siv Bergqvist. She lives with her partner, Mika Johansson. It appears that Siv was a substitute secretary for Palmkrona when he was working at the 4th Navy Flotilla. They had a short relationship. She became pregnant. When she told him, he wanted her to get an abortion. Siv returned to Västerås instead, had the baby, and never told anyone the name of the father." "Did Stefan know that his father was Carl Palmkrona?" Nathan shakes his head and thinks back on the mother's words. "I told my son that his papa was dead, that he had died before my little honeybee was born." Another knock on the door. Anya walks in and puts a report on the table. It's still warm from being printed out. "An accident," Anya says grimly, without further explanation, and then leaves the room again. Yona picks up the plastic folder and begins to read the report from the initial technical investigation. Death was not from carbon monoxide poisoning, but as a direct result of burns. Before the boy died, his skin had swollen and split as if from deep cuts, and then all the internal musculature shrank. The heat had exploded the skull and the long bones. The coroner had put the cause of death as heat-related hematoma, due to the fact that the blood began to boil between the skull and the hard brain membrane. "Unpleasant," Yona mutters. Basically nothing was left of the shed where Stefan Bergqvist's remains were found, which hindered the work of the fire investigators. The shed was now nothing more than a smouldering pyre of ashes, a few blackened pieces of metal, and a charred body in a fetal position next to what had been the door. Police based a preliminary theory of what had happened on the testimony of a single witness, the train engineer who'd called the fire department. He'd seen the burning motorcycle wedged next to the shed. Indications pointed to an accident in which 16-year-old Stefan Bergqvist had been trapped inside the old shed when his motorcycle had fallen over and blocked the door. The gas cap was not secure, and gasoline had leaked out. The spark that led to the fire was still not accounted for, but the guess was that it was due to a cigarette. "Palm Krona dies," Pollock says slowly. "He leaves his entire fortune to his son. 3 days later, his son is also dead." "Does the inheritance go to the mother, then?" Yona asks. "Yes." In silence they listened to the slow, halting steps in the hallway before Tommy Kofed comes in. "I've gotten into Palm Krona's safe," he says triumphantly. "Only this inside." Kofed holds up a beautifully bound book. "What is that?" asks Pollock. "It's a summary of his life," Kofed says. "Very common among the nobility." "So a kind of diary?" Kofed shrugs. "Just a simple memoir, not really meant for publication. Like a genealogy, it's meant to pass along another part of the family history. These pages are handwritten. It starts with a family tree and mentions his father's career, and then a boring recitation of his school years, his diplomas, his military service, and his career. He'd made some bad investments and he needed money, so he sells some property and some other possessions. Everything in a very dry manner." "What about his son?" "At first his relationship with Siv Bergqvist is described, short and sweet, as an unfortunate event," Tommy Kofed answers. He takes a deep breath. "Soon, however, he begins to mention Stefan in his memoirs. All the entries for the past 8 years are about his son. He follows his son's developments from a distance. He knows which school he's attending, what interests him, who he hangs out with. He says he's going to build up the inheritance again. It appears that he's saving everything he has for his son. Finally, he's decided to contact the boy when he turns 18. He hopes that his son will forgive him and that they will be able to get to know each other after all these years. That's the only thing he cares about. And now they're both suddenly dead." "What a nightmare," Pollock mutters. "What did you say?" Yona looks up. "I just said I thought it's a nightmare come true," Pollock says, wondering why Yona's face is suddenly alive. "He does everything he can for his son's future, and then it turns out that his son survives him by only 3 days. His son never even knew who he was." Chapter 60. A little more time. Beverly is already in his bed when Axel enters the room. He's gotten only 2 hours of sleep the night before, and now feels a little dizzy with fatigue. "How long does it take for Everett to drive here?" she asks in a small, clear voice. "It would take about 6 hours to get here," he replies succinctly. She gets up and starts to the door. "What are you doing?" Axel asks. She turns around. "I thought maybe he's sitting in the car waiting for me." "You know that he doesn't drive to Stockholm," Axel says. "I just want to look out the window and make sure. We can give him a call. Should we call him?" "I've already tried," she says. Axel reaches out and brushes her cheek with his hand, and she sits back down on the edge of the bed. "Are you tired?" she asks. "So tired I'm feeling sick," he replies. Do you want me to sleep in your bed tonight? Yes, that would be nice. I believe that Papa would like to talk to me tomorrow, she says softly. Axel nods. I'm sure it'll go well tomorrow. Her large, shining eyes make her look younger than ever. Come, lie down, she says. Lie down so you can sleep, Axel. He blinks tiredly at her, and then watches her lie down on her side of the bed. Her nightgown smells like freshly washed, pure cotton. As he lies down beside her, he wants to cry. He wants to tell her that he'll arrange psychiatric help for her. He'll help her out of this mess. Everything will get better. Everything always gets better. He slowly clasps one of her upper arms and lays his other arm over her stomach. He hears her squeak as he pulls her closer to him. He presses his face into her neck, breathes moistly against her skin, and holds her tight. After a while he hears her breathing soften. They lie completely still as their body warmth together brings sweat to their skin, but he does not let go of her. The next morning Axel is up early. He slept for only 4 hours and his muscles ache. He stands a while at the window, looking out over the dark outlines of the lilac hedge. When he comes into his new office, he's still feeling frozen and tired. Yesterday, he'd been 1 second away from signing his name to a dead man's contract. He would have put his personal honor into the hands of a man who'd hanged himself, trusted the judgment of a suicide and not his own. He's glad he decided to wait, but regrets drawing the cartoon on the contract. He knows he's obligated to approve the export of ammunition to Kenya in the next few days. He opens the report folder and begins to learn about Sweden's trade there. 1 hour later, the door to Axel Riesen's office opens and Jürgen Grunlicht comes in. Without a word, he pulls a chair up to the desk and sits down. He opens the folder, takes out the contract, flips to the page where Axel's signature was supposed to be, and then meets Axel's eyes. "Hi," Axel says quietly. Jürgen Grunlicht can't help smiling. The cartoon face with spiky hair does resemble Axel Riesen, and in the dialogue bubble from the figure's mouth the word "Hi" had been written. "Hello," Jürgen says. "It was just too soon," Axel explains. "I understand. I don't want to pressure you, even if we're in a bit of a hurry," Jürgen says. "The trade minister was on my case again, and Silencia Defense is ringing the phone off the hook. Still, I get you, you know. This responsibility is totally new to you, and you want to be especially thorough." "That's right. And that's a good thing," he continues. "But you can send the agreement to the government instead, if you're unsure about it." "I'm not unsure," Axel replies. "I'm just not finished. That's all there is to it. It's just, from their perspective, things are going unreasonably slowly. I'm putting everything else aside for the moment, and so far I can say that everything looks good," Axel replies. "I'm not telling Silencia Defense to wait before loading the freighter, but I'm just not finished yet. I'll let all parties involved know you are positive." "Go ahead. I mean, if I don't find anything unusual, it's just you won't. I've done all the research myself." "Well then," Axel says softly. "I won't disturb you any more," Jürgen says. He gets up from the chair. "Any hint when you think you'll be ready?" Axel glances down at the paperwork. "Count on at least a few days. Maybe I'll have to look a little more into Kenya first." "Of course." Jürgen Grunlicht smiles as he leaves the room. Chapter 61. Always on his mind. Axel leaves the ISP office at 10 o'clock in the morning to work from home. He puts all the paperwork needed into his briefcase. He still feels cold from being so tired, and now he's hungry as well. He drives to the Grand Hotel and picks up brunch for 2 people. Axel carries the food into his kitchen. Beverly is sitting cross-legged on top of the kitchen table, right in the middle, and she's flipping through the bridal magazine Amelia Brood and Bryllup. "Are you hungry?" he asks.
"I don't know if I want to wear white when I get married," Beverly says. "Maybe light rose."
"I like white," Axel mumbles. Axel prepares a tray, and then the two of them ascend the stairs to the salon, where a red rococo sofa group is placed next to the large windows. As part of the grouping, there's an 8-sided table from the 18th century. It shows how much that era appreciated intarsia. This motif shows a garden with peacocks and a musician, a woman playing the aru. Axel sets the table with the family china. It is imprinted in silver. He sets matching silver-grey napkins and heavy wine glasses beside the plates. He pours Coca-Cola into Beverly's glass and mineral water with slices of lime into his own. Beverly's childish face has a tiny, chiseled chin above a fragile neck. The entire curve of her head is clear under the fuzz of hair. She drinks the entire glass, then stretches her upper body indolently. A beautiful, innocent movement. Axel thinks that she'll do it exactly that way when she's an adult. Maybe she'll stretch that way even as an old lady.
"Tell me more about the music," she asks him.
"Where were we?" Axel directs the remote toward his music system. Alexander Malta's incredibly perceptive interpretation of Arvo Pärt's Alina comes out of the speakers. Axel sets his glass down on the table. The bubbles of the mineral water dance. Axel wishes with all his heart that it were champagne in that glass, champagne to go with this food. He wishes for another heart's desire, sleeping pills to get through the night. Axel pours more Coke into Beverly's glass. She looks at him in thanks. He stares right into her large dark eyes and doesn't notice that he's overpouring until the Coke starts spreading over the table. The entire Chinese landscape darkens as if its sun is covered by a cloud. The liquid film shimmers over the park with its peacocks. Axel stands up. He sees Beverly's reflection in the glass of the windows. The curve of her chin is so strong. And then he makes a sudden, blinding connection. He realizes all at once that she resembles Greta. How could he not have seen this before? All he wants to do now is run away, run from this room, run from this house. Instead, he forces himself to get a cloth to wipe up the spill until his heart has a chance to slow and return to its normal rhythm. It's not as if the two women would ever be confused one for the other, but now he spots one reminder, one trait after the other, that they both share. Axel stops and wipes his mouth. His hand is trembling. There is not a single day when he does not think of Greta, and every day he does his best to forget. The day after the competition still haunts him. It was 34 years ago, but in his mind, everything since has been darkened by that event. His life was so new then. He was just 17, but all the bright hopes had come to an end. Chapter 62. Sweet Sleep. The John Friedrich Berwald competition was Northern Europe's most prestigious competition for young violinists. Many of the world's young virtuosi had come to be set directly in this blinding spotlight, but after 6 rounds before a closed jury, the number had been whittled down to just 3. Now it was the final round, and the 3 violinists left would compete in the concert hall as part of a performance conducted by the legendary Herbert Blomstedt, and the music would be broadcast live on television. In music circles, it was a sensation that 2 of the finalists, Axel Riesen and Greta Stierlund, had both studied at the Royal College of Music in Stockholm. The other finalist was Shiro Sasaki from Japan. For Alice Riesen, an uncelebrated professional musician, her son Axel's success was an enormous triumph, especially now. She'd ignored the warnings from the school's principal about Axel's absences from classes, sometimes for an entire day, and that he was growing careless, wasn't concentrating. Once Axel and Greta had reached the third round, they were granted permission to devote their time to rehearsal. The competition had brought them together, and amazingly, each was happy about the other's success. Lately, they'd been meeting at Axel's house for mutual support. Axel and his younger brother, Robert, had the run of 7 rooms on the top floor of the house in lurks. As a rule, Axel never practiced per se. Instead, he would find his way into a piece, exploring its undercurrent of sound as if in a new world. He loved to play, and sometimes he was up long into the night playing his violin until even his toughened fingertips burned. There was one day left before Axel and Greta would compete in the concert hall. Axel was sitting on the floor, looking at the covers of his LPs spread out in front of his record player. He had 3 albums by David Bowie: Space Oddity, Aladdin Sane, and Hunky Dory. His mother knocked on the door and came in, with a bottle of Coca-Cola, 2 glasses with ice, and lemon slices. Axel was surprised to see her, but he thanked her, got up to take the tray, and set it on the coffee table. "I thought you were practicing," Alice said as she looked around the room. "Greta needed to go home and eat. You could still use this time for work. I'm waiting for her to get back." "You know that the final is tomorrow," Alice said as she sat down on the floor next to her son. "I devote myself to practice 8 hours a day, and sometimes 10. "I'm not even awake 10 hours a day," Axel joked. "Axel, you have the gift." "Yes, Mama. You say yes, but you don't understand. The gift is not enough. It's not enough for anyone." "Mama, I practice like crazy," he lied. "Play for me," she requested. "No," he said. "I know you don't want your mother as a teacher, but let me help you just a little bit now, when it really counts," Alice continued patiently. "The last time I heard you was 2 years ago at the Christmas concert. No one understood what you'd played. It was Bowie's Cracked Actor, a childish selection, but still a very impressive performance for a 15-year-old. She reached out to touch him. "But see, tomorrow—" Axel pulled away from his mother's hand. "Stop nagging me. Can you at least tell me which piece you've chosen?" "It's classical." "Thank the Lord for that, at least." Axel shrugged and avoided his mother's gaze. When the doorbell rang, he raced down the stairs. Twilight was starting to fall, but the snow reflected indirect light so that darkness could not engulf the house. Greta was at the bottom step, holding her violin case and duffel bag. Her cheeks were rosy from the cold. Her striped scarf was wound close around her neck against it. Her hair was spread over her shoulders and sparkled from the snowflakes. She set her case on the dresser to hang up her coat and scarf. Then she took off her black boots and pulled out indoor shoes from her duffel bag. Alice Riesen came down to the bottom of the stairs and held out her hands to her. Alice was exhilarated, and her cheeks glowed with happiness. "It's good that the 2 of you are helping each other practice," she said. "You have to be tough on Axel, otherwise he'll just be lazy," she scolded gently. "I've noticed that," Greta laughed. Greta Sternlud was the daughter of an industrial giant who had great holdings in Saab Scania and in Schilder Banken. She'd been raised by her father. Her parents had divorced when she was a baby, and her father had erected a barrier against her mother ever since. Very early in her life, perhaps even before she was born, her father had decided she would be a violinist. After the 2 of them climbed the stairs to Axel's music room, Greta went to the grand piano. Her shining hair curled to her shoulders. She was casually dressed in a Scottish plaid kilt, white blouse, dark blue cardigan, and striped socks. She unpacked her violin, fastened the chin rest, wiped the rosin from the strings with a cotton cloth, tightened the bow, applied new rosin to it, set her music on the stand, and carefully tuned the instrument after its journey through the cold night. Then she started to play. She played as she always did, with her eyes half shut, as if concentrating on something inside herself. Her long eyelashes cast shadows over her serious face. Axel knew the piece well. The first movement of Beethoven's Violin Concerto in D major, a serious, searching theme. He smiled as he listened. He respected Greta's wonderful sense of music and the honesty in her interpretation. "Nice," he said as she finished. Greta changed the music and stretched her fingers. "But I still can't decide. You know, Papa wants me to play the Tartini Violin Sonata in G minor, but I'm not so sure." She was silent, looking at the music, reading it, counting and going over her memorization of the complicated legato. "Can I hear it?" Axel asked. "It sounds terrible," she said, blushing a little. She played the last movement. Her face was tense, beautiful, and sad. But at the end she lost the tempo, just as the violin's highest notes were supposed to rise like a catching fire. "Damn," she whispered, resting the violin under her arm. "I slowed down. I've been working like a beast, but I have to give more to the sixteenths and the triplets, which, though I like the swing, as if you were bending a large mirror toward—" "I didn't play it correctly," she said, and blushed even deeper. "I'm sorry. I know you're trying to be nice, but it won't work. I have to play properly. It's crazy that on the night before the performance I'm still not able to make up my mind. Should I take the easy way out, or put all my effort into the difficult piece? You know both of them so well, so—" "No, I don't. It would be a big risk," she said. "Perhaps, though, I'd need a few hours, maybe 3 hours, and then I might risk the Tartini tomorrow." "You shouldn't do it because your father thinks—" "But he's right." "No, he's not," Axel said. He began to roll a joint. "I know the easy piece well," she said, "but it might not be on a high enough level. It all depends on what you and Shiro Sasaki pick. You shouldn't think like that." "How am I supposed to think? You never let me see you practice even once. What are you planning to play? Have you even picked out a piece?" "The Ravel," he answered. "The Ravel? Without even practicing?" She laughed out loud. "No, seriously, which piece?" she asked. "Ravel's Tzigane, and that's the truth." "I'm sorry, Axel, but that's a crazy choice. You know that yourself. It's too complicated, too quick, too reckless, and I'm going to play like Perlman, but without being in a hurry, because the piece shouldn't be rushed." "Axel, it's supposed to be allegro," she said with a smile. "Yes, for the hare that's being chased, but for the wolf it should go a bit more slowly." She gave him an exhausted look. "Where did you read that?" "Attribution." He waved the joint. "Paganini." "Well then, I only have to worry about our Japanese competitor," she said, as she tucked the violin back underneath her chin. "Since you never practice, you'll never be able to play the Tzigane." "It's not as hard as people say," he replied as he lit the joint. "No, indeed," she smiled as she started to play again. After a while she stopped and looked levelly at Axel. "You're really going to play the Ravel?" "Yep." She was serious. "Have you lied to me and been practicing all this time? Maybe for 4 years, and not even telling me? Or what?" "I decided this minute, the minute you asked." She laughed. "How can you be such an idiot?" "I don't care if I come in last," he said as he stretched out on the sofa. "I care," she said simply. "I know, but there'll be other chances. Not for me." She started to play the Tartini. It was better, but she stopped. She repeated the complicated passage again, and then once more. Axel clapped his hands, and then he put David Bowie's The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars on the record player. He put the needle over the LP, and as the music started, he lay down, closed his eyes, and began to sing along. Ziggy really sang, screwed-up eyes and screwed-down hairdo. Like some cat from Japan, he could lick 'em by smiling, he could leave 'em to hang. Greta hesitated, put down her violin, walked over to him, and took the joint from his hand. She took a toke, another one, coughed, and handed it back. "How can anyone be as dumb as you?" she asked as she touched his lips. She bent over and wanted to kiss him on the lips, but her aim was off, and she touched his cheek instead. She whispered, "Sorry," and then kissed him again. They kept their lips together, searching and seeking. He drew off her cardigan, and her hair sparked from static electricity. He received a little charge when he touched her cheek and snatched his hand back. They smiled nervously at each other, and then they kissed again. He unbuttoned her white, stiffly ironed blouse and felt her tiny breasts through her simple bra. She helped him take off his T-shirt. Her long, lustrous hair smelled like the fresh air of snow and winter, but her body was as warm as newly baked bread. They moved into his bedroom and sank deeply onto his bed. Her hands trembled as she unzipped and pulled off her skirt, and for a moment it seemed she would pull off her panties at the same time. But that's not what she had intended, and her hands kept them on as Axel pulled down her knee socks. "What's wrong?" he whispered. "Do you want to stop?" "I don't know. Do you?" "No," he said. "I'm just a little nervous," she said honestly. "You're older than I am." "Yes, you're still just 17. I'm robbing the cradle," she said, smiling. Axel's heart pounded as he pulled down her panties. She lay still as he kissed her stomach, her small breasts, her throat, her chin, her lips. She opened her legs, and he lay on her, and felt how she slowly pressed her thighs against his hips. Her cheeks flushed bright red as he slid inside her. She pulled him close and stroked his back and neck and sighed every time he sank into her. Once they finished, panting, there was a thin layer of sweat between their nude bodies. They lay wrapped in each other's arms, eyes closed, as they fell into a sweet sleep. Chapter 63. The Johann Friedrich Berwald Competition. It was light outside when Axel woke up on the day he would lose everything. He and Greta had not shut the curtains. They'd fallen asleep together in the bed and slept the entire night. Axel slowly got up and looked down at Greta, who slept with a completely calm face and the thick blanket crumpled about her. He walked to the door and stopped next to the mirror and looked at his naked 17-year-old body for a while. Then he continued into the music room. He closed the door to the bedroom softly and walked over to the grand piano. He took his violin out of its case and tuned it. He put it to his chin, went to stand by the window, and looking out at the winter morning and the snow being blown from the roofs in long veils, he began to play Maurice Ravel's Tzigane from memory. The piece begins with a sorrowful Romany melody, slow and measured, but then the tempo begins to increase. The melody echoes faster and faster in upon itself as a blistering split-second memory of a summer night. It's an extremely fast piece. Axel was playing because he was happy. He wasn't thinking. His fingers ran and danced like eddies and ripples in a stream. Axel started to smile. He was thinking of a painting his grandfather had in the salon. His grandfather had said it was the most apt and glowing version of Nicken by Ernst Josephson. As a child, Axel had loved the legends surrounding this mystical being, whose violin music was so beautiful it lured people to their deaths, beautiful deaths, drowning in the pool. At that moment, Axel felt that he was just like the Nicke, a young man surrounded by water as he played. Except Axel was happy. That was the greatest difference between Axel and the Josephson painting. His bow leapt over the strings at amazing speed. He didn't care that some of the bow's taut hair broke and danced in the air with the music. This is how Ravel should be played, he thought, not exotically, but happily. Ravel is a young composer, a happy composer. Axel let the final notes resonate in the body of the violin, and then seemed to whirl away like the light snow on the roof outside. He lowered his bow and was about to bow toward the snow outside when he realized that someone was behind him. He turned and saw Greta in the doorway. She held the blanket round her body, and her eyes were dark and strange as she looked at him. Axel frowned at her stricken expression. "What's wrong?" She didn't answer. She swallowed loudly. A pair of large tears began to run down her cheeks. "Greta, what's the matter?" he asked insistently. "You told me that you hadn't practiced," she said in a monotone. "No, I, he stammered. "I told you that I learned new pieces easily." "Congratulations." "What are you thinking?" he said aghast. "It's not what you think." She shook her head. "I can't believe I could have been so stupid," she said. He set down the violin and bow, but she was already closing the bedroom door behind her. Axel snatched up a pair of jeans he'd left hanging on the back of a chair and pulled them on. Then he knocked on the door. "Greta, may I come in?" There was no answer, and with that a black clump of worry settled in his stomach. In a little while she came out of the bedroom fully dressed. She didn't even look at him as she put her violin in its case and gathered up her belongings to leave him alone. The concert hall was full. Greta was the first to play. When she saw him, she looked away. She wore a blue velvet dress and a necklace with a heart pendant. Axel sat alone in the dressing room and waited with half-closed eyes. It was absolutely silent. Only a small sound could be heard behind a dusty plastic fan guard. His little brother came into the room. "Aren't you going to sit with Mama?" Axel asked. "No, I'm too nervous. I can't watch you perform. I'll just sit here and wait." "Has Greta started yet?" "Yes, it sounds good." "Which piece did she choose? Was it Tartini's violin sonata?" "No, something by Beethoven." "That's good," Axel muttered. They sat together silently and said nothing more. After a while there was a knock at the door. Axel stood up and opened it. A woman told him that he would be next. "Good luck," said Robert. "Thanks," Axel said. He picked up his violin with its bow and followed the woman through the hallway. Great applause sounded from the audience. Axel caught a brief glimpse of Greta and her father as they hurried into Greta's dressing room. Axel walked close to the wings and had to wait through an introduction. When he heard his name, he walked into the center of the spotlight and smiled at the audience. A murmur arose when he announced his selection, the Tzigan by Maurice Ravel. He put his violin to his chin and lifted his bow. He began to play the sorrowful introduction and then sped up the tempo to the impossible speed. The audience seemed to hold its breath. He could hear that he was playing brilliantly, but this time the melody didn't sparkle. His playing was no longer happy. It was as if he had become the nigger, with a hectic, feverish sorrow. 3 minutes into the piece, the notes were falling like rain in the night, and then he began to purposefully skip a few. He slowed, played off-key, and finally broke off the piece completely. The concert hall was silent. "I'm sorry," he whispered, and then he walked off the stage. The audience clapped politely. His mother got up from her seat in the audience and followed him. She stopped him in the walkway. "Come here, my boy," she said, as she put her hands on his shoulders. Then she stroked his cheek, and her voice was warm as she said, "That was remarkable. The best interpretation I've ever heard. Forgive me, Mama." Her face stiffened, seemed to pull in on itself. "Never," she replied, and she turned away from Axel and walked out of the concert hall. Axel went to the dressing room for his coat, but he was met by Herbert Blomstedt outside the dressing room door. "That was remarkable, my boy," he said in a very sad voice, "until you began to pretend you could no longer play." The house reverberated with silence when Axel returned home. It was already late at night. He trudged up to the top-floor apartment, in through his music room, and then to his bedroom. He shut the door behind him. He still heard the music in his head, how it had sounded, until he began to drop notes, slow the tempo unexpectedly, break off the piece in the middle. He had stopped. Over and over he had stopped. Axel let himself down on the bed and fell asleep with his violin case beside him. The next morning he woke to the sound of the telephone. Someone walked across the dining-room floor. It always creaked. A moment later there were steps on the stairs. His mother walked right into his bedroom without knocking. "Sit up," Alice commanded. Axel was frightened the moment he saw her. Her face was still wet from her tears. "Mama, please be quiet," she says in a low voice. "I've just gotten a call from your principal. He's unhappy with me because—" "Can you be quiet?" Alice yelled. He stopped talking. She held a trembling hand to her mouth. New tears began to stream down her cheeks. "It's about Greta," she finally was able to say. "She committed suicide last night." Axel stared at her and tried to understand what she'd said. "No, because she was ashamed," Alice says. "They said she felt she let everyone down, that she should have practiced more. You promised to help. I knew it, though. I knew. She never should have come here. I'm not saying it's your fault, Axel, because it isn't. She was disappointed in herself because, when everything was riding on her playing, she couldn't deal with it, and she couldn't bear that. But, Mama, be quiet," she said. "All of this is over." Alice left. Axel got out of bed in a gathering fog. He swayed, but steadied himself. He took his beautiful violin out of its case and banged it violently against the floor. The neck broke, and the bridge flopped over under the loose strings. Axel stamped on it, and pieces of wood flew in all directions. "Axel, what are you doing?" Robert rushed into the room and tried to stop him. Axel pushed him away. Robert fell on his back against the wardrobe behind him, but he started back again. "Axel, so you messed up, so what?" Robert said. "Greta did too. I met her in the hallway, and she'd also... Everyone—" "Shut up!" Axel screamed. "Don't ever say her name to me again!" Robert stared while Axel continued to stamp on the wooden pieces until there was nothing left that resembled a violin. Robert then left the room. Shiro Sasaki won the Johann Friedrich Berwald competition. Greta had chosen the easier Beethoven piece, but she'd been unable to play it perfectly, a demand she had made upon herself. As soon as she'd gotten home, she'd locked herself in her bedroom and must have taken a huge amount of sleeping pills. She'd been found in bed the next morning when she'd been missed at breakfast. Axel's memory sinks away as if it were a forgotten life, down in the depths of the sea. He looks at Beverly. It's like Greta's big eyes looking back at him. He looks at the cloth in his own hand, and the liquid on the table, and the shining intarsia with the woman playing the aru. Light slides across the curve of Beverly's head as she turns to look at the violins hanging on the wall. "I wish I knew how to play one," she says. "Let's take a class together," he says, gently smiling. "I'd like that," she answers in all seriousness. He sets the cloth down on the table and feels the terrible exhaustion inside his body. The recording of the piano's echoing music fills the room. It's being played without a damper, and the notes flow dreamily into one another. "Poor Axel, you want to sleep," she says. "I have to work." "This evening, then," she says, and gets up. Chapter 64. The Elevator Down. Detective Inspector Jona Lina is at his desk at CID. He's reading Karl Palmkrona's memoir. 5 years ago, Palmkrona recorded how he travelled to Västerås to watch his son graduate from elementary school. He'd stood at a distance as everyone gathered in the schoolyard and sang Den blomster dit nu kommer, while standing in the rain holding umbrellas. Palm Corona described his son's white jeans and jacket, his long blonde hair, and wrote that the boy had a family resemblance in his nose and eyes, which made me want to cry. He'd driven back to Stockholm and wrote that his son was worth everything he'd done up to now, and everything that he would ever do. The phone rings. Jona picks it up immediately. It's Peter Näslund calling from the police bus on Dalarö. "They've got Penelope Fernandez. I've just been in contact with a helicopter group, and they're flying back over Estavik Bay right now," he tells Jona. His voice still sounds hunted. "She's alive?" Jona asks, and is overwhelmed by a feeling of relief. "She was swimming in the open ocean when they found her," Peter explains. "How's she doing? Is she all right?" "It appears so. They're heading towards Söder Hospital." "Too dangerous," Jona says abruptly. "Fly her to the police station instead. We'll bring a team of doctors from Karolinska Hospital." Peter says he'll contact the helicopters. "What about the others?" Jona asks. "It's complete chaos. We've lost people, Jona. It's crazy over here." "What about Björn Amskog?" "We haven't found him, but right now we really know nothing, and it's hard to find out what went on." "What about the killer?" "We'll catch him. This is a small island. We've got men all over it, along with help from the Coast Guard and the Naval Police." "Good," Jona says. "You don't think we'll get him?" Peter asks grimly. "If we didn't catch him right away, he's probably slipped through." "You saying it's my fault?" "Peter," Jona says quietly and softly, "if you hadn't been so fast on the uptake, Penelope would be dead, and without her, we'd have no leads at all." An hour later, 2 doctors from Karolinska converge in a protected room deep underneath the National Police Board headquarters. Penelope lies unmoving in their care. They're bandaging her wounds, setting up an IV for rehydration and nutrition, and giving her tranquilizers. Peter Näslund reports to Carlos Eliasson that the remains of their colleagues, Lennart Johansson and Göran Fjödin, have been found in the wreckage of the police launch, along with another unidentified body, which is probably the remains of Björn Armskog. Oisin Wallenberg's body was found outside his house, and divers are on the way to the area where the helicopter crashed. Peter fears that all on board are lost. The police have not caught the suspect, but Penelope Fernandez is still alive. Flags are lowered to half-mast in front of the police station. Chief of Police Margareta Widing and the head of the CID, Carlos Eliasson, are holding a sorrowful press conference in the glass-enclosed press room. Detective Inspector Jona Lina does not take part in the press conference. Instead, he and Saga Bauer are on their elevator down to the lowest level of the building to meet Penelope Fernandez. Chapter 65. What Eyes Have Seen. 5 floors beneath the police station's most modern addition is an area with 2 apartments, 8 guest rooms, and 2 sleeping areas. It has been created to guarantee security for leaders of the department during crises and catastrophes. For the past decade, the guest rooms have also been used for witness protection. The walls are a cheerful yellow, and pleasant-looking books line a nice bookshelf. It's obvious that the people staying in these rooms have plenty of time to read. There are no windows, but light behind a sheer curtain mimics one and tries to distract the mind from the thought of being deep underground in a bunker. Penelope Fernandez lies on a hospital bed here, chilled. They tell her it's because the IV drip speed into her arm is being increased. "We're giving you liquids and nutritional supplements," Daniela Richards, the doctor, tells her. In a soft voice, Dr. Richards continues to explain what she's doing as she tapes the catheter to the inside of Penelope's elbow. Penelope's wounds have been cleaned. Her injured left foot has been stitched and bandaged, and the gash on her back has been washed clean and taped shut, while the deep wound on her hip got the 8 stitches it needed. "I now want to give you a bit of morphine for the pain." "Mama," Penelope says, "I want to talk to Mama." "I understand," the doctor replies. Warm tears run along Penelope's cheeks and into her hair and ears. She hears the doctor ask the nurse to prepare an injection of 0.5 milliliters of morphine. The friendly Dr. Richards tells Penelope they will let her rest now, but if she needs anything, she can push the glowing red button.
There's always going to be someone with you, if you want something, or just for a bit of company, she says.
Now Penelope Fernandez can feel a sense of peace in the room. She closes her eyes as the morphine's warmth spreads through her body and pulls her down into sleep. There's a slight crunch when a woman wearing a black niqab crushes two small figures of sun-dried clay under her sandaled foot. A girl and her little brother turn to fragments and dust. The veiled woman is walking along, carrying a heavy load of grain, and doesn't even notice what she's doing. Two boys whistle and point and cry out that the slave children are dead, and soon only infants will be left. All the poor will die. Penelope forces the memory of Kubum away, but before she can fall into sleep again, for an instant she feels the weight of the tons of stone, earth, clay, and cement above her. It feels as if she just keeps falling and falling and falling, falling into the center of the earth. Penelope Fernandez wakes up abruptly. She can't open her eyes. The morphine has made her body too heavy. But she knows that she's in a hospital bed in a protected bunker deep beneath the police station. She doesn't need to flee any longer. Her relief is followed by a massive wave of pain and sorrow. She doesn't know how long she slept, or if she should just let herself drift off again. She opens her eyes anyway. She blinks, but sees nothing. Not even the alarm button next to the bed is lit. There must have been a power outage. She's about to scream, but forces herself to be quiet when the door to the hallway clicks open. She stares into the darkness and hears her own heart pounding. Her body tenses and her muscles are ready to leap. Someone touches her hair, almost unnoticeable. She lies completely still and feels someone do it again, stealthily, fingers twisting slowly into her locks. She is about to say a prayer when the person near her jerks her out of her bed by her hair. She screams as he throws her into the wall so that the framed pictures break and the IV stand falls over. She falls onto the floor, surrounded by shards of glass. He keeps hold of her hair and pulls her back up, flips her over and bangs her face against the bed's locked wheels. Then he pulls out a knife with a black blade. Penelope wakes up. She's fallen out of bed. A nurse is rushing to her. All the lights are on, and Penelope realizes that she's had a nightmare. She is helped back into bed, the nurse speaking calmly. Then rails are pulled up around the bed to keep her from falling out again. The sweat on her body cools off after a while. She doesn't want to move. She is lying on her back with the alarm button clutched in her hand, and she stares at the ceiling. There's a knock at the door. A young woman comes in. She has a colourful band braided into her long hair, and she looks at Penelope with a gentle seriousness. Behind her is a tall man with spiked blonde hair and a friendly, symmetrical face. "My name is Saga Bauer," the woman says. "I'm from the security service. This is my colleague, Yona Lina, from CID. Penelope looks at them without expression, and then looks down at her bandaged arms, all her scabs and bruises, and the catheter in her arm. "We're so sorry for all you've been through the past few days," the woman says, "and we can understand you might want to simply be left alone now. But we can't do that just yet. We need some information from you." Saga Bauer pulls the chair from the tiny desk and then sits down beside the bed. "He's still after me, isn't he?" Penelope asks. "You're safe here," Saga answers. "Tell me he's dead." "Penelope, you couldn't stop him," she says weakly. "We'll catch him, I promise," Saga says. "But you have to help us." Penelope shuts her eyes. "This must be so hard, but we do need a few answers," Saga continues softly. "Do you have any idea why this might be happening?" "Ask Björn," she mumbles. "Maybe he knows." "What did you say?" "I said, you have to ask Björn," Penelope whispers. She slowly opens her eyes. "Ask him. Maybe he knows." Spiders and insects must have gotten on her body from the woods. They're running over her body. She tries to scratch her forehead, but Saga calmly stops her hands.
"He was hunting you," Saga says. "I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been. But did you recognize the person after you? Have you ever met him before?"
Penelope shakes her head so slightly it's hardly noticeable.
"We didn't think so either," Saga says. "But perhaps you can give us a good description of him, or something recognizable, such as a tattoo or a special mark?"
"No," Penelope whispers.
"Then could you help our artist draw a picture of him? We don't need too much to begin a search through Interpol."
The man from CID comes closer, and his unusual grey eyes look like stones polished in a stream. "I thought I just saw you shake your head," he says. His voice is also calm. "When Saga asked you if you recognized him, you shook your head just a little, right?" Penelope nods. "Then perhaps you did see him," Yona says in a friendly way. "Perhaps you're not sure if you'd seen him before or not." Penelope stares straight ahead and remembers how the killer moved so leisurely, as if he had all the time in the world, and still how everything happened so horribly fast. In her mind she sees how he must have aimed up as she hung from the helicopter's lifeline. She sees him raise his weapon and fire. No hurry, no nervousness. Again she sees his face illuminated by the flash of lightning. How they looked right at each other. "We understand you must be frightened," Yona says, but he stops speaking as a nurse comes into the room and tells Penelope that they're still trying to reach her mother.
"She's not home and she's not answering her cell phone."
Penelope moans and looks away, hiding her face in her pillow. The nurse places a comforting hand on her shoulder. "I don't want to hear," Penelope sobs. "I don't want to." Another nurse hurries in and says she will add just a bit more tranquilizer to Penelope's IV. "Please, I must ask you to leave," the nurse says hastily to Saga and Yona. "We'll be back soon," Yona says. "I know where your mother might be. I'll get her for you." Penelope stops crying, but her breaths still come quickly. She hears the rustling noise as the nurse prepares the infusion, and she thinks that the entire room reminds her of a jail cell. Her mother wouldn't want to come here. She bites her lip and tries to keep her tears back for a little while longer. There are days when Penelope thinks she remembers her first years. The smell of steaming, unwashed bodies, the cell where she was born, the wash of a flashlight beam across the faces of the prisoners. How she felt as her mother lifted her up over others to someone else before her mother disappeared with the guards. How a tune is hummed into her ear. Chapter 66. Without Penelope. Claudia Fernandez gets off the bus at Dalarö Beach Hotel. As she walks to the harbour, she can hear the sounds of helicopters and sirens fading into the distance. The search can't be over. They have to keep looking. A few police boats are moving out on the water. She looks around. There's no ferry at the dock and no cars waiting at the harbour. "Penelope!" she screams right into the air. "Penelope!" She realizes she must look insane, but without Penelope there's nothing left on this earth for her. She begins to walk along the water. The grass is dry and brown, with pieces of garbage everywhere. Seagulls screech in the distance. She begins to run, but soon can't keep it up, and she starts to walk again. Empty cottages stand on the edge of a cliff. She stops next to a sign by a dock, where the word "Private" is written in white letters. She turns onto the cement dock and looks toward the large cliffs. There's no one here, she thinks. She turns back toward the harbour. A man is walking along the gravel road, and he waves to her. It's a dark figure with his coat flapping in the breeze. She blinks in the sunlight. The man shouts something. Claudia looks at him in confusion. He begins to walk more quickly, nears her, and only then does she recognize his friendly face. "Claudia Fernandez!" he calls out.
"That's me," she replies, and waits for him to catch up to her.
"I'm John Bington," he says as he reaches her. "Yona Lina sent me to find you. He told me that you'd probably come here."
"Why do you need me?" she says in a weak voice. "Your daughter is alive." Claudia looks into the man's face. He repeats these words. "Penelope is alive," he's saying, and he gives her a big smile. Chapter 67. Follow the Money.
Emotions are running high at the police station until the pitch is almost hate-filled. People compare the recent events to the police murders in Malexander in 1999 and the bestiality of the triple murders in Tumba 2 years before. The newspapers shout about the drama in the archipelago seas. They name the suspect the police butcher, and journalists pounce on any lead, any possible source inside the station. Yona Lina and Saga Bauer are going to brief a meeting of the department heads, Eliasson, Zandén, Neslund and Rubin, as well as Nathan Pollock and Tommy Kofed from the National Homicide Squad. They're on their way through the hallway and discussing what help Penelope Fernandez might be able to give.
"I think she'll be able to talk soon," Yona says. "I'm not so sure. She could go the other way and just shut down completely," Saga says.
Anja Larsson has taken a step out of her office and stands in the hallway watching Yona and Saga mournfully. When Yona sees her, he gives her a big smile and waves, but he's gone past too quickly to see the heart she's formed with her thumbs and index fingers. They shut the conference room door behind them and greet everyone around the table.
"I want to start today by dismissing all suspicions of left-wing extremists being behind this," Saga begins.
Werner Zandén whispers something to Nathan Pollock. "Am I right?" Saga says, raising her voice. Werner looks up and nods. "That's right," he says, clearing his throat.
"Why don't you start at the beginning?" Carlos asks Saga.
"Well, we are focused on an individual, Penelope Fernandez, who is a peace activist and the chairwoman for the Swedish Peace and Reconciliation Society. She has been in a long personal relationship with Björn Almskog, a bartender at the Debaser Club on Medborgarplatsen. She lives at St. Paulsgarten 3, and he lives at Pontoniergarten 47. Penelope Fernandez had a photograph taped to the glass door between her living room and the hallway." Saga projects an image from her computer onto the screen that covers one wall of the room. "This photograph was taken in Frankfurt in the spring of 2008, she says. "We recognize Palmkrona," Carlos says. "That's right," Saga says, and then points out the other people in the theatre box. "This is Pontus Salman, the director of the weapons manufacturer Silencia Defense. This person is none other than Rafael Guidi. He's a well-known weapons dealer for many years, mainly in Africa and the Middle East. They call him the Archangel." "And the lady in the group?" asks Benny Rubin. "That's Agatha al-Haji," Saga says without smiling. "She's the military advisor to the government in Sudan and has close ties with President Omar al-Bashir." Benny slaps the table and shows his teeth. Pollock gives him an irritated look. "Is this usual?" asks Carlos. "Do people meet like this?" "Yes, I believe so," Saga replies. "This meeting was supposedly about a shipment of ammunition going to the Sudanese army. It would have been completed without a doubt if the International Criminal Court in The Hague hadn't issued an arrest warrant for President al-Bashir." "That was in 2009, wasn't it?" asks Pollock. "It wasn't written up in the Swedish press," Saga says, "but the indictment pointed a finger at the president's direct participation in torture, rape and genocide in Darfur." "So the deal was scotched," Carlos says. "Yes," says Saga. "But what about the photograph? What's going on there? Nothing?" Werner asks. "Penelope Fernandez must not have thought it was dangerous since she displayed it openly on her door," Saga says. "And yet it must be important, since she had it there at all," Carlos says. "We have no idea why. Perhaps it served as a reminder of how the world works," Saga speculates. "A few poor people fight for peace at the bottom of the barrel, while at the top the mighty clink their glasses and drink champagne over an arms deal. We hope to question Penelope Fernandez soon, but we're fairly sure Björn Almskog tried to deal behind our back," Yona continues. Perhaps he knew nothing more about the photo than Penelope, or maybe he was just grasping at a chance to make money. But on the 2nd of June, Björn uses an anonymous email address in an internet cafe to write a blackmail letter to Karl Palmkrona. The email begins a very short correspondence. Björn writes he knows the photograph can be troublesome for Palmkrona, and he's ready to sell it to him for 1,000,000 crowns. "Classic blackmail," Pollock mutters. Björn uses the word awkward concerning this photograph, Saga continues. This makes us believe that he does not understand how serious Palmkrona will find it to be. Björn believes he's in control, Jona says, so he's amazed when Palmkrona turns around and warns him. Palmkrona explains darkly that Björn does not know what he's gotten himself into, and then pleads with him to mail him the photograph before it's too late. Jona drinks some water. "What is the tone of the letter?" Nathan Pollock asks. "You say it's dark, but is it also aggressive?" Jona shakes his head as he passes out copies of the correspondence. No, not aggressive. Rather tinged with fear. For himself. Tommy Kofed reads the emails, nods, rubs his pock-marked cheeks, and writes something down. "What happens next?" "Before the housekeeper leaves that Wednesday, she helps Palmkrona fasten a noose to the ceiling fixture." Peter has to laugh. "What? Why would she do that?" "Because he'd had back surgery and couldn't reach up to do it himself," Saga replies. "Well then," Carlos says, and can't help a small smile. "The next day at lunch, after the mail had been delivered, we believe," Jona continues, "Palmkrona calls a number in Bordeaux, and we can't trace the number beyond Bordeaux," Saga adds. "The number could have gone to an exchange and been sent on to another country, or even back to Sweden," Jona explains. "Anyway, wherever it went in the end, the conversation was only 43 seconds long. Perhaps he just left a voice message. We presume he told about the blackmail letter and expected help. Shortly thereafter, just a few minutes later, Palmkrona's housekeeper uses Palmkrona's name to call for a taxi from Taxi Stockholm. It is to arrive at 2 o'clock for a trip to Arlanda Airport. Exactly 1 hour and 15 minutes after the Bordeaux conversation, the telephone rings. Palmkrona has already put on his overcoat and his good shoes, but still answers the phone. The phone call comes from Bordeaux and from the same number. This conversation lasts 2 minutes. Palmkrona sends one last email to his blackmailer, warning him it is now too late. They both will die. He gives his housekeeper permission to leave for the day, pays the waiting taxi for his trouble, goes into his apartment, and doesn't even bother to take off his coat. He walks into the small salon, puts his briefcase on edge, climbs up, and hangs himself. Everyone at the table is quiet. "But the story doesn't end there," Jona says slowly. "Palmkrona's call has set things in motion. An international hitman is engaged. A professional killer is sent here to erase everything and get the photograph." "How often, I mean in Sweden, do we have to deal with professional killers?" Carlos says with skepticism. "There would have to be a great deal of money involved here." Jona looks at him without expression. "Correct." Palmkrona must have been frightened and just rattled off the contents of the blackmail letter, including the bank account number Björn had given him, Saga says. "With a bank account number, it's not difficult to find anyone," Werner mutters. At about the same time that Palmkrona is kicking away his briefcase, Björn Armskog is at the Dreambow Internet Cafe, Jona says. He goes into his anonymous account and sees that he's gotten 2 messages from Palmkrona. Of course he's hoping that Palmkrona will come across with 1,000,000 crowns, Saga says. Instead he is greeted by Palmkrona's warning, and then the short message that they're both going to die, adds Jona. "And now they are both dead," Pollock sighs. "We almost can't imagine how frightened Björn must have been," Saga says. "He's no professional blackmailer. He just took a chance at money when he saw it." "What does he do then?" Peter watches them with his mouth slightly open. Carlos pours some water for him. Björn regrets what he's done and decides to send the photograph to Palmkrona and wash his hands of it, Saga says. But Palmkrona is already dead when Björn writes that he's giving up and sending the photograph to him, Jona says. And there's another problem. He doesn't actually have it. The photograph is in Penelope's apartment, taped to the glass door, Saga says, and Penelope knows nothing about the blackmail attempt. He has to get the photograph without telling her anything, Tommy Coffed says, nodding. We have no idea how he'd try to explain it, Saga says with a wry smile. He was probably panicked, just wanted to put a stop to the whole thing, and hoped it would all blow over while they were hiding out on the boat in the archipelago. Yona gets up and looks out the window. A woman carrying a child in her arms is pushing a stroller filled with grocery bags down on the sidewalk. The next morning, Penelope gets a taxi to the television studio for a debate, Saga continues. As soon as she's left, Björn enters her apartment, tears down the photograph, runs to the subway station at Slussen, takes a subway to the central station, buys an envelope and some stamps at the Pressbyrån kiosk, and mails the photograph to Palmkrona. Then he runs to the internet cafe and writes a note to Palmkrona to tell him that the photo has been sent. Björn then goes to his apartment and picks up his own and Penelope's luggage for the trip, and goes to his boat, which is docked at the motorboat Club Harbour at Longholmen. When Penelope is through, she takes the subway from Korlaplan and apparently goes directly to Hornstull to walk the last stretch to Longholmen. By now the hitman has already ransacked Björn's apartment and started a fire that has destroyed the entire floor. But I've looked at that report, Petter objects. The fire inspector said it was caused by an iron that was left on in the neighbouring apartment. I'm sure that's exactly how it happened, Yona says. Just as a gas explosion would be the official cause for the attempted fire in Penelope's apartment, Saga comments. The hitman's plan was to obliterate any trace, Yona continues. When he did not find the photograph in Björn's apartment, he burns everything and heads next to Björn's boat. He's still searching for it, Saga adds. He plans to kill them both and disguise the murders in a boating accident. What the hitman doesn't know is that there has been a change in plan. Penelope's sister Viola is also on the boat. Yona falls silent and thinks about the dead woman in the morgue, her young, vulnerable face, the red mark across her chest. Yona continues, I believe the young people anchor at one of the islands around Jungfrufjorden, close to Dalarö. Before the hitman arrives, Penelope and Björn have gone ashore for one reason or another. When the hitman climbs aboard, he mistakes Viola for her sister. He drowns her in a tub and puts her in the bed of the main cabin. He has to wait for Björn, and while he does that, he must have searched for the photograph. Since it's not there, he occupies himself by completing the arrangement to have the boat explode. You have Eriksson's report on that. We are not sure what happens next, but somehow Björn and Penelope escape, and the boat with Viola Fernandez on board is set adrift. We don't know how or where they run, but by Monday they're on Kimender. Benny smiles. At Oisin Wallenberg's place? He was a good television MC, but I always had the feeling he wasn't a good fit for this country. Carlos clears his throat and pours more coffee. When the hitman realizes he's lost them, he goes to Penelope's apartment to continue the search for the photograph, Yona continues. Eriksson and I show up and foil his plan. Only when I'm facing him do I realize we have a Grob, an international hitman. We've decided he's able to tap into our police communications, Saga says. Is that how he found Björn and Penelope on Kimender? Asks Petter. We're not sure, Yuna answers. He's very quick, Saga says. Apparently he went to Dalarö to search for Björn and Penelope soon after he escaped from Penelope's apartment. Why do you assume this hitman is working alone? Asks Carlos. At this level, that's just how they do it, says Yona. So what happens next? We're still reconstructing it, Petter says. Somehow he managed to hijack the police launch and kill Lennart Johansson and Göran Fjödin. Then he drives the boat to Kimendö, where Björn Armskog and Oisin Wallenberg are murdered. He blows up the launch. He follows Penelope and shoots down the rescue service helicopter. And disappears, Carlos sighs. But Peter Neslund acted so quickly that Penelope Fernandez was saved in the end, Yona says. He watches Pollock turn to Peter with interest. Of course, we've got to go through everything again in more detail, Peter says grimly. Nevertheless, there is an undernote of pleasure at having his actions recognized. Well, What about this photograph? There's got to be something there, Carlos exclaims. It's just a fucking photograph, Petter says with a sigh. 7 people died because of it, Yuna says gravely, and more are going to die if we don't. Yuna falls silent as he still looks out through the window. Maybe the photograph is a lock and we must hunt for the key, he says. What key? Asks Petter. The photographer, says Saga. Isn't Penelope Fernandez the photographer? Says Pollock. Perhaps, says Saga, drawing out the word. But? Asks Carlos. Where's any evidence for someone else? Benny demands. Yola doesn't believe Penelope took that picture, Saga says. What the fuck? Petter almost screams. Carlos shuts his mouth firmly. He looks at the table and is smart enough to keep quiet. Penelope is still in a state of shock, and we do not yet know her role in this, Saga says. Nathan Pollock clears his throat and distributes copies of Karl Palmkroner's will across the table. Palmkroner has a bank account on the island of Jersey, he says. That wonderful tax haven, Petter Neslund nods. He takes his snuff out from beneath his lip. He wipes his thumb on the table without noticing Carlos's glance. Can we find out how much money he has in that account? Werner asks. Officially no, Yona says. However, according to his will, he estimates he has 9 million euros. His personal assets have taken a nosedive lately. It's hard to understand how he managed to accumulate so much lawfully in such a short time, Pollock states. Transparency International, the global agency fighting corruption, tells us they have nothing on Karl Palmkroner or anyone else in the ISP, not even a rumour. Palmkroner's fortune was willed to a 16-year-old boy by the name of Stefan Bergqvist. As it turns out, he is Palmkroner's son, a son he'd never met in person, and a son who died in a freakish fire only 3 days after Palmkroner's suicide. The boy never knew who his father was, Saga adds. According to the preliminary police report, it's an accidental death, Carlos says. Of course, accidental. But is there anyone in this room who believes it's just a coincidence that Palmkroner's son dies 3 days after Palmkroner's suicide? No, a coincidence it is not, Carlos says. But that's just sick, Pollock exclaims. His cheeks flare red. What motive would anyone have to murder a son Palmkroner never actually met? What the hell is this all about? Werner asks, rubbing his hands through his hair. Palmkroner keeps popping up again and again, Yona says. He taps the photograph on the face of the smiling man. He's in the photograph, he's been blackmailed, he's found hanged, his son dies, he has 9 million euros in the bank. The money is interesting, Saga says. We've looked at his life, Pollock says. He has no other family, no other interests, doesn't invest in anything like stocks, so this accumulation of money in his bank account, it has to be connected in some way to his position as the general director of ISP, Yuna says. Maybe he was involved in insider trading, using a dummy front, Werner says. Or he took bribes, Saga says. Follow the money, Pollock whispers in English. Let's have a chat with his successor, Axel Riesen, Yuna says, and gets ready to leave. Anything odd or out of the way might be obvious to Riesen by now. Chapter 68. Something to Celebrate. Yona, Lina and Saga Ba hear whistles shriek and the insistent beating of drums when they reach the Royal Institute of Technology. A demonstration is going down Udenkotan. It seems to be about 70 young people carrying anti-fascist symbols and signs protesting SEPO's treatment of the brigade's members. SEPO reeks of fascism! The state supports fascism! They chant in their bright young voices. But the angry sounds disappear as Yona and Saga walk along idyllic Bragawegen, a gentle curve leading up to Engelbrecht Church. They'd contacted ISP to find that the general director was working from home that morning. On the left side of the street, They soon see the Riesens' private palace. The facade is powerful, with its dark, handcrafted brickwork, lead-lined window panes, carved woodwork, and the dull green of copper around the bay and chimney. The outer door is equally imposing. A bronze plaque is affixed to the dark, shining wood to announce Axel Riesen. Saga rings the doorbell. After a short time, a tall, tanned man opens the door. He has a friendly expression on his face. Saga identifies herself as an inspector for the security service and explains their errand as briefly as possible, while Axel Riesen examines her ID thoroughly. Then he looks up and says, "I doubt that I could be of much help to you, but it is always a pleasure to drop by," Jona says with courteous formality. Axel gives him a surprised look, then smiles at Jona's pleasantry, appreciative of the joke. Dressed casually in dark blue trousers, a light blue shirt buttoned to the neck, and slippers, he shows them into the high-ceilinged entryway. It is filled with light. "I suggest that we sit in the orangery. It's somewhat cooler there." They find the apartment immense as they follow Axel past a mahogany staircase with dark wainscoting. They pass through 2 more large salons in a row to get to the orangery. It is a glass room between the house and the garden. The high hedge right outside creates green shadows and a wall of flickering leaves. Scented herbs and scentless orchids fill copper pots, lined up on benches and tiled surfaces. "Please make yourselves at home," Axel says, and gestures toward chairs around a table. "I was just about to take tea and crumpets, and it would be pleasant to have some company." "I haven't had crumpets since I was an exchange student in Edinburgh," Saga smiles. "Well then," Axel says contentedly, and leaves the room. A few minutes later he returns with a tray. He places the teapot, the napkins, the lemon wedges, and the sugar bowl in the middle of the table. The warm crumpets are covered by a linen cloth, with a generous amount of butter nearby in a butter dish. Axel takes his time setting the table for them with care. He places teacups and saucers in front of them, along with the linen napkin. Then he pours the tea. They can hear soft violin music filtering through doors and walls. "So, tell me, what can I do for you?" Axel asks. Saga carefully sets her cup and saucer down, clears her throat. "We have to ask you a few questions about ISP, and we hope you will be able to help us." "Absolutely, but I must clear this first with a phone call," he says as he picks up his cell phone. "Of course," Saga says. "Please excuse me, but I've forgotten your name." "Saga Bauer." "May I please see your ID again, Saga Bauer?" Saga hands it to him, and he stands up and leaves the room. They can hear him speak for a few seconds, and then he returns, thanks them, and hands Saga her ID. Saga starts her questions. "Last year, ISP issued export authorization for South Africa, Namibia, Tanzania, Algeria, and Tunisia. Ammunition for heavy machine guns, portable anti-tank guns, anti-tank rockets, grenade launchers, and the JAS Gripen plane, of course," Axel adds. "Sweden has had a long working relationship with many of those countries." "But never with Sudan?" Axel meets her gaze with the hint of a smile. "Not to my knowledge. I mean before the arrest warrant was issued for President al-Bashir," she explains. "I understand," he says strongly. "Otherwise it would be totally unthinkable. What we would call an absolute block, where there's nothing to discuss." "So you may have already had a chance to review many of your predecessors, Karl Palmkroner's decisions," Saga says. "I have," Axel replies. "Did you note anything odd?" "What do you mean by odd?" "Decisions that appear strange to you," Saga says. She sips her tea again. "Any reason for the question?" he asks. "That's what we're asking you." She smiles. "Then I'd say no. How far back in time have you been able to go?" Jona listens to Saga's continuing questions regarding classification, preliminary permission, and export authorization of war material, while he observes Axel Riesen's calm, attentive face. He hears the violin music again. It's now coming from outside, from the window open to the garden. It's a mazurka with high, sad notes. Then the violin stops, goes back to the beginning and replays the piece. Yuna is listening to the music and thinking about the 4 people sitting in the private box. He touches his briefcase absent-mindedly, where he has the copy of the picture. He thinks about Palmkrona and how he hung from the ceiling with a laundry line around his throat, about Palmkrona's will and Palmkrona's son. Yuna sees that Saga nods at something Axel is saying. A green shade passes over Axel's face, perhaps a reflection from the copper tray on the table. Palmkrona understood the gravity of the situation immediately, Yuna thinks. All Björn Almskog had to mention in his blackmail letter was that Palmkrona was photographed in a private box with the arms dealer Raphael Guidi. Karl Palmkrona did not doubt the authenticity of the photograph for a moment. Maybe he already knew about its existence, or else Björn's knowledge made real a photograph he'd known nothing about. Axel pours more tea for Saga. She is wiping a crumb from the corner of her mouth. Something is not right here, Yona thinks. Pontus Salman gave a definite date for the meeting. He did not find the photo troublesome. So how did Palmkrona know the picture meant trouble? Yona listens as Axel and Saga discuss how the initial situation of security policies will change when an embargo is imposed or lifted. Yona makes a humming sound, so they'll think he's following the discussion, but instead he concentrates on the meeting in the private box. The table was set for 4 people, and there were 4 people in the picture. This means that the 5th person, the one holding the camera, was not part of the party, and would not be invited to sit down at the table with a champagne glass in his hand. The 5th person probably has the answer to this riddle. We'll have to get Penelope Fernandez to talk soon, Yona thinks. Even if she is not the photographer, she might have the key. She might know who it was. His mind turns back to the people in the photograph. Karl Palmkrona, Raphael Guidi, Agata Al-Haji, and Pontus Salman. Yona thinks back to their meeting with Pontus Salman. He had pointed himself out right away. According to him, the only strange thing about the picture was that Karl Palmkrona was drinking champagne, although they had nothing to celebrate. It was just a preliminary meeting. But maybe there was something to celebrate. Yona's pulse quickens. What if all 4 of them were about to toast an agreement with the champagne? Pontus Salman had pointed himself out and given them so many details along with the place and the time. The time, Yona thinks. The time could be different. We have only Pontus Salman's word that the meeting happened in Frankfurt in 2008. We need Penelope Fernandez's help. Yona fiddles with the briefcase. Would it be possible to identify the musicians in the background? Their faces are clear. Someone must recognize them. If we identify the musicians, we can pinpoint the time of the meeting. There are 4 people playing, a quartet. Maybe the 4 of them have only played together once. That would fix the date beyond all doubt. Of course, Yona thinks. We should have gotten on this already. He intends to leave Saga and Axel Riesen to their discussion and return immediately to the police station. He wants to ask Peter Neslund if they'd considered the quartet of musicians as a way to find the exact date of the meeting. He looks at Saga and watches her smile at Axel Riesen, and then asks him about the American defense industry and their large corporations, Raytheon and Lockheed Martin. Violin music can be heard again through the open window. It's a quicker piece this time. It stops suddenly, and then there's the sound of 2 strings checked against each other. "Who's playing?" Yona asks as he stands up. "That's my brother, Robert," Axel says, somewhat surprised. "I see. Is he a professional violinist?" "He's the pride and joy of the family, but these days he's primarily a violin maker. He has his studio on the grounds, here in the back. Would you mind if I go over to ask him a question?" Chapter 69. The String Quartet. Yona walks with Axel out to the marble patio behind the house. The aroma from the lilac bushes is almost too heady. They continue to the studio, and Axel knocks. The violin stops. The door is opened by a middle-aged man whose thinning hair is belied by an extremely handsome, intelligent face. His body must once have been slim, but the passing years have left their mark. "The police want to talk to you," Axel says in a no-nonsense tone. "You are suspected of disturbing the peace." "I confess to everything," Robert says. "Makes it easy," says Jona. "Anything else? We have a number of cold cases you could clear up too." Jona smiles. "I'm probably guilty of all of them," Robert replies, and he shakes hands with Jona. "That's a relief," jokes Jona. "I'm Jona Lina from the National Criminal Investigation Department." "What's this all about?" Robert is smiling. "We're looking into a case of unexpected death. The previous general director of ISB. That's why I'm chatting with your brother." "I know nothing more about Palmkrona than what's in the papers. May I come in for a moment?" "Of course." "I'll go on back to your colleague," Axel says, and closes the door behind Jona. The ceiling of the studio has a steep slope, like an attic roof. A beautifully wrought wooden staircase leads down into the workshop, and the pleasant smell of freshly sawn wood, rosin, and turpentine rises to meet them. Everywhere violins hang in various stages of completion. Other construction gear is neatly collected, carefully chosen woods, scrolls, specialized tools for woodworking, planes as small as wine corks, bent knives, and much more. "I heard your music through the window," Jona says. Robert nods and gestures to a beautiful violin. "It needed a little adjustment." "You made it yourself?" "Yes. It's unbelievably beautiful." "Thanks." Robert picks up the violin and hands it to Jona. The gleaming instrument is almost weightless. Jona turns it over and takes a deep sniff. "The lacquer is a secret," Robert comments. He takes the instrument back and fits it in a case with wine-red lining. Jona opens his briefcase and pulls out the plastic-encased photo and hands it to Robert. "That's Palmkrona," Robert says. "Yes, but do you happen to know the people in the background, the musicians?" Robert looks at the picture again and nods. "That's Martin Beaver," he says as he points. "Kikuye Ikeda, Kazuhide Isomura, and on cello that's Clive Greensmith." "Are these musicians well known?" Robert can't help smiling at the question. "They're a legend. This is the Tokyo String Quartet." "The Tokyo String Quartet. Does that mean the same 4 people are in every performance?" "Yes, every time. They've been together for a long time, and doing very well." "Anything particular or special about this photograph?" Robert looks at the photograph very carefully. "No," he finally says. "They don't just play in Tokyo?" Jona asks. "They play all over the world, but their instruments are owned by a Japanese endowment." "Is that common?" "Yes, especially with certain instruments," Robert answers. "These, the ones in this picture, are among the most precious instruments in the world." "I see. It's the Paganini Quartet," Robert adds. "The Paganini Quartet," Jona repeats as he stares at the photograph. The wood gleams, and the musicians' black clothes are reflected in the veneer. "Stradivarius made them," Robert explains. "The oldest one is called Descent, and it's a violin made in 1680. That's the one Kikuye is playing. Martin Beaver has the one that Count Cozio de Salabue presented to Paganini himself." Robert hesitates, not wanting to bore Jona, but Jona nods for him to continue. "Eventually all 4 instruments came into Niccolò Paganini's possession. I don't know how much you know about Paganini, but he was a virtuoso violinist and composer. He composed pieces that were considered ridiculous then, because people, even musicians, thought they were impossible to play, until Paganini himself took up the violin. After his death, it took 100 years before any other violinist could approach his technique and play his pieces, and some of his techniques are still considered impossible. Yes, there are many legends about Paganini and his violin duels." The room is silent. Jona takes another look at the photograph and the 4 men on stage in the background. He thinks about their instruments. "So the Tokyo String Quartet often uses these particular instruments?" "Yes, they play them in 8 to 9 concerts a month." Any ideas about when this photo might have been taken? No more than 10 years ago, at least, judging from Martin Beaver's looks. I've met him a few times. Perhaps where they're playing could give me the time. Oh, this is the Alte Oper in Frankfurt. Are you absolutely sure? I know they play there once a year, Robert says. Sometimes twice or 3 times. Berkeley, Yona mumbles in Finnish. There must be some way to find out when this photograph was taken, so if there's a hole in Pontus Salman's story, we can find it. Yona goes to replace the photo in his folder. Penelope is probably the only person who can shed any light on this. Then he takes another look. He notes the principal violin, the placing of his bow, the elbow high. Yona's grey eyes look up into Robert's. Do they always play the same pieces on tour? The same ones? No, they have been through all of Beethoven's quartets, and that alone is a great variety. But they've played a number of other pieces as well. Schubert, Bartók, and Brahms, I know that. It's a long list. Debussy, Dvorak, Haydn, a great deal of Mozart and Ravel, and on and on. Yona is concentrating on his words, and then he stands up to pace the studio before he stops and turns again toward Robert. I just thought of something, Yona says eagerly. If you blew up this photograph and took a good look at the musician's finger placement, their arm placement, would it be possible to determine which piece they're playing just from this photo? Robert opens and shuts his mouth, but then he smiles and picks up the photo again. In the spotlight on the Alte Oper stage, the Tokyo String Quartet members are seen clearly. Clive Greensmith's narrow face is unusually gentle, and his high forehead is glistening, and Kikuye Ikeda's little finger is high on the fingerboard, reaching for a high note. Sorry, I think that'd be impossible. It could be many notes at all, but say you had a magnifying glass. You can see the fingers, the strings, the necks of the instruments. Sure, theoretically, but... He sighs and shakes his head. Do you know someone who could help me? Yona asks stubbornly. A musician or a professor at the Royal College of Music who might be able to analyze this photograph for us? It's not possible, is it? Yona asks. No, seriously, it isn't, Robert says and shrugs. If not even Axel could figure it out, no one can. Axel? Your brother? Of course. You mean you haven't shown it to him? No. Isn't that why you were talking to him? No, you're the one who's the musician, Yona says, smiling. Go talk to him anyway, Robert says. Why should... Yona stops short, interrupted by a knock at the door. Saga Bauer steps in. The sunlight shines on her blonde hair. Is Axel here? She asks. No, Yona says. Another detective inspector? Says Robert with a big grin. Seppo, Saga answers briskly. The quiet lasts a moment too long. Robert is taking in Saga with his eyes, as if he's fixated on her over large blue eyes and her neat rose mouth. I had no idea that Seppo had a division of elves, he says. He grins wider. Then he tries to become serious. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stare, but you do look like an elf, or a Bauer fairy tale princess. Looks can be deceiving, Saga replies dryly. I'm Robert Riesen, Robert says as he extends his hand. Saga, she says, and shakes his hand. Chapter 70. A Feeling. Yona and Saga leave the Riesens' home and climb into the car. Saga's telephone vibrates. She looks at the text message and smiles to herself. I'm going to have lunch at home, she says. She blushes. What time is it? 11:30, she replies. Are you going to keep working? No, I'm going to the lunch concert at Södra Theatre with a friend. Could you drop me off in Södra then? I live on Bastugatan. I'll drive you all the way home if you'd like, he says. While Yona had been interviewing Robert, Saga had stayed with Axel. He was just starting a description of his UN career when he was interrupted by a call. Axel had looked at the display, excused himself, and left the room. After waiting 15 minutes, she had gone to Robert Riessen's studio. All three of them then looked for Axel before deciding he'd been called away from the house. "What did you need to talk to Axel's brother about?" "I just got a feeling," Yona begins. "Oh, great," Saga mutters. "A feeling." "You know, we showed the photograph to Pontus Salman," Yona continued. "He pointed himself out right away and then talked blah, blah, blah to the International Criminal Court's decision to indict." He stops talking as his phone rings. He searches for his phone without taking his eyes off the road and answers. "That was fast?" "The date is confirmed," Anja Larsson says. "The Tokyo String Quartet played at the Alta Oper in Frankfurt when Pontus Salman was there." "I see," says Yona. Saga watches as he listens to what Anja is saying, nods, thanks her, and hangs up. "So Pontus Salman was telling the truth?" asks Saga. "That we don't know. But the date is correct. We only know that Pontus Salman went to Frankfurt and that the Tokyo String Quartet played at the Alta Oper. But Pontus Salman has been to Frankfurt often, and the Tokyo String Quartet has also played at the Alta Oper at least once a year." "Do you believe he lied about the date, even though he knew we'd check it out?" "No, but... well, I don't know. As I said, I just had a feeling," Yona says. "There's a good reason to lie if he and Karl Palm Kroner were discussing business with Agatha Al-Haji after the arrest warrant was issued. That would be a criminal offence against international law. A weapons export directly to the militia in Darfur. We believed Pontus Salman because he seemed so willing to help us, even pointing himself out," Yona says. "But because he told one truth doesn't mean that everything he says is true." "So that's your feeling?" "No. It was something in Salman's voice, when he said the only strange thing about the picture was that Karl Palm Kroner didn't decline champagne. Since there was nothing to celebrate," Saga completes the thought. "That's how he put it. But my feeling is that there was something to celebrate, and they were toasting it with champagne. An agreement. No facts to support what you've just said. But think about the picture for a second," Yona says stubbornly. "There's an atmosphere in that private box, and look at their faces. They're very happy about something. Even so, we can't prove it. We need Penelope Fernandez's help. And what do her doctors have to say? We'll be able to talk to her soon, but right now she's mentally too exhausted." "We have no idea what she can tell us," Yona says. "No, we don't. But what the hell do we have?" "We have the photograph," Yona says. "We have the 4 musicians in it, and perhaps we can tell the piece they were playing by their hand positions." "Oh, Yona," Saga sighs. "What?" he says, smiling. "That's just fucking crazy. I hope you realize that." Robert said that theoretically it might be possible. "Let's just wait until Penelope is a little better." "I'll call," Yona says. He picks up his phone and calls the police station, requesting a connection to room U12. Saga looks at his impassive face. "My name is Yunalina, and I—" He stops talking, and a large smile spreads across his face. "Of course I remember you and your red cape," he says, and listens some more. "Yes, but I almost believed you were going to suggest hypnosis." Saga can hear the doctor's laughing voice through the phone. "No, but really, we absolutely must talk to her." His face takes a serious turn. "I can understand her feelings, but can't you change her mind?" "All right, we'll just have to figure something else out. Bye." He hangs up at the same time he turns on to Belmontsgatan. "That was Dr. Daniela Richards," Yona tells Saga. "What does she say?" "She feels we can question Penelope in a few days. The big problem is we have to find a different place for her to live. She refuses to stay in that underground room. She says there's no more secure place. She refuses," Yona says simply. "We've got to make it clear how dangerous the situation is. I believe she knows that better than we do." Chapter 71. 7 Million Alternatives. In the Musa Baka etablishment's restaurant, Disa and Yuna are sitting across from each other. Sunshine fills the room through the enormous windows looking out over Gamla stan, Skeppsholmen, and the glittering water. They are just finishing a lunch of fried Baltic herring with mashed potatoes, garnished with lingonberries. They pour the last of the light beer into their glasses. In the background, on a raised platform, Ronald Brautigam performs on a black grand piano. The violinist, Isabelle von Kuhlen, is finishing the last stroke of her bow, her right elbow lifted. The last note of the violin trembles, waiting for the piano, then finishes with a high shivering sound as the music ends. After the concert, Una and Disa walk out of the restaurant and onto Mosebeke Square. They pause for a moment, facing each other. "What's all this about Paganini?" she asks. She pats Una's collar into place. "The last time we were together, you talked about Paganini too." He gently catches her hand. "I just wanted to see you." "Just so we can argue about you not taking your medicine?" "No," he says seriously. "Do you take it then?" "I'll start soon," he says a bit impatiently. She says nothing more, meets his eyes for a second, then sighs and suggests they keep walking. "At any rate, it was a very pleasant concert," she says. "Somehow I felt the music fit this soft light here, outside. I'd always thought Paganini was, well, like a tightrope walker. Actually, I did have the chance to hear Yngwie Malmsteen play the Caprice No. 5 once at Gröna Lund. Ah, in the days when you and Benjamin Gantenbein were going out. We've just become Facebook friends after all these years." They walk to Slussen hand in hand and head down Skeppsbron. "Do you think you could tell what music a violinist is playing just by the finger positions? Without hearing it, you mean? On a photograph?" "Maybe. Perhaps you might get pretty close. It depends on how well you know the instrument," she replies. "How close? How exact?" "I'll ask Kai if you think it's important," she says. "Who's Kai?" "Kai Samuelsson. He works in the music history department. He was a good friend of my father's, and I used to practice driving with him." "Can you phone him now?" "Sure," Disa says, and then raises her eyebrows slightly. "You're not kidding? You really want me to call him this second?" "Yes," Una says. Disa drops his hand and pulls out her cell phone. She scrolls through her contact list and then calls the professor. "Hi, Disa here," she says. "Am I interrupting your lunch?" Una can hear the sound of a man's voice coming from the phone. After a little small talk, Disa says, "By the way, I have a good friend here with some questions for you." She laughs at something he says, and then she asks directly, "Can you tell which note a violinist is playing? No, not that way. Just by looking at the fingers." Una observes Disa, who listens, frowning. From Gamla stan he can hear the distant strains of march music. "All right," Disa says. "You know what, Kai? I think I'll just hand you over to him directly." She hands the phone to Una without saying a word. "Una-Lina," he says. "Ah, Disa talks about you a great deal," says Kai Samuelsson. He sounds relaxed. "A violin has only 4 strings," Una begins. "Logically, there are only a limited number of notes that can be played. Where are you going with this?" "The lowest note is the open G," Una continues calmly, "and somewhere there must be the highest note that—" "Yes, good reasoning," the professor says. "In 1636, the French scientist Mersenne published the Harmonie universelle. In that work, he posits that the best violinists can play 1 octave higher than the open string. This means the range can be from G to 3rd E, which gives us altogether 34 notes in the chromatic scale." 34 notes, Una repeats. "But if we go to musicians in the modern era, the range is greater due to new fingerings," Samuelsson continues. He sounds amused. "And you can begin to count on reaching 3rd A and have a chromatic scale of 39 notes. "Keep going," Una continues, watching Disa, who has gone off to look at some odd, jumbled-looking paintings displayed in a gallery window. However, when Richard Strauss expanded Berlioz's grand treatise on instrumentation and modern orchestration from 1904, fourth G became accepted as the highest possible note that could be reached by an orchestra violinist, which means 49 notes. Kai Samuelsson laughs to himself at Jona's impressed silence. Actually, we have yet to reach the highest possible note, the professor explains. And in addition, we now have flageolets and quarter tones. Disa and Jona are now strolling past a newly built replica of a Viking ship, docked at Slottshaien as he speaks. They're nearing Kungstrætgården. "What about a cello?" Jona asks impatiently. 58, Samuelsson replies. Disa is giving Jona a vexed look and points at an outdoor cafe. "My real question is, if you were to look at a photograph of 4 musicians, 2 violins, 1 viola, and 1 cello, and if the image is clear, would you be able to tell, just from the placement of their fingers on the strings, which piece they're playing?" Jona hears Kai Samuelsson mumbling to himself on the other end. "There are so many alternatives. Thousands." Disa shrugs and keeps walking without looking at Jona. 7 million combinations, Kai says at last. 7 million, Jona repeats. There's silence on both ends of the phone. "Yet on my photograph," Jona goes on, his voice stubborn, "you can clearly see the fingers and the strings, so that many alternatives could be eliminated immediately." "I'll gladly take a look at your photo," the professor replies, "but I would not be able to guess the notes. It's just not possible, but imagine, Jona, the professor continues happily, imagine you've actually figured out the approximate notes. How will you be able to tell from all the thousands of string quartets out there, Beethoven, Schubert, Mozart, which one is the correct composition?" "I realize it might be impossible," Jona says. "Seriously, it is," Kai replies. Jona thanks him for his time and goes to Disa, who is sitting on the rim of a fountain waiting for him. She lays her cheek on his shoulder as he sits down beside her. Just as he's putting an arm around her, he remembers Robert Rissen's words about his brother. If not even Axel could figure it out, no one can. Chapter 72. The Riddle. While Jona is quickly walking up on the Bragavegen sidewalk, he hears children happily yelling on the grounds of the German school. He rings Axel's doorbell and hears the melodious chime inside, but no one answers, and after waiting for a while, he decides to walk around the house. Suddenly he hears a screeching noise. He can see people standing in the shadow of a tree, and he pauses at a distance. A girl holding a violin stands on the marble patio. She looks about 15 years old. Her hair is extremely short, and he can see some drawings she's inked on her arms. Axel Rissen is with her, nodding and listening carefully as she drags the bow across the strings. Her movements look awkward, as if she's holding the instrument for the very first time. Perhaps this is Axel's daughter, or even his grandchild, because he watches her with such a gentle, curious expression. The bow crosses the strings at the wrong angle and elicits a hissing, whining sound. "It's not in tune," the girl says as an excuse for the terrible noise. She smiles and, with care, hands the instrument back to Axel. "Playing the violin means listening," Axel says in a calm, friendly fashion. "The music is already inside you. You just release it into the world." He sets the violin to his own shoulder and begins to play the introductory melody to Sigurdur from Bizet's Carmen, then stops and holds out the violin to demonstrate. "Now I'm going to tune these strings a little strangely here. And here," he says, and he turns the pegs a few times in different directions. "Why are you now? The violin is completely out of tune," he continues. "And if I'd only learned how to play mechanically, with exact fingering, then I would sound like this." He plays Sigurdur again, and it's so terrible it's almost unrecognizable. "How pretty," she says, joking. "However, if you listen to the strings," he says as he taps the E string. "Hear that?
It's much too low, but that makes no difference at all. You compensate by moving your finger farther up the fingerboard. Jona watches Axel Riesen put the violin back on his shoulder and play the piece again on the falsely tuned violin. He seems to use gymnastic fingering, but the piece is perfectly in tune. "You're a magician!" The girl laughs and claps her hands. "Hello," Jona says. He walks up and holds out his hand. Axel gathers the violin and bow together in his left hand, and then shakes Jona's hand. The girl shyly does the same. He looks at Axel with his mistuned violin. "That's impressive." Axel shakes his head. "As a matter of fact, I haven't played for 34 years. His voice sounds stiff as he says this. "Do you believe that?" Jona asks the girl. She nods, and then she says mysteriously, "Don't you see the glow around him?" "This is Beverly," Axel says in a low voice. "Beverly Anderson." Beverly gives Axel a big smile, and then she simply walks away between the trees. Jona nods at Axel. "I need to talk to you." "Sorry about earlier when I took off like that," Axel says. He begins to retune the violin. "But something came up." "Not to worry, I just came back." Jona watches Axel, who in turn watches the girl pick some flowering weeds from the shaded lawn. "Do we have a vase inside?" she calls out. "In the kitchen," Axel replies. She carries her tiny bouquet of dandelions, white balls of fluff, into the kitchen. "That's her favourite flower," Axel says, as he listens closely to the G-string. He adjusts the peg slightly, and then sets the violin on the mosaic table. "I'd like you to take a look at this," Jona says, and he takes out the photograph from the folder. They sit down at the table. Axel takes a pair of glasses from his front pocket and studies the photograph thoroughly. "When was this taken?" he asks quickly. "We don't know, but it was suggested that it was in the spring of 2008, Jona replies. "All right." Axel looks much more relaxed immediately. "Do you recognize these people?" Jona asks calmly. "Of course," Axel says. "Palmkrone, Pontus Salman, Raphael Guidi, and Agatha Al-Haji. I need your help in one specific area. Could you take a good look at the musicians in the background?" Axel looks up at Jona speculatively, and then down again at the photograph. "The Tokyo String Quartet. They're very good," he says in a neutral voice. "Well, the thing I'm wondering about is... I've been thinking about this picture and wondering if it is possible for a knowledgeable person to tell, just by looking at the picture, which piece they're playing." "That's an interesting question." "Would there be, even remotely, a possibility for an educated guess? Kai Samuelson didn't think so, and when your brother took a look, he said it was completely impossible." Jona leans forward, his eyes smooth and warm in the shade. "Your brother was adamant that if you couldn't solve this riddle, no one could." A smile plays at the edges of Axel's mouth. "He said that, did he?" "Yes," Jona says, "though I'm not sure what he meant by that." "Nor am I. Still, take a close look at this picture. I have a magnifying glass. You want to know when this meeting took place, don't you?" Axel states in a suddenly grave tone. Jona nods and takes a magnifying glass out of his briefcase. "You should be able to see their fingers clearly," Jona says. Jona sits back quietly and watches Axel minutely examine the photograph. He thinks if this had been taken in 2008, as they'd been told, his intuition had been wrong. But if these people had met after the arrest order in March 2009, the photograph was proof of criminal activity. "Yes, I see the positions of their fingers," Axel says slowly. "Could you guess which notes they're playing?" Jona asks expectantly. Axel sighs, hands the photograph and the magnifying glass back to Jona, and then sings 4 notes aloud in a soft but clear voice
as if it emanated from inside himself. Then he takes up the violin and plays 2 high, trembling notes. Jonalina stands up. And this is no joke. Axel Riesen looks directly into Jona's eyes and shakes his head. No. Martin Bievel is playing a 3rd C. Kikuye is playing a 2nd C. Kazuhide Isomura has a rest. And Clive is playing a 4-note pizzicato. That's what I sang, E, A, and C. Jona writes this down. He asks, "How exact is your guess?" "It's not a guess," Axel replies. "Does this combination appear in many pieces? I mean, just by identifying these notes, can you deduce the exact piece the Tokyo String Quartet is playing at this moment in this picture?" "This combination is found in only one place," Axel replies. "How do you know that?" Axel turns away and looks away at a window in the house. Shadows of lacy leaves reflect on the glass. "I'm sorry. Please continue," Jona says. "Of course, I have not heard every piece the quartet has played," Axel says with a shrug. "But again, you are sure this exact combination of notes is found in only one specific composition?" Jona asks again. "I know of only one," Axel replies calmly. "Measure 156 in the first movement of Bela Bartok's 2nd string quartet." Axel picks up the violin and puts it to his shoulder. "Tranquillo. This movement is so wonderfully peaceful, almost like a lullaby. Listen to the first voice," he says, as he begins to play. Axel's fingers move tenderly. The notes quiver, the music sings, light and soft. After 4 measures, he stops. "Both violins follow each other. Same note, different octaves," he explains. "It's almost too beautiful, but then the cello's A minor chord makes the violin's notes dissonant, even though they're not experienced as dissonant, because they're harmonics, which—" He stops talking and puts down the violin. Jona watches him. "So you're absolutely certain these musicians are playing Bartok's 2nd string quartet?" Jona says quietly. "Yes." Jona, suddenly jittery, gets up and walks across the patio to stop by the lilac bush hedge. This is everything he needs to determine the time of the meeting. He smiles to himself and immediately smooths away the triumph with his hand. He turns back, takes a red apple from the bowl on the table, and meets Axel's questioning gaze. "So, yes, you're absolutely sure," Jona confirms again. Axel nods, and Jona gives him the apple. He turns aside to pull his cell phone from his jacket to call Anya. "Anya, this is a rush. We're going to take a sauna together this weekend," Anya replies. "I need your help." "I know," Anya giggles. Jona tries to hide the tension in his voice. "I need you to check the repertoire of the Tokyo String Quartet for the past 10 years. "I've already done that. Specifically what they played at the Alte Oper in Frankfurt during that time." "Yes, they went there annually, in fact." "Have they ever played the Bartok 2nd string quartet?" There's a pause as she checks her information. "Yes, Opus 17. They've played it once." "Opus 17?" Jona repeats and meets Axel's eyes. Axel nods. "What?" Anya asks. "So when did they play that piece?" "The 13th of November, 2009. "Are you absolutely sure?" The people in the photograph met 8 months after the arrest warrant for Sudan's president, Jona thinks. Pontus Salman lied about the date. They met in November 2009, and all of this carnage has come from that, the brutal deaths of so many, and perhaps even more in the future. Jona reaches out and absent-mindedly brushes some lilac blossoms, and he can smell the barbecue on an outdoor grill in a yard somewhere. He thinks he must call Saga Bauer about this breakthrough. "Was that it?" Anya says on the other end. "Yes." "Can you use the little word?" "Oh, yes. Kitok siksi sat pusun," Jona says in Finnish. "As thanks, I'll give you a kiss. Yona ends the call. Pontus Salman lied, Yona thinks again. There were no exceptions or loopholes to a complete weapons embargo. But Agatha al-Haji wanted to buy ammunition, and the others wanted money. None of them could have cared less about human rights or international law. Pontus Salman thought that one truth, openly pointing himself out in the photo, would obscure the big lie, the date they met. Yona pictures Pontus Salman in his mind's eye, an oddly placid man with no emotions in his face. Arms deals and the money they bring, the whisper in his head tells him. All of this is due to weapons smuggling, the photograph, the blackmail attempt, the dead people. He pictures Saga Bauer standing up after their conversation with Salman. She'd left the marks of her 5 fingers on his desk as a silent testimony. March 2009. That's when the International Criminal Court in The Hague issued an arrest warrant for Sudanese President Omar al-Bashir for direct involvement in the extermination of 3 ethnic groups in Darfur. At that moment, all the usual supplies of ammunition from the rest of the world stopped. Sudan's army still had their weapons, their machine guns and assault rifles, but they would be running low on and soon be out of ammunition. The strangled supply would strangle the militia in Darfur. Except these 4, Karl Palmkrone, Pontus Salman, Raphael Guidi, and Agatha al-Haji, had chosen to put themselves above international law. "What did you find out?" Axel asks as he stands up. "What?" Yona is startled out of his thoughts. "Could you determine the date of that meeting?" "Yes." Axel tries to catch Yona's eyes. "And?" Axel persists. "I have to go," Yona says. "Did they meet after the arrest warrant for al-Bashir?" "They can't have. I have to know if that's what they've done." Yona looks directly into Axel's eyes. His eyes are calm and bright. Chapter 73. One last question. Saga Bauer lies on her stomach on the fluffy white rug. Her eyes are closed as Stefan slowly kisses her back. Her light hair spreads like a waterfall onto the floor. Stefan's face feels warm as it moves across her skin. "Keep going," she thinks. His lips are light, tickling brushstrokes between her shoulder blades. She forces herself to keep still and shudders from pleasure. Carl Onander Sharin's erotic duet for cello and mezzo-soprano flows from the speakers of her music system. The voices of the woman and the cello cross rhythmically and repetitively, like entwined trickles in a dark stream. Saga lies completely still, desire rising in her body. She is breathing through a half-open mouth, and she licks her lips. His hands glide over her waist, around her hips, and then effortlessly he lifts her buttocks. No one I've ever met before has touched me so softly, Saga thinks as she smiles to herself. She hears her own moan as she feels the touch of his tongue. He carefully turns her body over. Impressions of stripes are left on her skin from the rug. "Keep going," she whispers. "Or you'll shoot me," he says. She nods and smiles openly. Wisps of Stefan's black hair have curled around his face, and his narrow ponytail is hanging over one of her breasts. "Come, come," Saga whispers. She pulls his face down to hers and kisses him, and her tongue meets his, warm and wet. He quickly wriggles out of his jeans and lays down naked over her. She lifts her legs and feels him push inside. She moans a long moan and then breathes more quickly. They hesitate for a moment to marvel at the feeling of being beyond nearness. Stefan pushes softly. His narrow hips move carefully. Saga runs her fingers over his shoulder blades, his back, his buttocks. Then the telephone rings. "Of course," her thought snaps out. From the heap of clothes on the sofa, her cell phone sounds persistently with ZZ Top's Blue Jeans Blues. It is well buried beneath her white linen chemise, underwear, and jeans pulled inside out.
"Let it ring," she whispers. "It's your work phone," he says. "Fuck it, it's not important," she mumbles and tries to hold him tight to her.
But he pulls out, gets to his knees and searches through her jeans pockets while the phone nags insistently. Finally he turns her jeans upside down and the phone falls out. It stopped ringing. And then a small ding announces there's a message on the voicemail. 20 minutes later, Saga is running through the hallway of the police station, the tips of her hair still damp from her quick shower. Her body still vibrates, desirous and unsatisfied. Her underwear and jeans feel uncomfortable and not quite right. Anja Larsson's plump face pokes up over her computer, questioning as Saga runs to Jona's office. He waits in the middle of the floor. His grey eyes give her a sharp glance, and she feels a shudder of unease. "Close the door," he says grimly. She shuts it immediately and turns back to him. She's quietly panting. Axel Riesen remembers every single piece of music he's ever heard, every note from every instrument in any symphony orchestra. And he knew immediately which piece the string quartet was playing. It was Bela Bartok's second string quartet. "Okay, you were right. Now we know what they were playing, but this photograph was taken in November 2009, Jona says sharply. "So those devils ignored the embargo. They were doing a deal for arms," she says bitterly. "Right. And they planned that the ammunition was to be siphoned into Darfur," she whispers. Jona nods while the muscles in his jaw tighten. Karl Palmkrona should never have been there. Not with Pontus Salman, not with anyone. And here they are, together, caught in a photograph, Saga says triumphantly, toasting a deal with Raphael Guidi and Al-Haji. That's right. Jona meets Saga's summer blue eyes. "They say the really big fish always get away," Saga murmurs. "People have always said it. Most people realize it. But it's true. The big ones almost always go free, pretty much." They silently gaze down at the photograph again. 4 people in a private box, the champagne, the expressions on their faces, the musicians playing on Paganini's instruments at the Alta Opera. "Now we've figured out the first riddle," Saga says, and takes a deep breath. "A dirty deal to get arms to Sudan." Palmkrona was there. The money in his account must surely have come from bribes, Jona says slowly. But at the same time, Palmkrona did not authorize this deal. It would be impossible. He could never get it through. Jona is interrupted by the phone in his jacket. He answers, listens in silence, and then ends the call. He looks at Saga. "Axel Riesen has figured out what's going on," Jona says. "He knows what the photograph means." Chapter 74. A Perfect Plan. A lone boy made of iron, 15 centimeters high, sits with his arms wrapped around his knees. The statue is located in the back garden of the Finnish church in Gamla Stan. Axel Riesen is 3 meters away, leaning on the ochre wall, eating noodles from a carton. He waves with his chopsticks as Jona and Saga walk through the gate. "Tell us what you figured out," Jona says abruptly. Axel nods, puts the carton of food down on the windowsill of the church, wipes his mouth with a paper napkin, and then takes time to shake hands with Jona and Saga. "You said you understand what the photograph means," Jona repeats. Axel looks down, takes a deep breath, and then begins to speak. "It's all about Kenya," he says. "The 4 people in the box are celebrating an agreement on a huge shipment of ammunition to Kenya." He stops. "Keep going," Jona prompts. "Kenya is buying 1.25 million units of licensed, manufactured 5.56 by 45 mm ammunition. For automatic rifles," Saga says. "Supposedly an export to Kenya," Axel says. "But they'll never see it. It will be diverted to Sudan and the militia in Darfur." It suddenly all came to me. Agatha Al-Haji is the buyer's representative. Therefore, it is for Sudan. "How does Kenya fit in?" Jona asks. "These 4 in the box meet after the arrest warrant was issued, right? We know because of the date this composition is being played. An embargo is on Sudan, but not on Kenya. And Kenya is nearby, located just to the south. How can you be so sure? Saga asks. Karl Palmkrone opted out of this tangle through suicide. This was his last job, but he left it unfinished. He left it to me to carry out, Axel says bitterly. And I've promised to sign the export authorization today. So it's the same business deal, just with the name of Sudan crossed out and Kenya put in, Saga says. It's watertight, Axel says. Or it was before someone photographed the meeting, Yona says dryly. Before Palmkrone committed suicide, all the work was done. They believed he would sign the authorization, Axel tells them. And now they're really uptight to find out he hadn't done it. Yona smiles. Everything's left hanging, Saga says. I was brought in quickly, Axel says. They practically forced a pen into my hand to make me sign the contract. But I wanted to make my own decisions. And you have. Right. And all the paperwork looked fine? Saga asks. Yes, and I promised to sign, and I would have, without a doubt, if I hadn't seen that photograph and connected it with the Kenyan deal. They all stand quietly, contemplating the iron statue of the boy. It's the smallest public artwork in Stockholm. Yona leans forward and pats the boy's shiny head. The metal radiates warmth after a full day in the sun. They're already loading the container ship in Gothenburg Harbour, Axel says quietly. I've guessed as much, Saga says. But without export authorization, then the ammunition cannot leave Sweden. They expect you to sign today, Yona asks. Can you delay it somehow? We've got to keep on with our investigation, and releasing that cargo might hinder it. They're not just going to sit around and wait. Tell them that you're still going through the paperwork, Yona suggests. Well, I can do that, but it won't be easy. The deal's already delayed because of me, but I'll give it a shot, Axel says. Keep in mind your safety, too. Our investigation is important, but Axel smiles and asks skeptically, Do you think they'll threaten me? Yona smiles back gravely. As long as they want a signature from you, you're not in danger. But if you block this, they'll lose an incredible amount of money. Just imagine what it's already taken to bribe people all the way from Sweden to Kenya. I can't delay the signature forever. Salman's been trying to reach me all day. These people know the field. You can't deceive them too long. Just then Axel's cell phone rings. He looks at the display and grimaces. It's Pontus Salman again. Pick it up, Yona says. All right, Axel says, and takes the call. They can all hear the staccato voice on the other end. I couldn't reach you, Salman says accusingly. You know the ship is already loaded and waiting. It costs money to keep it in the harbour. The ship's owner has also tried to contact you. They haven't gotten the authorization form yet. I am so sorry, Axel says soothingly. He looks at Yona and Saga. Unfortunately, I haven't had time to take one last look at... I've talked to the government officials, and they said you were going to sign today. Axel blanks, his thoughts suddenly scattering. He's tempted to just hang up. Instead, he clears his throat, apologizes, and then he lies. Something else came up that required my immediate attention. I had to put this aside for a moment. Axel can hear how false his voice sounds, and he had taken too long to answer. He was tempted again to simply tell the truth, that there would be no export authorization, because he now knows the truth about the illegal deal. We understood this would be completed today, Salman says, not trying to hide his anger. You took a risk, Axel says. What are you telling me? Without my authorization there can be no shipment, but we have... Excuse me? You had permission to manufacture the ammunition, and there's been a positive preliminary decision, but that's all. You understand there's a great deal at stake here, Salman says pleadingly. What can I tell the ship's owner? Can you give us any idea at all about how long the delay will be? He needs to know how long he must stay in port. It's purely a question of logistics. I remain positive, but I still need to go through everything one last time. Then you'll get my decision, Axel says firmly. Chapter 75. The Bait. Saga Bauer has been jumping rope for 50 minutes in the police station's gym when a worried colleague comes up to her and asks how she's doing. Her face is sweaty and serious, but her feet keep dancing as if unaware of the quickly passing jump rope. "You're hard on yourself," he says. "Nope," she replies and keeps jumping. 25 minutes later, Yona comes down to the gym and sits on an incline bench next to a barbell. "What a bunch of shit," she says, and she keeps jumping rope. "They're going to pump this ammunition into Darfur, and we can't do a damn thing about it." "Well, at any rate, we know what they're up to," Yona replies calmly. "We know that they're trying to go through Kenya and—" "But what the hell can we do about it?" she asks as she jumps. "Arrest that bastard Pontus Salman? Contact Europol about Raphael Guidi?" "We still have no proof." "This is a big thing, much bigger than anyone realized." "We certainly didn't want to have anything to do with something this huge," she reasons, while the jump rope whirls around her and whacks the floor. "Karl Pamkrona is involved, Pontus Salman from Sweden, Raphael Guidi, he's a bigwig, and someone in Kenya's government. Otherwise this whole deal wouldn't work. And probably someone in Sweden's government." "We probably won't get everyone," Yuna says. "The smartest thing would be to drop the case," she says. "So let's drop it." She laughs at his joke as she keeps jumping with a serious expression. Yona says thoughtfully, "Palmkrona has probably been taking bribes for years, but once he received Björn's blackmail letter, he realized the party was over. So he called someone, probably Raphael. But during the conversation he realized that he was expendable, and he was even a problem now that the photograph's existence was known. All the people investing in this deal wanted him gone. They were not about to lose their money and risk their situation because of him." "So then he kills himself?" Saga begins jumping even faster. "He's out of the picture, so that leaves the photograph and the blackmailer." "In comes the international hitman." Saga is beginning to be out of breath. Yona nods while she jumps with raised knees. "If Viola had not been on the boat at the last minute, he would have killed Björn and Penelope and sunk the boat," he says. Saga does one last fast burst and then stops. "We would have," she says, panting. "We would have written it off as an accident. The hitman would have gotten the photograph, cleaned out all the computers, left the country without a trace." "Though I think that he's not the kind to be afraid of being discovered. He's practical," Yona says. "It's easier to solve the problem without getting the police involved, but solving the problem is what he's all about. Otherwise he wouldn't bother to burn the apartments. This draws attention. He's just being thorough, and he prioritizes thoroughness above all." Saga steadies herself with her hands on her thighs. Sweat drops from her face. "Of course, we'd put the apartment fires and the boat accident together sooner or later," she says. She straightens up. "But then it would be too late," he says. "The hitman's job is to erase the evidence and eliminate the witnesses." "But now we have the photograph, and Penelope," Saga says with a smile. "That hitman hasn't solved the problem." "Not yet." Saga gives a few random blows to the boxing bag hanging from the ceiling, and then looks Yona over. "During my training, I saw a film of a bank robbery and how you rendered the suspect harmless with a broken pistol." "I was lucky," Yona says. "Right." He laughs, and she comes up to him, circles him with fancy footwork, and then stops. She reaches out with open hands and meets his eyes. She waves at him to come on, waggling her fingers. She's wanting him to take her on for a round. He smiles as he understands her reference to Bruce Lee, the waving hand. He shakes his head, but doesn't break eye contact. "I've seen how you move," he says. "Then you know," she says shortly. "You're quick and you'll get in the first blow, but after that I'm cooked," she answers. "It's a good thought, but—" She makes the same gesture again, a bit more impatiently. "But you will come in much too hard," he says, amused. "No, I won't," she says. "Try it and you'll find out." Yona says calmly. She waves once more, but he doesn't seem to care. He gets up and turns his back to her as he heads for the door. She goes straight for him to land a right hook. He bends his neck slightly and the blow sails over his head. As a smooth continuation, Yona spins around and draws his pistol while taking her down to the ground with a kick to the kneecap. "I have to tell you something," Saga says. "That I was right, right? Don't flatter yourself." She glares at him as she gets up. "If you head in too hard—" "I wasn't heading in hard," she says. "I held back because I just thought of something important." "I get it," he laughs. "I don't give a shit what you think you get or don't get," she says. "My idea is to use Penelope as bait." "What are you getting at?" "I started to think about how she wants to go somewhere else, and then at the moment I was about to hit you, I got an idea. I couldn't knock you out if I had to talk to you." "So talk," he says. "I realized that Penelope would be bait anyway, whether we'd be involved or not. She'd lure the hitman to her." Yona stops smiling and nods slowly. "Keep talking," he says. "We don't know for sure if the hitman can listen into our communication, if he can hear everything we say via Raquel. But it's probable, since he found Penelope on Kimende," Saga says. "Right." "He'll find her one way or another, that's what I think. He doesn't care if she's under police protection or not. We'll do everything we can to keep her placement a secret, but it's hellish to protect her without radio communication." "He will find her," Yona says. "That's what I was thinking. Penelope will be bait no matter what. The question is, are we going to be ready when he comes? She gets just as much protection as planned, but if we put the stakeout guys from Span to watch the place as well, maybe we can catch this guy." "That's entirely possible. You're thinking in the right direction," Yona says. Chapter 76. The Safe Apartment. Carlos, Saga, and Yona are heading down the long hallway to SEPO headquarters. Venazanden is already waiting for them, and without unnecessary greetings, he speaks the minute they've shut the door behind them. "Clara Olofsdotter at the International Prosecutor's Office is in on this. I don't have to tell you this is a big stakeout for CID and SEPO. But who the hell are we trying to catch?" "We know next to nothing about him," Saga says. "We don't even know if he's working alone, or if he's part of a team of professional killers from Belgium or Brazil, or even leftover operatives from the KGB or from the former Eastern Bloc." "It's not very difficult to listen in on our radio communications," Carlos admits. "This man knows Penelope's being protected, and it will be difficult to get at her," Yona says. "But there are always small chances. At times a door must be opened, guards change, people bring her food. She'll have to meet her mother, confer with a psychologist, and she's planning to meet Niklas Dent from the NHS. Yona stops talking when his cell phone rings. He checks the display and clicks it to voicemail. "Of course, our first priority is Penelope," Saga says. "But even while protecting her, we feel we might have a chance to catch this man who's murdered so many of our colleagues." "I don't have to remind you that he's extremely dangerous," Yona says. "None of us will meet a more dangerous human." The secure apartment at Storgatan 1 has a window that faces Sibyllagatan with a view over Östermalm Square. There are no apartment buildings across the street, and the closest building is at least 100 meters away. Saga Bauer holds the steel door open at street level for Dr. Daniela Richards to lead Penelope Fernandez from an iron-grey police bus. Armored SEPO guards surround them. "This is the most secure above-ground apartment in all of Stockholm," Saga explains. Penelope doesn't seem to notice her words. She just follows Dr. Richards to the elevator. Security cameras proliferate around the entry hall and the stairwell. "We've put in motion detectors, an advanced alarm system, and 2 encrypted direct lines to central control," Saga tells Penelope as the elevator heads up. On the 4th floor, Penelope is brought through a heavy door to yet another locked door, which yet another uniformed officer opens, letting them into the apartment. "This apartment has tremendous protection against fire," Saga says. "It has its own electrical generator and its own ventilation system." "You're safe here," Dr. Richards says gently. Penelope raises her face and looks at the doctor with an empty expression.
"Thanks," she finally says, almost soundlessly. "I can stay with you if that's what you want."
Penelope shakes her head. Dr. Richards and Saga wait for a long moment before they turn to leave. Penelope locks the door behind them and then walks over to one of the bulletproof windows with a view of Östermalm Square. The window is opaque from outside. She looks down and understands that some of the people moving about on the square must be police in disguise. She slowly touches the window. She can hear nothing from the outside world. The doorbell rings. Penelope jumps and her heart starts to pound. She walks over to the monitor, finds the intercom button, and presses it. The female officer's face appears, and she says that Penelope's mother has arrived.
"Penny, Penny,"
her mother's anxious voice asks from behind the officer. Penelope presses the combination to the door lock and hears the mechanism tick an answer before she can open the heavy steel door.
"Mama,"
she says quietly. The sound of her own voice drops into the apartment's oppressive silence. Penelope lets her mother into the room, then closes and locks the door. After that, she can't seem to move. She presses her lips together and feels her body start to tremble. She forces all feeling from her face. She glances up at her mother, but doesn't dare meet her eyes. She waits for her mother's tirade and accusations because she wasn't able to protect Viola. Claudia has stopped and takes a slow look around.
"Are they taking good care of you, Penny?" she asks. "I'm fine now, but they have to guard you." "They are, so I'm safe here." "That's all that matters,"
Claudia says, in words almost beyond hearing. Penelope tries to swallow her tears.
"There's so much I have to take care of now,"
her mother says, and turns her face away.
I just can't realize that I have to arrange Viola's funeral."
Penelope nods slowly. Her mother reaches out her hand to touch Penelope's cheek, but Penelope startles back and her mother jerks her hand away.
"They tell me that it will be over soon," Penelope says. "The police think they'll get that man. The man who killed Viola and Björn."
Claudia nods and looks at her daughter with a face so naked and unprotected that Penelope is surprised to see her smile.
"Just think, you are alive,"
Claudia says thickly.
"Just think, I have you again. It's all that matters now. It's the only thing that matters. Mama, my little girl."
Claudia reaches out her hand again, and this time Penelope does not shy away. Chapter 77. The Stakeout. Jenny Jorensen is in charge of the stakeout. She's positioned in the bay window of an apartment 3 floors up on Nybrogoten 4A. She's waiting. The hours pass. No one has reported anything. All seems quiet. Routinely, her eyes sweep in surveillance of the square and up to the roof of Sibyllagotan 27. Some pigeons startle and fly up and away. Sonny Jansen is positioned on that roof. He must have shifted and scared the birds. Jenny contacts him and finds out that he had moved to look into another apartment. "I thought they were in the middle of a fight, but then I realized they're actually playing Wii and jumping around in front of the television." "Return to your position," Jenny says dryly. She lifts her binoculars to peer at the dark area between the kiosk and the elm trees again. She's decided it could be a potential hotspot. Bloomberg calls in. He's undercover as a jogger, running down Sibyllagotan. "I see something in the cemetery," he says in a low voice. "What?" "Someone is under the trees, about 10 meters from the gate." "Check it out, Bloomberg, but be careful," she says. He jogs past the horse stairs by the military museum's gable and on into the cemetery. The night is warm and green. He moves silently onto the grass next to the gravel path and thinks that he'll soon stop and pretend to stretch. Right now, he just keeps going. There's a rustling among the leaves. The light left in the sky is blocked by branches, and it's dark between the gravestones. He is startled by seeing a face near the ground, a woman of about 20. Her hair is stubby and dyed red, and her green military backpack is lying next to her head. Bloombear begins to see more clearly as another person, a black-clad, laughing woman, pulls up the other woman's sweater and begins kissing her breasts. Bloombear carefully moves away and reports back to Jenny Göransson. False alarm. Lovers. 3 hours have passed. Bloombear shivers. It's getting chilly. The dew is forming on the grass as the temperature drops. He rounds a corner and pulls up abruptly in front of a middle-aged woman with a well-worn face. She seems extremely drunk as she wobbles on her feet. She's walking 2 poodles on a leash, jerking back angrily as the dogs eagerly sniff the ground and want to pull away. Near the edge of the cemetery, an airline attendant passes by. The wheels on her blue carry-on clatter against the asphalt. She gives Bloombear a disinterested glance, and he hardly glances back, although they've been colleagues for more than 7 years. Maria Ristonen hears the sound of her own heels echo along the wall. She's pulling her carry-on toward the entrance of the subway to check on someone almost hidden near the entrance. The carry-on gets stuck in a cobblestone and skitters sideways. She has to stop, and as she bends down, she checks out the person in the shadows. He's very well dressed, but he has an odd look on his face. He seems to be waiting for someone, and he eyes her intently. Maria Ristonen's heart begins to beat harder, and she hears Jenny Göransson's voice in her earpiece. Bloombear has seen him too, and is on the way, Jenny says. Wait for Bloombear, Maria. Wait for Bloombear. Maria feels she can't hesitate too long. The normal thing would be to walk along again. She tries to move more slowly, and now she's nearing the man with the odd look. She'll have to walk past him, and then her back would be to him. The man draws back farther in the shadows as she approaches. He has a hand inside his jacket. Maria Ristonen feels the adrenaline pump through her veins when the man suddenly steps toward her and pulls something out that he's had hidden. Beyond the man's shoulder, Maria sees Bloombear take a stance, weapon suddenly in his hand. Jenny shouts that it's a false alarm. The man holds only a beer can. "Bitch!" The man spits beer toward her. "Oh, God," sighs Jenny in Maria's earpiece. "Just keep on going to the subway, Maria." The rest of the night passes without incident. The last nightclubs close, and then only a few dog owners and aluminium can collectors go by. Then the newspaper delivery people. Then more dog owners and a few joggers. Jenny Göransson can hardly wait for her relief at 8 a.m. She gazes at Hedvig Eleonora Church, and then at Penelope Fernandez's blank window. She looks down at Storgatan, and then back toward the Priory, where the film director Ingmar Bergman grew up. She pulls out a stick of nicotine gum and studies the square, the park benches, the trees, and the sculptures of the hunched woman and the man with the slab of meat on his shoulder. There is a small movement near the high steel gate guarding Östermalm's Saluhall. Gourmet food stalls have reinvigorated the interior of the huge red brick building. Now the weak shine of glass in the entrance is briefly hidden by dark movement. Jenny Göransson calls Karl Schwert. He's on a park bench between the trees where the folk theatre had once been. 2 garbage bags of scavenged cans sit between his feet. "I don't see a damn thing," he replies. "Stay there." Maybe, she thinks, maybe I should let Bloombear leave his spot next to the church and jog down Humlegårdsgatan to check this out. Jenny peers through her binoculars at the entrance again. She can now see the vague image of someone on his knees inside the black grill. An illegal taxi is driven the wrong way on Nybrogatan and swings around. Jenny watches the light from the car's headlights slide along the red brick wall of the Saluhall. The light flicks across the entrance, but now she sees nothing. The car stops and reverses. "Idiot," she thinks, as the taxi drives backward until one wheel goes up on the sidewalk. Then the headlights shine onto a display window farther along the street, and that window glass throws a reflection right into the entrance. There is someone behind the high fence. Jenny needs only a second to understand. The man is adjusting the scope on a rifle. She drops the binoculars and radio central control. "Alert! I see an armed man!" she almost shouts. "Military-grade rifle with scope at the entrance to the Saluhal. I repeat, a sniper at ground level at the corner of Nubrogotan and Humlegordsgatan." The man at the entrance waits patiently behind the bars of the gate. He has been surveying the empty square for some time and waiting for a homeless collector of cans on the park bench to leave, but decided to ignore the homeless man when it appeared he was going to spend the night on the bench. Under the cover of darkness, he unfolds a tubular barrel with the absorbing shoulder support for a modular sniper rifle. With precision ammunition, the sand-colored semi-automatic rifle is accurate for distances of up to 2 kilometers. Calmly he mounts a titanium flash suppressor on the barrels, pushes in the magazine, and lowers the tripod in front. He had slipped inside the Saluhal just before it closed for the night. He'd hidden in a storage area until the cleaners had finished and the guards had left, and as soon as the place was locked and all the lights were off, he'd moved into the Saluhal itself. It took only a short time to disconnect the building's alarm system from the inside. Now he was able to slip into the outer entrance, which was protected from the street by a large wrought iron fence. He had been protected from all sides in this steep entrance, like a little hunter's hut behind the fence. He has a clear view out, but can't be seen at all if he remains still. If anyone happens to come near the entrance, he can simply back away to disappear into the darkness. He aims his rifle at the building where Penelope Fernandez is located. He seeks her room using his electro-optic scope. He's patient, slow, systematic. He's been waiting a long time. Soon it will be morning, and before light comes, he'll have to retreat, reactivate the building's alarm system, and wait for tomorrow night. His instinct tells him that she will be drawn to the window to look out sometime, assuming the bulletproof glass will protect her. He adjusts the scope, and then the headlights of a car pass over him. He turns away for a moment, and then returns to his observation of the apartment at Storgatan 1. There is a heat signature behind the dark window. The image is blurry and vague, weakened by the distance and the bulletproof glass. A worse target than he had expected. He tries to get a fix on the center of this blurry outline. A pale rose shadow moves in the speckled violet, thins out, and then appears again. He is interrupted. 2 figures have materialized from somewhere on the square, and they run directly at him, pistols out and close to their bodies. Chapter 78. Östermalm's Saluhal. Penelope wakes up early and sleep is gone. She lies in bed for a while, but then gets up and starts some water for tea. She thinks about the watch the police have on her and wonders how long they can afford to keep it up. Perhaps for only a few days. If police officers hadn't been killed, they might not even have given her that. It would be too expensive. She takes the kettle of boiling water from the stove and pours water into the teapot. She drops in 2 bags of lemon tea, takes the pot with her to the dark living room, and puts the teapot and cup down by the window nook. She turns on the green glass lamp hanging there and looks down into the empty square. 2 people pop up from nowhere and go running over the stone pavement. Then they fall flat and lie still. It looks odd, like a puppet show from up high. She quickly switches off the lamp. It sways from her jerky movement and bangs against the window pane. She moves to one side and looks out again. A SWAT team is running along Nubrogotan, and she sees a sudden pop of light in the entrance to the Saluhal. At the same moment it sounds as if someone has thrown a wet rag at the window, which thumps as a bullet goes through the glass and into the wall behind her. She throws her body on the floor and crawls away. Glass splinters from the green lamp are all over the floor. She doesn't notice that she's cut her palms. Steve Bilgren had always had a very quiet job at CID. However, right now he's in the passenger seat next to his boss, Mira Karlsson. They're in Alpha Car, an unmarked car slowly proceeding up Humlegårdsgatan. Steve Billgren has never found himself in an active position, though he's wondered many times how he might handle it. This situation was beginning to wear on his mind, especially since the woman he was living with had come out of the bathroom with her pregnancy test and triumphantly shown him the results. Steve Billgren's entire body aches from playing in a soccer game yesterday, and experience has taught him the pain will only get worse over the course of the day. Shots snap out somewhere. Mira has just enough time to glance out the window and ask, "What the hell was that?" The voice over the radio yells that 2 officers are down, shot and lying in the middle of Östermalm Square. Group 5 is ordered in from Humlegårdsgatan. "We've got him," Säpo's chief of operations shouts. "There are only 4 doors to the Saluhall and—" "You're sure?" Jenny Jørgensen's voice demands. "Nyblegatan entrance, 1 in the corner and 2 on Humlegårdsgatan." "Get more people there!" the chief of Central Centre is yelling to someone. "We're trying to get a layout of the Saluhall. Move groups 1 and 2 to the front door," someone else yells. "Group 2, go in. Group 1, secure the entrance. Go, go, go!" "Group 3 to the side entrance and support Group 4, Jenny says. Her voice sounds focused. "Group 5 already has orders to go inside. Alpha Car, come in now." Ragnar Brolin, chief of Central Control, calls Alpha Car. Steve Billgren glances nervously at Mira Karlsson as he picks up the call. Brolin's voice is tense as he orders them to drive to Majorsgatan and await further orders. He swiftly explains that the area of operation has expanded and that they will probably have to provide fire support to Group 5. The radio repeats again that the situation is critical and that the suspect is now inside the Saluhall.
"Damn," Steve whispers. "I shouldn't be here. I'm an idiot."
"Calm down," Mira says.
"I just found out my girlfriend is pregnant. I just found out last week. I'm going to be a father."
"Congratulations." He can feel himself breathing more quickly. He bites the side of his thumbnail and stares straight ahead. Through the windshield, Mira watches 3 heavily armed police officers rush from Östermalm Square down Humlegårdsgatan. 2 of them click off the safeties from their laser-scoped automatic guns and head inside the building. The 3rd runs to the other side door to force open the wrought iron fence. Steve Billgren stops chewing his thumbnail and feels the blood drain from his face as Chief Brolin calls their car again. "Alpha, come in."
"Answer,"
Mira commands Steve. "Alpha, Alpha Car," yells the chief impatiently. "Come in."
"Alpha Car here," Steve answers unwillingly.
"We can't wait any longer for more people," Brolin is almost screaming. "We're going in now. You have to back up Group 5. Clear?"
"Clear," Steve replies and feels his heart pound. "Check your weapon," Mira says tersely. As if in a slow-moving dream, Steve takes out his service pistol, opens the magazine and checks his ammunition.
"Why do we're going in there," Mira says.
Steve shakes his head and mumbles, "He's killing police like flies.
Now,
I'm going to be a father, and perhaps I should—"
"I'll go in," Mira says. "Use the car as a shield. Watch the door. Keep in radio contact at all times, and be ready if he comes."
Mira clicks off the safety on her Glock and climbs out of the car without looking back at Steve. She runs to the closest door through the broken fence, pokes her head in and back for the briefest of looks. The officer from Group 5 waits in the stairwell for her. Mira takes a deep breath, feeling fear pour through her body, and then steps through the narrow door. It's dark. There's a slight smell of garbage from the storage area on the 1st floor. Her colleague meets her look and motions for her to follow and secure the line to the right. He waits a few seconds and gives her the sign for the countdown. 3, 2, 1. He turns into the Saluhall and runs through the door to crouch behind the counter in front of him. Mira follows and concentrates to catch any movement from the right. Her partner presses against the counter, which holds wheels of cheese the size of car tires. He's murmuring into his radio. The little pinpoint light from his scope dances on the floor in front of his feet. Mira moves up to his right and peers around. The grey light of morning filters down from the glass ceiling 20 meters above her head. She raises her Glock. The room is full of shining stainless steel surfaces.
She sees a large air-dried ox fillet. Something wavers among the reflections. She intuits a narrow figure with shining wings. An angel of death, she thinks, in the split second before the dark salohal is lit by the muzzle fire of a silenced automatic rifle. Steve Bilgren huddles behind his armoured, unmarked car. He's pulled out his cigar, and it's resting on the hood, as he lets his gaze sweep rapidly back and forth between the two entrances to the salohal. Sirens are screaming nearer from all directions. There is the small, nattering sound of a pistol from behind the wall. Steve jumps. He prays to God that he'll be safe, and wishes with all his heart that he could just run away and quit being a policeman. Chapter 79. When It All Goes Down. In his apartment on Valingotan, Yonalina wakes up. He opens his eyes and looks outside at the light early summer sky through his open curtains. He never closes them, preferring natural light. It's early in the morning. Just as he turns over to fall back to sleep, his phone rings. He knows what's happening before he sits up to answer. He listens to the excited voice telling him the latest developments in the operation while he opens his safe and takes out his Smith & Wesson. The suspect is in Östermalm's salohal, and the police have just stormed the building with no strategy at all. It's been 6 minutes since the alarm was sounded, and the suspect retreated toward the center area of the building. The leader of the operation is now trying to close off the surrounding area while still continuing to guard Penelope Fernandez. A new SWAT team heads into the entrance from New Brogotan. They swing left past the chocolate counter and among the tables in the fish restaurant. Chairs are still upside down on the wooden surfaces. A chilled display counter shows lobster and turbot on crushed ice. The officers' footsteps echo up from the floor as they rush forward. They spread out and take cover behind pillars. As they wait for further orders, someone can be heard moaning deeply in the darkness. A colleague sounds badly wounded and must be lying in his own blood. The rising sun's light is spreading through the sooty glass windows in the ceiling. Mira's heart is thudding. 2 heavy shots had just been released, followed by 4 quick pistol shots, and then 2 more heavy shots. One police officer is quiet, and the other one must be terribly wounded. He's screaming, he's been hit in the stomach, and needs help. "Can't anyone hear me?" he pleads. Mira sees a reflection in the window, a figure moving behind a display of hanging pheasants and reindeer shanks. She signals to her colleague that someone is right in front of them. He calls the chief of operations to see if any police officers are in the middle hallway. Mira wipes sweat from her fingers and regrips her gun. The obscure figure is moving very oddly. She goes closer, bent over, pressing her side against a vegetable counter. She smells the green of parsley and the earthy scent of potatoes. Her Glock shakes slightly in her hand. She lowers it, takes a deep breath, and nears the corner of the counter. Her colleague gestures toward her. He's preparing an operation with 3 other officers who've already gotten in from New Brogotan. He's moving toward the suspect along the counter with the wild game. All of a sudden, a high-speed automatic rifle fires from the direction of the fish restaurant. Mira hears the wet, sucking sound of a bullet going through the protective vest and the body armor of boron carbide of an older officer and into his body. The empty cartridge of the high-speed automatic rifle clangs on the stone floor close by. The hit man sees his first shot enter the policeman's chest and blood spurt from between his shoulder blades. The man is dead before his knees buckle. As he slides sideways to the ground, he pulls one of the tables with him. A salt and pepper stand clatters to the floor, and the shakers roll beneath a chair. The hitman doesn't pause. He's running as fast as he can toward the center of the building and automatically calculates lines of fire. A police officer must be hiding behind a tiled wall next to the fish counter. Another is approaching through the hallway of wild game. The hitman whirls around and fires 2 quick shots while he heads for the kitchen of the fish restaurant. Mira hears 2 more shots. Her young partner crumples, and blood spurts from the exit wound between his shoulder blades. His automatic rifle smacks the ground, and he falls back so hard that his helmet shakes loose and rolls across the floor. The barrel of his fallen gun points toward Mira. She moves away fast and crawls along the floor next to the fruit counter. Then chaos as 24 police officers storm the Salohal, 6 pouring through each door. She tries to radio in, but can't contact anyone. With an astonished blink, she sees the hitman less than 10 meters away. He's going toward the fish restaurant. Mira steadies her Glock in 2 hands, aims, and fires 3 shots at him. A bullet plows through the hitman's left forearm as he's storming through the swinging doors to the kitchen. He keeps going along the grill, blundering through some hanging steel pans and toward a narrow metal door. Warm blood runs over the back of his hand. He knows there's some serious damage, especially to the back of his arm. This was hollow point ammunition after all. But he can also tell the artery is untouched. Without looking down at his wound, he opens the door to the warehouse elevator, scrambles through and out the facing door. He finds himself in a narrow hallway and kicks open another grey metal door, heading toward morning light beyond. 8 cars are parked on an asphalt inner courtyard. Rising around him are the high, smooth walls of the Salohal, like the backside of a yellow theatre curtain. He folds up the accessories to his weapon and runs to an older model red Volvo that has no automatic ignition. He kicks out the back passenger window on the driver's side and reaches in to open the door. The sound of automatic rifle fire still resounds inside the Salohal. He sits down behind the steering wheel, breaks open the column and then the lock, pulls open the ignition, and, with his knife blade, starts the car. Chapter 80. The Shock Wave. Steve Bilgren has just watched 12 heavily armed police officers split up to run through 2 doors into the Salohal. He's been frozen with his pistol aimed at the closest door since Mira ran inside with Group 5 less than 10 minutes ago. Now she finally has some backup. He stands stiffly up, relieved, and goes to sit in the driver's seat of Alpha car. Blue lights flash on walls all the way down to Sturagottan. A new movement in his rear-view mirror makes him glance up. The hood of a red Volvo pokes out from an entrance to the building beside the Salohal. It comes slowly forward across the sidewalk and turns right onto Humlegårdsgatan, nearing his own car. It passes and turns into Majorsgatan, right in front of him. The early morning light reflects back from the windows, and he can make out only a vague impression of the man behind the wheel. He looks away toward the square and watches an officer shout urgently into his radio. Steve feels the urge to go over and ask about Mira when several things click into place in his mind. The man in the red Volvo had to let go of the wheel in order to shift. His black jacket looked shiny as if it were wet. Steve's heart stutters. The left arm was wet. He couldn't see the driver's face through the reflections, but there were no reflections in the back side window because the window was gone, and the glitter around its edge was broken glass. The hitman had broken into the Volvo to escape, and his left arm was bloody. Steve reacts immediately. He radios the leader of the operation even while the red Volvo is driving up Majorsgatan. He gets no answer. He starts his engine and shifts his car into gear without a thought for his own safety. The moment he turns into Majorsgatan, the Volvo speeds up. The hitman realizes immediately that Steve is on his trail. Both cars now speed up. They are on a narrow street past the neo-Gothic Holy Trinity Church and approaching a T intersection. Steve is shifting into 4th gear and closing on the Volvo. He plans to force the driver to stop by swerving into its side. The light facade of the church seems to approach too fast. The Volvo swings right on Linnégatan so rapidly his wheels swerve up onto the sidewalk beneath a red awning to crash through some cafe tables. Splintered wood and metal scraps fly up. His left fender is torn loose and sparks on the concrete. Steve slides around the curve and so gains a few seconds. He shifts up and closes in on the Volvo, even as they are speeding down Linnégatan. The fender tears loose from the Volvo and smacks into Steve's windshield. He involuntarily ducks, slows a second, but speeds up again. A taxi honks at them from a side street. They both swerve into the opposite lane to pass 2 slower cars. There's hardly time to see the roadblocks around Östermalm Square. Gawkers have begun to gather. The wider road next to the National Historical Museum gives Steve a breather, and he tries to reach the leader of the operation again. "Alpha car!" he yells. "Roger," a voice says. "Suspect is in a red Volvo on Linnégatan, heading toward Djurgården," Steve calls into the radio. He drops the radio and it bounces on the floor as his car hits a wooden barrier in front of a sand pile. His right front tire lifts off the ground and he slides to the left, passing the hole where the asphalt has been broken up. He disengages the clutch and matches the drift in the other direction, slides past the opposite lane, and is in control of the car again. He hits the gas. He's pursuing the Volvo down tree-lined Navavegan Boulevard, which had crossed Linegotan. A bus brakes hard to miss the Volvo. It slides into the intersection, and the back end swings around to hit a light pole. Another car swerves to avoid the bus and helplessly drives right into a bus shelter. Glass splinters rain down onto the sidewalk. A woman throws herself away from the car and falls down. The brakes of the bus are still squealing, its tires thunder up onto the safety island, and the roof of the bus knocks off a large overhanging tree branch. Steve keeps following the racing Volvo past Beerwald Concert Hall. He's coming closer, just in time to see that the driver is managing to aim a pistol at him. He stamps down on the brake. At the same moment, the shot goes through the window near his head. The interior of Steve's car instantly fills with flying glass. The Volvo drives over a parked bike with a placard advertising Linda's Café. There's a big bang as the bike bounces up, then over the hood and roof and on into the air. It lands directly in front of Steve to be crushed beneath his wheels and thwack up momentarily against his undercarriage. They're speeding through the sharp curve to Strandwegen, right over the safety island between the trees. Steve hits the gas as he pulls out of the turn and his tires spin. They're racing through early rush-hour traffic, leaving the sounds of squealing brakes and the thud of minor collisions behind. They come up to the left by Beerwald Concert Hall, over the grass-covered safety island, and onto Dag Hammarskjöldsväg. Steve pulls out his pistol and puts it down next to him. He reasons that he'll reach the other car at Djurgårdsbrunnsvägen. At that point, he'll try to head him off, and then it will be time to take the man out. They're passing the American embassy, hidden behind a high grey fence, at about 130 kilometers an hour. The Volvo, its tires smoking now, jerks from the road and turns to the left just past the Norwegian embassy. It goes up over the sidewalk and between the trees. Steve reacts a touch too late and is forced to swing wide, right in front of a bus, over the sidewalk, up onto the lawn and through some low bushes. His tires whack on the curbstones of the Italian Cultural Institute. He crosses the sidewalk and slides to the left on Gärdesgatan, where he immediately spots the Volvo. It stopped in the centre of Skarpogatan Crossway. Steve believes he sees a glimpse of the driver through the back window. He grabs up his pistol from the seat and releases the safety. He drives slowly up to the Volvo. Blue lights flash from all the police cars streaming from Valhallavägen beyond the Sveriges television building. The Volvo driver bails quickly from his vehicle, and then he is only a black-clad figure running down the road between the two stately embassies of Germany and Japan. Steve is almost out of his car when the Volvo explodes into a fireball. The shockwave hits his face, and the blast deafens him. He hears the world as if cotton wool were stuffed into his ears, but he drives on into the unbelievable quiet, up onto the sidewalk, even directly across the smoking hulk. But he can no longer see the suspect. There is no other place to go. He speeds up and crashes through a high fence, stops as the street dead ends, leaves the car, and runs back with his pistol ready. The man is gone. The world is still unbelievably silent, except for an odd high-pitched whistle, as if a strong wind were blowing. Steve scans the street quickly up and down. The embassy buildings sit behind grey steel wire. There was nowhere the man could go except into one of these buildings, by using a code, or even climbing over one of the high fences. People are emerging from their buildings to see what caused the explosion. Steve looks around, takes a few steps, then quickly turns around again. This time he spots the suspect immediately, on the grounds of the German embassy. He walks casually, matter-of-factly, to the main entrance. The door swings open and the man steps inside. Steve Billgren lowers his arm and tries to calm down from a feeling of total frustration. He tries to control his breathing. The German embassy sits on a piece of land that is diplomatically considered part of Germany itself. He cannot enter without an express invitation. Swedish jurisdiction stops at the gate. Chapter 81. The German Embassy. A uniformed officer is stationed 10 meters in front of the barrier on Sturagatan by Humlegårdsgatan when Jona Lina drives up. The policeman tries to direct him away, but Jona ignores him and parks at the edge of the road. He shows his ID, bends underneath the plastic tape barrier, and then starts to jog toward the Salohal. He'd received the call only 18 minutes ago, but the gunfight is over, and the ambulances have begun to arrive. The leader of the operation, Jenny Göransson, is receiving a detailed report regarding the police pursuit of the suspect, which has concluded in the part of town called Diplomat City. It appears that the suspect has entered the German embassy. Saga Bauer is talking to a colleague outside the Saluhal. The officer is wrapped in a blanket. Saga catches Jona's eye and waves him over. He walks toward the women and nods a greeting. "I was sure I'd get here before you," Jona says. "Too slow, Jona, you're too slow." "Yes, I am," he grins as he replies. The policewoman in the blanket looks at Jona and says hello. "This is Mira Carlson from Span," Saga says. "She was one of the first into the Saluhal, and she thinks she hit our man." "But you didn't see his face?" "No, I didn't," Mira confirms. Jona looks at the entrance to the Saluhal and then turns to Saga. "They assured me that all the buildings nearby were secure," he mutters bitterly. "They assumed these were too far away." "They assumed wrong," Jona says. "Yes," Saga agrees and gestures at the building. "He was behind the fence of this entrance, and he was able to fire a shot through Penelope's window." "So I heard. She was lucky," Jona says softly. Barriers were up in the area around Östermalm's Saluhal, and small numbered signs marked the first findings: a shoe print and an empty cartridge from a full metal jacket American-made precision bullet. Farther inside the open doors, Jona can see some tomatoes scattered across the floor, along with a battered-looking magazine from a Swedish AK-5. "Steva Billgren, our colleague from Span," Saga continues, "followed the suspect to Diplomat City and reports that he walked into the German embassy through the front door." "Any possibility he could be mistaken?" "Maybe. We're in contact with the embassy and—" "Wait," she quotes from her notebook. "They say that they have not registered any unusual activity within the embassy grounds." "Have you talked to Billgren yourself?" "Yes." Saga looks at Jona seriously. "His hearing was damaged when the suspect blew up the stolen car. He can hardly hear a thing. However, he's absolutely certain what he saw. He clearly saw the suspect enter the German embassy." "And perhaps he went on through and back out the other side." "Well, we have our people surrounding it now, and a helicopter in the air. We just need permission to enter the building." Jona takes a quick look at the Saluhal. That can take a while. He takes out his cell phone and says, almost to himself, "I'm going to have a chat with Clara Olofsdotter." Clara Olofsdotter, the main prosecutor for the International Prosecutor's Office, picks up the phone on the second ring. "I know it's you, Jona," she says without a greeting, "and I know what's going on. Then you also know that we must get inside that embassy." "That's not so easy. This is always a damned sensitive area, excuse my language. I've talked with the ambassador's secretary by phone," Clara Olofsdotter explains. "She insists that everything is absolutely normal at the embassy." "We know the suspect is inside," Jona says. "How could he have gotten in?" "He might be a German citizen demanding his right for help from the embassy. They've just opened. He could also be a Swedish part-time employee, or he has the passcode, or some kind of diplomatic status. Maybe he has immunity, or he's been protected by someone. We just don't know. He might even be a close relative to the defense attaché or the ambassador Joachim Rucker himself." "But you don't even know what he looks like," she says. "How could we identify him, even if they let us inside?" "I'll get a witness," Jona says. There's a moment of silence. Jona can hear Clara Olofsdotter breathing on the other end of the line. "All right, then I'll find a way to get you in," she says at last. Chapter 82. The Face. Jona Linne and Saga Bauer are in Penelope's protected apartment. No lamps are lit. The morning sun shines through the broken window. Penelope Fernandez sits on the floor with her back against the innermost wall, and she's pointing at the window. "Yes, that's where the bullet came through," Saga corroborates. "The lamp saved my life," Penelope says as she lowers her hand. They're looking at the remains of the window lamp, its hanging cord and its broken plastic socket. "I turned it off to see out a little better. Something was going on down on the square," Penelope says. "The lamp started to sway then, and he thought it was me, right?
He thought it was me moving and the heat was from my body.
Yona turns to Saga. Did he have an electro-optic scope? Saga nods and says, according to Jenny Göransson, he did.
What's that? Penelope asks.
It seeks heat. You're right. The lamp saved your life, Yona answers.
Good God in heaven,
Penelope whispers. Yona looks at her calmly, and his grey eyes glitter. Penelope, he says slowly. Actually, you have seen his face, right? Not this time, but before. You said you didn't, but now I want you to nod, if you believe you can describe him. Penelope wipes her cheeks quickly and looks up at the tall detective. She shakes her head. Any description at all? Saga asks gently. Penelope listens to the detective inspector's voice and his mild Finnish accent, and wonders how he can be so sure that she's seen the man's face. She had seen him, but she's not sure she can describe him. Everything had happened so quickly. She had only a glimpse of him. Rain was on his face. It was just seconds after he'd killed Björn and Oshin. She wishes she could erase every memory. But the man's tired, almost concerned face is lit up again and again by the white flashes of lightning. Saga Bauer walks over to Yona, who is near the window reading a long text message he's just received. Clara Olofsdotter has been speaking with the Chief Justice, who has in turn spoken with the German ambassador, Yona says. 3 people will be allowed into the embassy for 1 hour. This hour will begin in 45 minutes.
We'd better hurry over there right now, Saga says.
No reason to hurry, Yona says as he leisurely looks out over the square. Journalists swarm around the barricades protecting the Saluhal.
Did you tell the prosecutor that we have to go in armed? Asks Saga.
We have to coordinate everything with the German security force, Yona replies.
Who's going in?
Yona turns to her. Maybe...
Who tracked him down? Steve Billgren, she says.
Yes, Steve Billgren, Yona says. Can he identify him?
Steve didn't see his face. No one has seen his face, Saga replies.
She turns back to go and sit down again next to Penelope. They sit together quietly for a long while, leaning back against the wall. Saga calms her breath and speaks slowly as she asks the first question.
What does he want from you? That guy who's after you. Do you know why all this is happening?
No, Penelope says slowly. He's after the photograph you taped to your door, Yona says, though his back is to Penelope. Penelope lowers her head and nods.
Do you know why he wants that photograph? Saga asks.
No, Penelope answers, and begins to cry quietly. Saga waits another moment, and then says, Björn tried to blackmail Palmkrona.
I don't know anything about that, Penelope interrupts her. I didn't agree to any of that.
We've realized that, Yona says. Saga takes Penelope's hand gently in hers.
Did you take that photo? She asks. Me? No, not me. The picture came to the Swedish Peace. You know, I'm the chairwoman and...
Penelope falls silent. Did it come in the mail? Asks Yona.
Yes.
From whom?
I don't know, she says quickly.
Was there a letter with it? Yona asks.
No, not that I know of.
Just an envelope with a photograph. She nods. Do you still have the envelope?
No.
How was it addressed?
Just my name and the Swedish Peace... Well, not the post office box, just my name. So it was addressed to Penelope Fernandez, care of the Swedish Peace and Reconciliation Society, Saga says.
And then you opened the envelope and took out the photograph, Yona says. What did you think at that moment? What did the photograph mean to you?
Mean to me?
What did you see when you looked at it? Did you recognize the people involved?
Yes, 3 of them, but...
She falls silent. Tell us what went through your mind when you first looked at the photo.
Someone had seen me on TV, she says,
and she collects her thoughts for a second before she continues.
I thought that this picture is just so typical. Pamkrona is supposed to be neutral, but here he is. He goes to the opera and sits and drinks champagne with the head of Silencia Defense and a weapons dealer who sells arms throughout Africa and the Middle East. It's totally scandalous. What did you plan to do with this picture? Nothing, she answers. There's nothing I could do. It's just a photograph. But at the same time, I remember I thought at least now I know where he stands. I see. It reminded me of the idiots at the immigration office. They just deported a helpless family seeking asylum. Yes, they celebrated with champagne and patted themselves on the back for booting out people who sought refuge in Sweden, a family with a sick child. Penelope falls silent again. Do you know who the fourth person is? The woman in the picture? Penelope shakes her head. It's Agatha al-Haji, Saga says. Really? Penelope grimaces. Yes. Why is she? Penelope falls silent, and her dark eyes stare at Saga. Do you know when the picture was taken? Saga asks. No, but of course the arrest order against al-Bashir was issued in March 2009, and... Penelope stops abruptly, and her face flushes scarlet. What is it? Asks Saga. The picture was taken after that, Penelope states, her voice shaking. Right? The picture was taken after the arrest warrant. What makes you say that? Asks Saga. That's what makes it so important. Penelope muses, and the colour fades again from her face. It's the deal with Kenya, she says with trembling lips. That's what the photo is all about, isn't it? It's the Kenya contract, and Pamkrona's just agreed to it. The selling of ammunition to Kenya. I always knew there was something wrong there. Keep going, Fiona says. Kenya has ongoing business with Great Britain. Delivery of ammunition will go to Kenya, all right. But it'll end up in Sudan and Darfur. Yes, Saga says. That's what we believe is happening too. But it's forbidden. This is terrible. It's treason. It's against international law. Beyond that, it's a crime against humanity. Penelope thinks a moment, her face in her hands. So that's why all this has happened, she says quietly. Not because Björn attempted blackmail. That was the catalyst. It alerted these people to the fact that this photograph existed. I had assumed the picture might have been an embarrassment, Penelope says. Embarrassing, yes, but not much more than that. When Pamkrona called them about the blackmail attempt, they went on alert, Saga explains. Until then, they knew nothing about any photograph. Now they were worried. They did not know how much or how little it revealed. All they knew was that it was not good. We're not sure exactly what they reasoned. Perhaps that either you or Björn was the photographer. But they couldn't know how much you both could prove. But they wanted to take no chances. I understand, Penelope says. And that's still the same situation now, isn't it? Yes. Penelope nods. They think I might be the only witness to the deal, she says. They've invested a great deal of money, Saga says. They can't get away with this, Penelope says softly. What did you say? Penelope looks directly into Saga's eyes and says clearly, They can't pump ammunition into Darfur. They just can't do it. I've seen what happens. I've been there twice. They don't really care. It's only about the money, Saga says. It's not. It's about so much more, Penelope says, and turns her face to the wall. It's about... She falls silent, remembering the crunch as a clay figure is broken underneath the hoof of a goat. A small woman made of sun-baked clay crumbled into dust, a tiny child laughing and crying out, That was Nufi's ugly mother. All the four are going to die. They're all going to die. And the other children smiling and taking up the chant. What are you trying to say? Saga asks. Penelope looks at her, looks into her eyes, but does not answer. Her mind has gone back to Darfur.
After a long, hot car ride, she'd arrived at the refugee camp in Kubum, southwest of Nyala in Janub Darfur, West Sudan. She'd barely arrived before she and Jane and Gray had to get down to work, trying to save the lives of people caught up in the Janjaweed raids. During the night, Penelope had awakened when she heard 3 teenage boys shouting in Arabic that they were going to kill slaves. They belonged to the militia. They walked down the middle of the street, and one of them had a gun. Penelope had peeked out the window. They were bragging about how they'd walked up to an old man selling sweet potatoes and shot him in the head, point blank. The boys kept walking down the street, shouting, and then had pointed at the house where Penelope and Jane were staying. Penelope held her breath. She heard their stomping feet on the veranda and their excited voices. Suddenly they kicked in the door of the barracks and started down the hallway. Penelope dived under the bed to hide. Completely still, she had recited the Lord's Prayer silently. Furniture was knocked over and stomped on. Then she heard the boys walk back out into the street. One of them laughed and yelled that slaves were going to die. Penelope crept back to the window again. The boys had Jane by the hair, pulling her until they threw her down into the middle of the street. The door to the other barracks across the street was flung open, and Gray came out swinging a machete. The thin boy went to meet him, although Gray was about 2 feet taller than the boy and much more muscular. "What do you want here?" Gray demanded. His serious face was slick with sweat. The thin boy said nothing, but simply raised the pistol and shot Gray in the stomach. The bang echoed between the buildings. Gray stumbled and fell down backward. He tried to get back up, but then kept still, with his hand pressed to his stomach. "One dead 4!" yelled one of the other boys gleefully. He still had Jane by the hair. The second boy forced Jane's legs apart. She struggled, but still talked to them in a calm, hard voice. Gray yelled something at the boys. The thin boy went back over, yelled something at Gray, pressed the gun to his temple and fired. It clicked, and he tried 6 more times. The pistol was empty. The group of boys suddenly began to look doubtful. Other doors in other barracks opened, and African women started to pour out. The teenagers let go of Jane and began to scuttle away. Penelope saw 5 women chasing them. Penelope grabbed her blanket from the bed, unlocked the door, and rushed out into the street. She ran over to Jane to wrap the blanket around her and help her up. "Go back inside, all of you," Jane yelled. "They might be back with more ammunition. You shouldn't be outside if they come back." All that night and the next morning, Jane stood working at the operating table. Not until 10 in the morning was she able to go to her bed, convinced Gray's life was saved. That evening she worked her usual schedule, and by the next day, the routine in the hospital tent had returned to normal. The small boys helped her, but they were more guarded, and sometimes they pretended not to hear her when they thought she was too demanding. "No," Penelope whispers. "What did you say?" asks Saga. Penelope thinks that these people must not be allowed to export ammunition to Sudan. "They can't get away with it," she says, and then is quiet. "You were safer in the underground room," Saga says. "Safe? No one can keep me safe," Penelope replies. "We know where he is. He's inside the German embassy, and we've surrounded the building. But you haven't gotten him yet," Penelope says louder. "He's probably been wounded, shot in the arm. We're going to go in, and I want to go with you," says Penelope. "What?" "Because I have seen his face," she replies. Both Saga and Yona start, and Penelope looks directly at Yona. "You were right," she says. "I have seen his face." "We don't have much time. Perhaps you can just give us a sketch of the suspect," Saga says anxiously. "That won't be enough," Yona says. "We can't go into an embassy with just a sketch." "But with a live witness who can point him out?" Penelope says, and she stands up to look Yona in the eye. Chapter 83. The Suspect. Penelope stands between Saga Bauer and Yona Lina behind an armoured police bus parked on Skarpu Gotan beside the Japanese embassy. They're barely 50 meters away from the German embassy. She feels the weight of the protective vest dragging on her shoulders and the tight fit around her chest. They have to wait 5 minutes. Then 3 people will be admitted into the German embassy in an attempt to identify and arrest a suspect. Silently, Penelope accepts the extra pistol Yona slides into the holster on her back. He adjusts the angle so that, if needed, it can be drawn out quickly. "She doesn't want that," Saga protests quietly. "It's okay," says Penelope. "We don't know what will happen," Yona says. "I hope that everything will go smoothly, but if it doesn't, this little backup might make a difference." Swedish police, Säpo's officers, SWAT teams and ambulances are everywhere. Jonalina looks over what remains of the burned-out Volvo. Only the charred chassis is still in one piece. Parts of the car are strewn all over the street crossing. Eriksson has already found a detonator and traces of explosives. "It's probably hexogen," Eriksson says as he pushes his glasses back up his nose. "A bomb," Jona says as he looks at his watch. A German shepherd is nosing around the legs of a policeman and then lies down on the pavement and pants with its tongue hanging out. A SWAT team escorts Saga, Penelope and Jona to the gate, where 4 expressionless German military officers wait. "Try not to worry," Saga says softly to Penelope. "All you have to do is identify the suspect, and you'll be brought out again immediately. The embassy security guards won't arrest him until you are out of the building." A strong-looking, well-built policeman with a freckled nose opens the gate and lets them onto the embassy property. He gives them a friendly greeting and introduces himself as Karl Mann, head of security. They follow him up to the main entrance. The morning air is still cool. "I hope you've been well briefed. This man is an extremely dangerous killer," Jona says. "We understand. We've been informed," Karl Mann replies. "However, I have seen nobody except employees of the embassy and other German citizens here all morning." "May we have a list?" Saga asks immediately. "All I will tell you is that we've been reviewing the tapes from our security cameras," Karl Mann tells them. "We think your officer was mistaken. Perhaps this fugitive got in over the fence, but instead of entering the building, he probably ran around it and kept on going." "A possibility," Jona says calmly. "How many people are here in the embassy right now?" asks Saga. "It's open for business, and there are 4 appointments scheduled." 4 people? "Yes."
"And how many employees are here?"
11.
"And how many security guards?"
5 at present, he says.
"No other people?"
"No."
"No carpenters, no painters, or
"No."
So 20 people in all," Saga says.
"Do you wish to look around on your own?" asks Karl Mann quietly.
"We would prefer to have someone with us," Saga replies.
"How many?" asks Karl Mann.
"As many as possible and as heavily armed as possible," Jona answers.
"So you really believe he is that dangerous?"
Karl Mann smiles.
"I can put 2 men at your disposal, along with myself."
"We don't know what to expect, but you said he'd been shot in the arm," Karl Mann points out. "I must say I'm not exactly afraid."
"And it's possible he never actually got inside. Or maybe he's already left," Jona says quietly. "But if he is here, we might lose some people." Silently, Jona, Penelope and Saga, accompanied by the 3 policemen carrying automatic rifles and shock grenades, begin to walk through the corridors on the main floor. Renovations had been carried out throughout the building during the last few years, while embassy business had been moved to Artillerigatan. However, in spite of the fact that the last few touches were being completed, embassy personnel had been moved back. It still smelled like paint and newly sawed wood. Some of the floors were still covered with protective paper. "We would like to see your visitors first," Jona says, "not the regular employees." "I expected that," Karl Mann says. Penelope feels strangely calm as she walks between Saga Bar and Jonalina. Somehow she does not believe she will meet her pursuer here. The place seems too normal and peaceful. Then she notices Jona's caution, how his movements beside her change. An alarm starts beeping. Everyone stands still. Karl Mann lifts his radio and speaks shortly in German. "A door alarm is going off," he explains to them in Swedish. The door is actually locked, but the alarm is so sensitive it acts as if the door had been open for a few seconds. They keep walking together along the hallways, and Penelope Fernandez is aware of the extra weight of the gun against her back. Here is the office of Martin Schenkel, our business attaché. Karl Mann gestures. He has a visitor, Roland Lindqvist. We'd like to meet them, Jona says. Martin has requested no one disturb him until after lunch. Jona says nothing. Saga clasps Penelope's upper arm, and they stop, while the others continue on toward the closed door. Wait a moment, please, Karl Mann says to Jona as he knocks. He receives a muffled answer, waits a moment, and then is given permission to enter. He does so and closes the door behind him. Jona looks at a room with a door covered by grey industrial plastic. A pile of gypsum board is stacked there. The plastic billows a little, like a sail, just as sounds drift out from behind the closed door to the business attaché's office. There are voices and a loud thud. Penelope's thoughts fly back in time to the news reports about when this very embassy building had been occupied by Kommando Holger Mainz in the spring of 1975. She remembers the demand that Andreas Bader, Ulrike Meinhof, Gudrun Enslin, and 35 other prisoners from the Red Army faction be released from their West German prison. It was in these very corridors that they ran and screamed at one another, pulling Ambassador Dietrich Stöcker by the hair and pushing Heinz Hillegart's bloody body down the stairs. She didn't remember what they'd said, or what the negotiations had been, but afterward the German Chancellor Helmut Schmidt had told the Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme not to negotiate with the terrorists, and then 2 of the hostages were shot. Karl-Heinz Delvaux had screamed that he would shoot 1 person every hour until his demands were met. Now Penelope watches Jona Lina step up to the door. The other 2 men are standing totally still. Jona pulls out his gun, undoes the safety, and then knocks at the door. There's an odour spreading in the hallway, as if someone left food burning on the stove. Jona knocks again, listens, and hears a monotone voice, as if someone is repeating the same phrase over and over. He waits a few moments, hides his pistol behind his back, and then pushes down the door handle. Karl Mann stands directly below the ceiling lamp with his automatic rifle down beside his leg. He looks at Jona and then back at the man sitting in an armchair, pushed deep into the room. Herr Schenkel, this is the Swedish inspector, he says softly. Books and folders of scattered papers are spread all over the floor, as if someone had pushed them off the desk in a fit of rage. The German business attaché, Martin Schenkel, is sitting quietly in an armchair watching television. A live broadcast of a soccer match is coming from Beijing. The game is between Germany's DFB 11 and the Chinese national team. "Wasn't Roland Lindqvist here a minute ago?" asks Jona deliberately. "He left," answers Martin Schenkel without looking up from the television. Jona and Karl Mann go back into the hallway. Karl Mann is annoyed as well as disquieted. He barks some orders to his men in a hard voice. A woman in a light grey knit dress is walking quickly away down the hall over the protective paper. "Who is that?" asks Jona. "The ambassador's secretary," answers Karl Mann. "We'd like to talk with her," and suddenly an alarm rips the air. Over the whooping noise, a calm, pre-recorded voice admonishes them that this is no drill and that they should not use the elevators as they exit the building immediately. Chapter 84. The Fire. Karl Mann spits rapid orders into his radio as he jogs toward the stairwell. "The top floor is on fire," he says shortly. "How big a fire?" asks Jona as he keeps pace with him. "We don't know, but we're evacuating the embassy and there are usually 11 people working upstairs." Karl Mann snatches a fire extinguisher from a red cabinet and pulls out the safety stopper. "I'll take Penelope outside," Saga yells. "He started the fire," Penelope says. "He's going to escape when everyone's working to put out the fire." Jona follows the 3 military men up the stairs. Their steps echo between the cold cement walls, although they try to run as quietly as they can. They come into the hallway on the 3rd floor where there is a stronger smell of smoke, and even grey wisps curling up to run along the ceiling. They take turns yanking open doors, but they find nothing in the rooms. "It looks like there's smoke coming from the Schiller Salon," Karlmann points as he speaks. At the end of the hallway, smoke is streaming smoothly from beneath the double doors. It flows like water moving in the wrong direction, up the doors and along the walls, to spread out at the ceiling. A woman screams somewhere, and there's a thud in the building, as if there's a clap of thunder within the walls. A sharp bang snaps from behind the doors, as if a large glass pane had broken from the heat. "We have to get people out," Yona says. "There's—" Karlmann motions Yona to be quiet as he listens to his radio. He puts the fire extinguisher down as he answers in German. He then turns to the whole group. "Listen up," he says in a steady voice. "Our security cameras have spotted a man dressed in black in the men's bathroom. He has a pistol in the sink." "That's the guy," Yona says. Karlmann talks again to security in a low voice to pinpoint where he is in the bathroom. "He's 2 meters to the right of the door," Karlmann explains. "He's bleeding heavily from the shoulder, and he's sitting on the floor. But the window is open, and it's possible that he wants to get out that way." They make their way quickly over the brown floor paper, past a propped-up painter's ladder, and crowd in behind Karlmann. It's gotten hotter here, and the smoke is curling like a dark clay ball near the ceiling. It's crackling and roaring, and it feels as if the floor is quivering beneath their feet. "What kind of weapon does he have?" Yona asks. "They could see only the pistol in the sink, nothing else." "Ask about a backpack," Yona snaps. "He always carries one." "I'm doing this," hisses Karlmann. Karlmann signals one of his men. They all glance quickly down, double-checking their automatic rifles, and then follow him into the dressing area. Yona stifles a warning as they head inside. He fears their standard attack will not suffice against this killer. They're like flies lured to a spider. One by one they'll get stuck in his net. Yona feels smoke sting his eyes. A spider makes a net from 2 kinds of threads, he thinks, the sticky ones to catch up prey, and the threads she makes for herself. She remembers the pattern, and can therefore jump past her own trap without getting caught. Yona joins the military police, who've already taken shelter outside the bathroom door. One of them, with blonde hair sticking out onto the edge of his helmet, pulls the safety pin from a shock grenade. He opens the door slightly to throw the grenade across the tiled floor and closes the door again quickly. A deadened bang is heard, and then the other men open the door with weapons drawn. Karlmann makes a hurry-up gesture with his hand. Without a moment of hesitation, the blonde policeman rushes in with his automatic rifle lifted with the piston on his shoulder. Yona's heart pounds in worry. Then he hears the blonde policeman's frightened shout, almost childlike in its panic. Only a second later there's a massive explosion. The bodies of the men are flung back from the door with smoke and debris flying around them. The door is blown off its hinges. A policeman drops his weapon and slips aside, falling to one knee. The pressure wave forces Yona backward. The blonde policeman is on his back on the floor. His mouth is open and a pool of blood can be seen welling between his teeth. He's unconscious. A large splinter sticks up from his thigh. Bright red blood is pumping out in splashing drops. Yona rushes forward and pulls the policeman over and turns the man's face to one side. He makes a hurried field tourniquet with the man's belt and a ripped-off sleeve. He ignores the warmth of blood on his hands. One of the men is crying with a frightened, quivering sound. Civilians are being led out. 2 policemen help a grey-haired man through the hallway. The man's face is sooty and he can hardly walk. A woman has wrapped her sweater around her mouth and she's hurrying through the hallway with wide-open eyes. Holding his pistol out, Karlmann walks into the bathroom, crunching on splintered glass from the mirrors. He finds the hit man lying on the floor. The man is still alive. His legs jerk and his arms thrash wildly. His chin and most of his face has been blown off. Karlmann surveys the scene and calculates what might have happened. He thinks the man had intended a trap using his own grenade, but had been jarred by the shock grenade. He had dropped his own instead. "We'll evacuate everyone else," Karlmann says, and leaves the bathroom. Yona wipes blood from his hands. He calls the center of operations and directs them to send medical aid to the bathroom. As he speaks, he sees Penelope hurrying toward him from the stairwell, with Saga right behind. Penelope's eyes are ringed in black fatigue. Saga is murmuring soothing words and tries to lead her away, but Penelope jerks free.
"Where is he?"
Penelope asks with a haunted voice.
"I have to look at him."
"It's dangerous for you here," Yona says. "The fire could get here in just seconds." Penelope pushes past Yona and steps across the littered floor of the men's bathroom. Staring around, she sees the man on the floor, still flailing about, with the chewed-up remains of a face. She whimpers and rushes back out to lean for support against the wall. A framed letter from the former Chancellor, Willy Brandt, slides to the floor and the glass cracks, but the letter rests upright against the wall. Penelope's stomach lurches. She swallows and feels Saga trying to put her arms around her to move her back toward the stairs.
"That's not him,"
Penelope whimpers.
"We have to get out,"
Saga says urgently, and leads her away. Medical personnel have come running in. They load the blonde soldier onto a stretcher. A new heat explosion can be heard. Glass shards and wooden splinters are in the air. A man stumbles along the hallway, slips, and gets back up. Smoke pours from an open door. A huge man stands silently in the hallway with blood running from his nose and over his shirt and tie. The military police herd everyone toward the emergency exits, shouting at them to move quickly. Flames suddenly shoot out from an open office door. The protecting paper on the floor catches fire and twists around as it burns. 2 people are running hand in hand. A woman's summer dress has caught fire. She's screaming. An officer covers her with foam from his extinguisher. Yona is choking from the smoke, but doggedly returns to witness the devastation from the hand grenade. The hit man lies absolutely still now. Someone has wrapped his face with temporary bandages and gauze. Through the bullet wound in his forearm, dark red blood trickles down the sleeve of his jacket. A first aid kit, once attached to the wall, is now on the floor, and bandages have fallen out and are scattered with the dust onto the white tiles. The walls are blackened, and most of the tiles have been blown loose. A toilet stall is demolished. Water pours across the floor from a broken pipe. In the sink, there is a Heckler & Koch pistol with 7 magazines of ammunition. Behind the door of another stall lies the black shape of a rough nylon backpack. It looks flattened and empty. Yells, frightened voices, and barked orders come from the hallway outside. Karl Mann leads medical personnel in. "I want a guard over him," Yona says, gesturing towards the hitman as the men lift him onto a stretcher and strap him down. "He'll probably be dead before he gets to the hospital," Karl Mann says, coughing up smoke against his hand. "Even so, I want your word he'll be guarded as long as he's on embassy property." Karl Mann squints at Yona and then designates one of his men to take responsibility for the prisoner until they hand him over to the Swedish police. Heavy black smoke now belches through the hallway, with the sounds of loud roars and crackling coming nearer. Everyone is racing to get outside. Karl Mann squats below the layer of smoke and says shortly, "Someone from this floor is still missing." Yona walks across a door that's lying on the floor, and then to one still closed in its frame. He presses down the handle. Light shines for a second and then disappears. Only fire illuminates the smoky hallway, and sparks are flying through open doors. There's roaring and sparking and banging and crackling as metal heats and begins to writhe. Yona gestures Karl Mann to move back. He draws his pistol, opens the door a few more centimeters, moves aside, waits a moment, and then looks in. There's nothing but the black silhouettes of office furniture. The curtains are closed, but the eddy of air close to the floor makes Yona move away from a possible line of fire. "Evacuate!" someone yells behind him. Yona turns and sees 4 firemen who specialize in rescue work coming up through the hallway. They spread out and systematically search through the rooms. Before Yona can give them any warning, one of the rescuers shines his strong flashlight into the room, and 2 eyes reflect back. A Labrador retriever begins to bark loudly. "We'll take it from here," one of the men laughs. "Can you get out on your own?" "There's one still missing," Karl Mann says. "Be really careful," Yona warns them as much as he can. She is fighting the impulse to vomit. The sight she'd seen in the men's bathroom still vibrates before her eyes. The face blown to bits, teeth all over, blood. The weight of the bulletproof vest seems to drag her down toward the ground. Noise around her forms a cacophony. Sirens warn of approaching ambulances. Police officers shout, even scream at one another and into their radios. She watches medical personnel hurry over with a stretcher. It's the man from the bathroom. Blood has soaked through the bandages covering his head. Saga comes over to Penelope with a nurse in tow. She says that she's worried Penelope is going into shock.
"It wasn't him," Penelope repeats as they wrap her in a blanket. "A doctor will be here soon," the nurse says soothingly. "Meanwhile, do you need something to calm down? I can give you something if you're in good health." She hesitates. "No liver problems, for instance?"
Penelope shakes her head, and the nurse gives her a blue capsule.
"Swallow it whole," she explains. "It's 0.5 milligram of Xanax."
"Xanax," Penelope repeats dully, as she looks at the capsule in her hand.
"It's not dangerous, and it'll calm you down," the nurse explains, even as she hurries away. "Let me get you some water," Saga says, and goes to the police van.
Penelope's fingers feel numb. She looks at the little blue capsule in her hand. Yonalina is still in the building. More people are stumbling outside. They're smudged with soot and reek of smoke. The cluster of shocked diplomats is collecting by the fence that separates their grounds from those of the Japanese embassy. Everyone is waiting for transportation to Karolinska Hospital. A woman in a dark blue business suit sinks to the ground and weeps openly. A policeman comes up to her and puts his hand on her shoulders as he talks to her. One of the diplomats licks his lips and rubs his hands over and over with a handkerchief. An older man in a wrinkled suit is standing and talking on a cell phone. His face is stiff. The military attaché, a middle-aged woman with hair that's dyed red, has dried her tears and is trying to help the others, but she moves like a sleepwalker. She is asked to hold up a bag for an IV drip, and she does so with no emotion at all. A man with burns on his hands has been huddled in a blanket, patiently sitting, his bandaged hands over his face. Now he gets up slowly, the blanket falling to the ground, and he starts to walk quietly, almost dreamily, over the pavement toward the fence. A military policeman holds on to a nearby flagpole. He is weeping. The man with the burned hands walks gently in the bright morning sunshine beyond the fence. He turns the corner and heads down the right side of Yerdesgotan. Penelope draws in a sudden breath. As if drenched in cold water, she's jabbed with sudden insight. She'd never seen his face clearly, but she has seen his back. That man with the burned hands is her pursuer. He's heading towards Yerdet, the large open field near the television tower. He's heading away from the police and the ambulances. She doesn't need to see his face. She's seen his back when he sat on the boat beneath Skuru Sound Bridge, when Viola and Björn were still alive. Penelope's hand opens and the blue capsule falls to the ground. Penelope begins to walk after him, her heart racing. She turns onto Yerdesgotan and lets the blanket fall away from her body, just as he had done. She picks up speed. She starts to hurry faster as he makes his way between the trees, moving slowly. He looks tired and weak. Penelope remembers he might have been shot. That would explain it. She thinks triumphantly that he will not be able to run away from her. Some jackdaws lift from the trees and flap away. Penelope feels filled with power. She's striding quickly over the meadow grass and sees him less than 40 meters away. He's staggering, and he has to hold on to a tree trunk to stay upright. The bandages are unwinding from his fingers. She's running now and watching him leave his cover in the small grove of trees to limp into the sunshine of the large open field. Without pausing, Penelope reaches back for the pistol Yonalina had so providentially secured to her back. She glances down long enough to release the safety as she goes on through the trees. She slows and aims at his leg with her arm straight out. "Stop," she whispers as she pulls the trigger. The shot fires and the recoil jerks her arm and shoulder. The gunpowder burns across the back of her hand. The bullet seems to disappear, but Penelope sees him try to run faster. "You never should have touched my sister," she thinks. The man is running along a path. He stops for a second, grabbing his arm, then he veers off across the grass. Penelope runs into the open field and the sunshine. She's getting closer. She crosses the pedestrian path and lifts the weapon again. "Stop!" she yells. She fires, and she sees a furrow of grass ripped from the ground 10 meters in front of the man. Penelope feels adrenaline shoot throughout her body, but she's clear-headed and focused. She aims at his leg and shoots again. She hears the bang again, feels the recoil, and sees the back of his knee punctured with debris blown around his leg from his kneecap. He screams in pain as he falls onto the grass, but he keeps trying to crawl away. She's coming closer, striding forward, while he tries to pull himself upright to lean against a birch tree. "Stop," Penelope thinks. She lifts the pistol again. "You killed Viola. You drowned her, and you killed Björn." "You killed my baby sister," she yells out loud. She shoots. The bullet goes into his left foot and blood spatters over the grass. As Penelope comes up to him, he slides down, completely still, his head hanging forward, with his chin resting on his chest. He's bleeding heavily and is panting like an animal. She stops in front of him, the shadow of the birch tree covering them both. She aims the pistol again, right at him. "Why?" she asks. "Why is my sister dead? Why is—" She falls silent, swallows, gets on her knees to look directly into his face. "I want you to look at me when I kill you." The man licks his lips and seems to try to raise his head. It's too heavy. He can't manage it. He's about to lose consciousness. She aims the gun again, but she hesitates and pulls his head up with her other hand. She stares right into his face. She clenches her teeth as she sees again the tired features lit up by lightning over Quimendeux. Now she remembers every detail. His calm eyes after he killed people, and the deep scar on his lip. He's just as calm now. Penelope has hardly time to think how strange this is before he attacks. He is so very strong and unbelievably quick. He grabs her hair and pulls her toward him. There is so much power behind his move that she bangs her forehead against his chest. She cannot move fast enough to evade him when he shifts his grip to grab her wrist and wring the gun from her hand. With all her strength, Penelope pushes and kicks her way free, but he already has her gun. She looks up at him as he aims it at her and releases 2 quick shots. Chapter 86. The White Trunk of the Birch Tree. Only when Yona has left the stairwell and is hurrying through the main floor of the German embassy does he realize how his lungs are heaving and how much his eyes sting. He has to get out for some clear air. He coughs heavily and remains close to the wall as he jogs on. He can hear new explosions above him, and a ceiling lamp falls to the ground. He can hear many sirens. He walks out through the main entrance of the embassy with relief. 6 German military policemen are deployed on the asphalt outside. It contains 3 different passports and a short attack knife with fresh blood on the blade. Who did you cut? Yuna wonders. He peers closely at the knife blade. The blood is just starting to coagulate. He looks out over the busy people and ambulances on the other side of the gate. The woman with the burnt dress is now bundled into a blanket and is being helped into an ambulance. She holds another woman's hand. An older man with a soot streak on his forehead is talking on the phone. His expression is empty. Yona realizes his mistake. He drops the backpack and the bloody knife to the ground and runs to the fence to yell at the guard to let him out. He rushes past police and other personnel, jumps the plastic tape barricade, and forces his way past journalists who seem to have sprung up out of the ground like weeds. He stands on the road, blocking a yellow ambulance just ready to leave. "What wound does he have on his arm?" Yona yells as he holds up his ID. "What?" the ambulance driver asks in surprise. "The man injured by the bomb. He has a wound on his forearm, and I need—" "Considering his condition, it's not that important. I have to see his injury," Yona yells. The ambulance driver wants to protest further, but something in Yona's voice makes him change his mind, and he does what Yona asks. Yona climbs into the back of the ambulance. The man lying on the stretcher has a face totally covered in bandages, with only an area free to allow an oxygen mask and an oxygen lead to his nose. A suction tip is hanging from his mouth. One of the ambulance attendants cuts the jacket and shirt wider open. The wound is temporarily bandaged. But it's not a bullet wound. It's a knife cut, and it's deep. Yona jumps out of the ambulance and looks around the area until he sees Saga. She's carrying a plastic cup with water, but as soon as she sees his expression, she throws it to the ground and comes running. He's getting away again, Yona thinks. We can't let him get away. Yona pans the scene, remembering he'd seen Penelope with a blanket over her shoulders, heading along the fence between the embassies and turning into Gerdeskotan. "Bring a gun!" he yells at Saga as he starts running along the fence. He turns to the right, but can't spot Penelope or the hitman anywhere. As if in their own little world, a woman is watching two beautiful Dalmatians play freely on the grassy lawn of the Italian Cultural Institute. Yona races past its shining white facade, already pulling his pistol out of its holster. He realizes that the hitman had merged with the stream of people stumbling from the burning building. Saga is yelling something behind him, but he doesn't listen. His heart is pounding too loud, and there's a rushing sound in his head. He runs faster toward a small grove of trees the killer might see as cover. He hears a sudden pistol shot. He stumbles down the slope of a dike, and then up the other side, up a hill and between the trunks of trees in the grove. More pistol shots. The explosions are short and sharp. Yona bats aside tree branches, and then comes out onto the sunny lawn. He sees Penelope 300 meters away. She's underneath a birch tree. A man is sitting against the tree with his head hanging down. Penelope is on the ground in front of him, when suddenly she's pulled forward and then falls back. The man is aiming a gun right at her. While running, Yona throws a shot at the man, but the distance is too great. He stops to take a steady stance and hold his gun in both hands. At that same moment, the hitman fires 2 shots into Penelope's chest. She flies onto her back. The hitman looks exhausted, but lifts his gun again. Yona shoots and misses. He runs closer and watches Penelope kick at the man to get away. The hitman looks up to see Yona coming, but then looks back down at Penelope. He is looking her in the eyes as he aims the gun at her face. A shot is fired, but Yona hears the sound from behind. It whines past his right ear, and within the same second, a cascade of blood squirts from behind the hitman's back to cover the white tree trunk. The full metal jacket bullet has torn through his breastbone, into his heart, and on out of his back, to bury itself in the tree behind him. Even as Yona keeps running with his gun still aimed, another shot rings out. The already dead body whirls under the impact, the bullet's entry point just centimeters away from the first one. Yona lowers his gun and turns to see Saga standing in the grove of trees with a high-caliber rifle at her shoulder. Her long hair is dappled by the sunlight breaking through the leaves, and her expression is still one of deadly concentration as she slowly lowers the rifle. Penelope scrambles back, coughing, into the sunlight. She gets up to stare down at the dead man. Yona walks over to the body, kicks away the pistol, and kneels to put his finger against the man's throat. He wants to make absolutely sure this man is dead. Penelope unlatches the bulletproof vest and lets it fall to the ground. Yona gets up and comes to her as she walks toward him, staggering as if she is about to faint. He catches her exhausted body as her face falls to rest against his chest. Chapter 87. The Red Herring. The man with the mutilated face died 1 hour after his trip from the German embassy to the hospital. He was identified as Dieter Grammer, the cultural attaché's secretary. During the autopsy investigation, the chief medical officer, Niels Orlein, found the remains of tape on his clothing and abrasions and wounds on his wrists and neck, which indicated that he'd been tied up at the time of the explosion. When the initial crime scene investigation was completed and tapes from the security cameras were analyzed, a reconstruction of events could be made. After arriving at his office on the second floor of the building, Dieter Grammer logged onto his computer and read some email messages. He didn't answer any, but flagged 3 of them. Then he went to the lunchroom and turned on the espresso machine before going to the men's bathroom. He was just about to enter one of the stalls when a man turned away from the mirror over the sink. His face was covered by a ski mask. The man, dressed in black, was the wounded hitman who had gotten into the German embassy with his German passport. He'd just escaped police pursuit, but had blocked surveillance of the men's bathroom by taping over the security camera. The hitman estimated Dieter Grammer's body proportions through the mirror. Dieter Grammer probably didn't have time to say much before the hitman pressed a gun to his chest and forced him to his knees to tape his mouth shut. The hitman switched his black jacket with Dieter Grammer's suit coat and then tied him in a squatting position to a water pipe with his back to the security camera and plunged the double-edged knife through the bullet hole of the leather jacket. Probably Dieter Grammer was so confused by the pain, fear, and release of endorphins that he couldn't comprehend much of what was happening. The hitman fashioned a piece of wire around Dieter Grammer's throat with a loop at the back. Through this loop he threaded a long wire, took out a hand grenade, a Spring 2000, and attached one end of the wire to the grenade, pulled the pin, but kept the handle down. If he'd let go of the handle, the grenade would have exploded within 3 seconds. Instead, he taped the grenade to Dieter Grammer's chest with its handle pressed down. Next, he pulled the end of the wire through a loop around Dieter Grammer's neck, wrapped it around the sink trap, and stretched it across the floor to become a tripwire. Of course, he meant to have someone enter the bathroom, release the grenade to mutilate Dieter Grammer, and in all the chaos Grammer's mutilated body would be identified as his. Then he could just walk away. The hitman was probably slowed by his wound and blood loss, but the priming of the trap wouldn't have taken more than 4 minutes from the moment Dieter Grammer entered the bathroom to the moment when the hitman dumped his gun and magazines into the sink, left his backpack with the bloody knife in a stall, peeled the tape off the security camera, stepped over the tripwire, and left the room. He then went along the hallway, entered the meeting room through its double doors, and ignited a quick fire. After that, he went to Davida Meyer's office and was just starting to tell her the reason for his visit when the alarm went off. For the next 25 minutes, Dieter Grammer was tied on his knees with a hand grenade strapped to his chest before he was noticed by the security camera. He probably tried to cry out without dislodging the grenade. The autopsy revealed that he'd broken a blood vessel in his throat and the inside of his mouth was bitten. The door to the men's bathroom was opened and a shock grenade was tossed inside over the tiled floor. Instead of a release of shrapnel, as happens with normal grenades, a huge pressure wave slammed through the small room. Dieter Grammer hit his head on the pipe and tiled wall and passed out. A young police officer named Uli Schneider ran into the room with his weapon drawn. The smoke made it difficult to see, so it took the young man a few seconds to realize what stumbling over the tripwire meant. The handle on the grenade on Dieter Grammer's chest had been released. The hand grenade stopped at the loop around Dieter Grammer's neck, slipped down slightly, since the man was unconscious, and then exploded with horrible effect. Chapter 88. The Visitor. Jonalina, Saga Bauer, and Penelope Fernandez are in an armoured police van being driven away from Diplomat City and along Strandwegen and beside it the glittering water. "I knew his face," Penelope says in a monotone. "I knew he would keep after me until—" She stops speaking and stares straight ahead. "Until he killed me," she finally says. "Yes," Saga answers. Penelope shuts her eyes and lets herself rock with the gentle motion of the police van. They're passing the remarkable monument to Raoul Wallenberg, which is formed like white-capped waves or Hebrew letters blowing in the wind. "Who was he, the man who was after me?" Penelope asks. "He was a professional hitman," Yona explains, "also called a problem solver or a grob. Neither Europol nor Interpol has anything on him," Saga says. "A professional killer," Penelope says. "So someone had to send for him." "Yes," Saga says, "but any leads back to who did will be well hidden." "Raphael Guidi?" Penelope asks softly. "Is he behind this? Or is it Agatha al-Haji?" "We believe it has to be Raphael Guidi," Saga says. "It doesn't make sense for Agatha al-Haji to be behind it. As far as she's concerned, it wouldn't matter if she was seen buying ammunition. It's not a secret what she does," Yona says. "So Raphael Guidi sent a hitman, but what does he really want? Do you know? Is all of this just about the photograph? Really?" "Perhaps he assumed you were the photographer and a witness. You may even have seen or heard something that would implicate him." "Does he still think so?" "Probably." "So he'll just find another hitman?" "That's what we're afraid of," Saga answers honestly. "How long will I have police protection? Will I be hiding forever?" "Well," says Saga, "we'll have to plan the next steps, but I'm going to be hunted down until I can't run any longer," Penelope says. They're driving past NK and see 3 young people on a sit-in strike outside the elegant department store. "He won't give up," Yona confirms. His voice is serious. "So we will expose this whole deal. Then there won't be any reason to silence you. We know we probably can't do much to Raphael Guidi himself," Saga says. "But here in Sweden—" "What could you do here?" "Primarily, we can stop the arms deal," Saga says. "The container ship can't leave Gothenburg harbour without Axel Riesen's signature." "And why wouldn't he sign?" "He will never sign it," Yona says. "He knows what's going on." "That's good," whispers Penelope. "So we stop the deal and arrest Pontus Salman and all the other Swedes involved," Saga concludes. After a moment of silence, Penelope says, "I have to call my mother." "Here's my phone," Saga says. Penelope takes Saga's phone, appears to hesitate, and then dials the number. "Hi, Mama, it's me, Penny. I'm okay. Penny, I'm just on my way to the door. I have to get it." "Wait, Mama," Penelope cries. "Who's there?" "I don't know," her mother says. "Are you expecting anyone?" "No, but don't open it," Penelope shouts. Her mother says something indistinguishable as she puts down the phone. Penelope can hear the bell ring again. The door is opened, and Penelope can hear voices. She waits helpless, looking wide-eyed at Saga and Yona. There's some noise on the line, and a thud, and then her mother's voice again. "Are you still there, Penny?" "Yes, I'm here. There's a woman here looking for you." "Looking for me?" Penelope wets her lips. "All right, Mama, hand over the phone." There's a crackle on the line, and then an unfamiliar voice. "Penelope Fernandez? I'm here," Penelope says. "I have to see you." "Who are you?" Penelope asks. "I sent you the photograph." "I don't know anything about a photograph," Penelope says abruptly. "Good answer," the woman says. "We don't know each other, but I am the person who sent that photograph to you." Penelope says nothing. "We must get together as soon as possible," the woman says. There is tremendous tension in her voice. I sent you the photograph of 4 people in a private box at the theatre. I took the photograph secretly on November the 13th, 2009. One of the 4 people in the box is Pontus Salman. He's my husband. Chapter 89. The Meeting. Pontus Salman's house is on Roskullsvägen, on the island of Lindingö, a Stockholm suburb. A single-family house built in the 60s, it has begun to look its age, although it still shows the craftsmanship so typical of the time period. They park the car on the stone pavement leading to the garage and get out of the car. Someone has drawn graffiti on the garage door with chalk, a childish picture of a penis. They agree that Yona will wait with Penelope in the car while Saga goes to the front door. It's open, but Saga rings the doorbell, which is in the form of a lion's head. 3 pleasant chimes sound, but then nothing more happens. Saga takes out her Glock and checks her magazine, takes off the safety, and walks into the house. Much of the house was actually built below ground level. Beyond the entryway, the house opens into a spacious room encompassing both kitchen and dining room. Its tall windows overlook the breathtaking view of the inlet flowing past Lindingö. Saga prowls through the kitchen to look into empty bedrooms before she makes her way back to a flight of stairs going down. Music comes from a room with a brass label marked R&R. She opens the door and can hear the music more clearly. It's Verdi's La Traviata with Joan Sutherland. At the end of the tiled hallway shines the blue glimmer of a lighted pool. Saga steps softly toward the pool, listening for anything else besides music. She thinks she can hear the padding of bare feet. She keeps her weapon close to her body and continues on. There is comfortable-looking wicker furniture and some potted palm trees. The air is warm and humid. The odor of chlorine mixed with jasmine gets stronger. She comes up to a huge swimming pool made of light blue tiles and with a glass partition facing a garden and the waterway outside. A slim woman of about 50 is next to a bar with a glass of white wine in her hand. She's wearing a golden swimsuit. She puts her glass down when she sees Saga approach and comes to greet her. "Hi, I'm Saga Bauer. Which agency?" "Seppo." The woman laughs and leans forward to kiss Saga on each cheek. She then introduces herself as Marie-Louise Salman. "Have you brought your swimsuit?" Marie-Louise asks on her way back to the bar. Her long, narrow feet leave prints on the terracotta tiles. Her body is trim, and it appears she works to take good care of it. The way she walks is artificial, as if she is used to having people admire her. Marie-Louise Salman picks up her glass and turns. She gives Saga a close once-over, as if to make sure that Saga is really concentrating on her. "A glass of Sancerre?" she asks, with her cool, modulated voice. "No, thank you," Saga says. "I swim to keep my body in shape, although I don't accept as many modelling jobs as I once did. It's so easy to become ego-fixated in my field. Yes, I'm sure you know all about it. It feels like shit when..." "The designer?" Saga asks. "He's the one, the designer who always wore striped shirts. He had deliciously golden beard stubble and a pouty little mouth. He still hates me. I knew it." Saga smiles patiently. She picks up a bathrobe and hands it to Marie-Louise, as she notices Marie-Louise is covered in goosebumps. "I love to freeze," Marie-Louise says. "It makes me more desirable. At least, that's what Depardieu said to me last spring, or I don't really remember. It might have been that sweetie pie Renaud who said that. Doesn't matter." They hear new footsteps coming along the hall toward the pool. Marie-Louise looks nervous and seems to glance around for a way out. "Hello?" a woman calls out. "Saga?" It's Yona's voice. Saga takes a step toward the hallway, where she sees Yona and Penelope entering, escorting a woman with dark brown hair expensively cut into a page boy. "Marie-Louise," the woman says with an exasperated smile, "what are you doing here?" "I just thought I'd come for a swim," Marie-Louise answers lightly. "Cool off between my legs, you know." "You know, I wish you'd call ahead." "Oh, yes, sorry, I forgot." "Marie-Louise is Pontus's sister, my sister-in-law," the woman explains. Then she turns to Saga and introduces herself. "Veronique Salman." "Saga Bauer from Seppo." "Let's go into the library," Veronique says, and starts to walk back. "Can I still swim as long as I'm already here?" Marie-Louise calls behind them. "Just not nude," Veronique replies without looking back. Chapter 90. The photograph again. Saga, Yona, and Penelope follow Veronique through several rooms on this lower level and into the library. It's a small room with tiny window panes of yellow, sienna, and rose. Books are lined up behind glass in bookcases, and comfortable brown leather furniture is placed around an open fireplace. A polished brass samovar dominates a coffee table. "Please excuse me for having no refreshments, but I'm hurrying to catch a flight in just an hour." Veronique looks very tense, and she wipes her hands over her skirt before she continues. I have to tell you right away that I will never testify in court. I refuse," she says, subdued. "If you force me, I will deny everything I am about to tell you, no matter what the consequences." She tries to straighten a tilted lampshade, but her fingers tremble so much it ends up just as crooked. "I'm leaving without Pontus. He won't be able to follow me," she says. She looks at the floor. Her mouth twitches, and she has to collect herself before she can continue. "Penelope," she says, looking at Penelope, "I understand you look down on Pontus as if he were pond scum. But he's really not a bad person. He really isn't. I haven't said, 'Listen to me, please,' she says. "I just want to say that I love my husband very much, but his work, I don't know what I think about his work. In the beginning I told myself people have always needed weapons to defend themselves. Arms have been traded as long as people have made them. And practically speaking, all countries must be armed for their own defense. But there's defense, and then there's—" She walks to the door, jerks it open, looks out, and then closes it again. "Exporting weapons to fan flames in countries in the middle of a war. You shouldn't be doing that." "No, you shouldn't," Penelope whispers. "I understand my husband is a businessman," Veronique continues. "Silencia really needs that contract. Sudan is a large country with an uncertain supply of ammunition for their automatic rifles. They use almost exclusively Fabrique Nationale, and Belgium is not sending them any. People keep an eye on Belgium, but since Sweden has never been a colonial power in Africa, we have an unsullied reputation in the region, and so on and so forth. Pontus saw the possibilities and moved in quickly the minute civil war in Sudan ended. Raphael Guidi put the deal together. They were just about to sign the contract. Everything was ready to go when the arrest warrant for President al-Bashir was released." "Then it would break international law," Saga says. "Everyone knew that. But Raphael would not cancel the deal. He said only that he would find a new interested party. It took a few months, but then he declared that the army in Kenya would be the recipient for the Sudan arms. Same amount of ammunition, same price, and so on. I tried to talk Pontus out of it. I told him it was too apparent that this ammunition would go to Sudan, but Pontus said Kenya was just making a smart move. It was a good deal for them, and they needed ammunition. I don't think he believed what he was saying, I really don't, but he passed the whole thing over to Karl Palmkrona and the ISP. If Palmkrona signs, it'll be all right, was Pontus's explanation, and an easy way to wash your hands of it, Penelope says. So that's why I took that photograph. I just wanted you to know who met in that private box on that night. I walked in and told Pontus that I wasn't feeling well and needed to call a taxi.
while I prepared to do that, I simply snapped the picture on my cell phone." "Brave of you," Penelope says. "But I didn't know how dangerous, or I never would have done it," Veronique cries. "I was angry at Pontus and wanted him to change his mind. I left the alto opera in the middle of the concert and looked at the picture in the taxi. It was crazy. The buyer was represented by Agatha al-Haji, who is the military advisor to Sudan's president. I mean, that ammunition was going to be pumped into a civil war that no one wanted to acknowledge." "Genocide," Penelope whispers. "When we got back home in Sweden, I pleaded with Pontus to get out of that deal. I can't forget the strange way he looked at me. He said it was impossible. He told me he'd signed a Paganini contract, and when I saw his expression, I was frightened. He was terrified. I didn't dare keep that picture in my phone. I printed out only one copy and then erased it from my memory card and my hard drive. Then I sent the photograph to you." "I had no idea what would happen," Veronique says quietly. "How could I? I'm so terribly sorry. I can't tell you how—"
They're all silent now. Splashing noises come from the pool. "What is a Paganini contract?" asks Yona.
"Raphael owns several priceless instruments," Veronique says. "He collects ones played by Paganini himself more than 100 years ago. He keeps some of them in his home, and others he loans to gifted musicians, and—"
She runs her hands nervously over her neatly styled hair before she continues.
"This business about Paganini, I've never really understood it. Pontus told me that Raphael connects Paganini to the contract. He says that Paganini contracts last forever, or that's what Raphael says. Nothing is written on paper. Pontus told me that Raphael prepares everything precisely. He has all the numbers in his head. He knows all the logistics and exactly how and when each deal will be carried out. He tells each one of them what is demanded of them and how much they will earn from the deal. Once you've kissed his hand, so to speak, there is no way out. You can't escape. You can't be protected. You can't even die."
"Why not?" asks Yona.
"Raphael I don't know how to put it. He's a horrible man," she says, her lips trembling. "He manages to extract. He deceives them, everyone he works with. He gets them to tell them their worst nightmare."
"How?" asks Saga.
"I don't know. Pontus said it. He says Raphael has the ability," she replies seriously.
"What does Raphael mean by nightmare?" asks Yona.
"I asked Pontus if he'd told Raphael his nightmare. Of course I asked him that," she said with a pained look. "But Pontus wouldn't answer, and I have no idea what to believe."
They're silent again. Large wet patches of sweat spread under the arms of Veronique Salmon's white blouse.
"You won't be able to stop Raphael," Veronique finally says. "But maybe you can prevent this ammunition from reaching Darfur."
"We shall," Saga promises.
"You must understand, it's the lack of ammunition that keeps the lid on there after the election. I mean, if it heats up again, all aid organizations will flee Darfur."
Veronique Salmon glances at her watch and tells Yona that she has to head for the airport soon. She goes to the window. The multicolored light filtering in on her face reveals an almost dreamy expression, as if she's shifted a heavy load.
"My boyfriend is dead," Penelope says abruptly. She wipes her cheeks. "My sister is dead. I don't even know how many others have died."
Veronique Salmon turns to face her again.
"Penelope, who could I turn to? I only had the photograph. I thought you, of all people, would be able to identify the people in the private box," she explains. "You would have known the reason why Agatha al-Haji was there buying ammunition. You've been to Darfur, you have contacts there, and you're a peace activist, and you were wrong," Penelope says. "I didn't recognize Agatha al-Haji. I knew of her, of course, but I didn't know what she looked like. I couldn't send it to the police or the newspapers. They wouldn't understand what it meant, not without an explanation, and I couldn't explain. How could I? One thing I did know was that I was afraid to have anything to do with it, So I sent it to you. I purged it completely. I knew I could never reveal my connection to any of this.
But now you have, Yona points out.
Yes, because I...
Why did you change your mind?
Because I'm leaving the country and must...
She looks down at her hands. What happened? Yona asks gently.
Nothing,
she says, but she is holding back tears. You can tell us, Yona says.
No, there's no danger here,
Saga whispers. Veronique rubs her cheeks and then looks up at Yona.
Pontus just called from our summer house. He was crying and asked me to forgive him. I didn't know what he was talking about, but he told me he would do anything he could to escape reaping his nightmare.
Chapter 91. One Last Escape. A rowboat of polished mahogany bobs on Malmsjö Lake. It's floating on calm waters behind a large spit. A soft breeze blows from the east and brings the smell of manure from the farm on the other side of the water. Pontus Salman has pulled in the oars, but the boat hasn't drifted more than 10 meters during the past hour. His rifle is lying across his lap. The only thing he hears is the lapping of water against the hull and the slight rustle of wind through the leaves of the trees. He closes his eyes for a moment. He breathes deeply, opens his eyes, sets the stock on the floor and makes sure it is held by the wooden bar. His hand touches the barrel, heated by the sun, and then he aims the barrel at his forehead. He feels ill at the thought of his entire head blowing off. His hands shake so much that he has to pause. He decides to aim the barrel at his heart instead. Swallows are flying lower over the lake as they hunt insects across the surface of the water. It's probably going to rain tonight, he thinks. A white streak from an airplane appears in the sky. Pontus begins to think about his nightmare. It seems to him as if the entire lake turns dark, as if black ink was spread over it. He turns his attention back to the rifle. He puts the barrel into his mouth and feels it scrape against his teeth. He tastes metal. He's about to pull the trigger when he hears the sound of a car. His heart flutters in his chest. Various thoughts race through his mind in less than a second. He realizes it must be his wife, since no other person knows where he's gone. He sets the rifle back over his knees and feels the blood pound through his veins. He notices how much he's shaking as he tries to peer between the trees toward their summer house. There's a man walking across the dock. It takes Pontus a moment to realize that it's the detective who'd come to his office and showed him the photograph that Veronique had taken. The moment he recognizes the detective, a new fear rushes through him. "Tell me it's not too late," he thinks over and over again as he starts to row back to land. "Tell me it's not too late, and that I don't have to reap my nightmare. Just tell me it's not too late." Pontus Salman doesn't row all the way to the dock. He's pale and only shakes his head as Yona asks him to come closer. Salman seems to want to keep his distance, and he turns the boat so the prow is pointed back toward the lake. Yona decides to sit on the broken, sun-bleached wooden bench at the very end of the dock. He listens to the lapping of the water and the rustling of the wind in the trees. "What do you want from me?" asks Pontus. Terror is in his voice. "I've just been talking to your wife," Yona says. "Talking? Well, You have talked to Veronique?" Pontus asks worriedly. "I just need some answers." "There's not enough time for that." "We're not in any hurry," Yona says, taking note of the rifle in the rowboat. "What do you know about anything?" mumbles Pontus, more to himself than to Yona. The oars move softly through the water. "I know that your wife took the photograph." Pontus's face falls. He lifts the oars, and water rushes over his hands. "I can't stop the deal," Pontus says morosely. I needed the money. I was in too much of a rush. So you signed the contract? It was watertight, even if it came to light. Everyone could swear that they'd agreed in good faith. No one would be guilty. But there was a glitch in the end, right? Right. I thought I'd wait to put you under arrest. That's because you can't prove it, can you? Pontus says. I haven't discussed this with the prosecutor, Yona continues. I'm sure that we can offer you a lighter sentence, however, if you testify against Raphael Guidi. I won't testify. I will never testify, Pontus says, and the intensity in his voice reveals his determination. I see that you don't comprehend what's really going on here. I've signed a rather unusual contract, and if I hadn't been so cowardly, I'd already have killed myself, just like Palmkrona did. We'll protect you if you testify, Yona says. Palmkrona escaped it, Pontus says. He hanged himself, and now the next director has to be the one responsible for signing the order. So Palmkrona means nothing to Raphael Guidi. He was able to escape reaping his nightmare. Pontus's expressionless face changes into a smile. Yona studies it, while he thinks that Palmkrona did not escape his nightmare after all. His nightmare must have been the death of his son. A psychologist is on her way over here, Yona says. She's going to do her best to convince you that suicide is not the answer. You're telling me that the next director of the ISP will have to sign the export order, but what will happen if he refuses? Pontus stops rowing in circles. The rowboat continues to drift away from the dock. Pontus says, He can refuse, but he won't. Chapter 92. Discovered. Axel wakes up when the telephone on his nightstand rings. He hadn't been able to sleep until close to dawn, and only beside Beverly's sweating body. Now he observes her young face, and can tell that she resembles Greta. The same mouth, the same eyelashes. Beverly is whispering something in her sleep, and rolls over onto her stomach. Axel feels the warmth of tenderness wash through him as he regards this heartbreakingly small young person. He sits up in bed and reaches for the thin volume of Friedrich Dürrenmatt's The Visit. There's an unexpected knock on his bedroom door. "Just a minute," Axel calls at the same moment Robert rushes into the room. "I thought you were already awake," Axel's brother says. "I really need your advice about this new instrument that I've—" Robert sees Beverly in the bed and halts abruptly. "Axel?" he stammers. "What's going on?" Beverly wakes up when she hears Robert's voice. When she sees Robert, she hides underneath the blanket. Axel gets out of bed and wraps himself in his robe, but Robert is already backing out the door. "Shame on you," Robert's saying softly. "Shame on you." "It's not what it looks like. You've been using her?" Robert raises his voice. "You've been using a mentally ill girl?" "I can explain," Axel says. "You son of a bitch!" Robert grabs him and tries to pull him out of the room. Axel loses his balance and knocks the lamp to the floor. Robert is still backing up. "Wait," Axel says. "You're wrong. I know what it looks like, but you're wrong. Just ask her. I'm going to take her to the police station right now," Robert declares. "I would never have imagined that you would—" Robert is overcome with emotion, and his eyes well up. "I'm not a paedophile," Axel says. "You have to understand me. You need to sleep with a child," Robert says. "You're using another human being whom you've promised to protect." By now Robert has reached the library, and Axel has followed him. Robert falls into one of the sofas and looks at his brother while trying to keep his voice steady. "Axel, you realize, of course, that I have no choice but to take her to the police," he says. "I understand," Axel says. Robert can't look at his brother any longer. He rubs his hand over his face and sighs. "I might as well take her there now," Robert says. "I'll go get her." Axel returns to the bedroom. Beverly is sitting upright in bed and smiles at him while wiping away tears. "Go on and get dressed," Axel says. "You have to go with Robert." As Axel returns to the library, Robert stands up. They both stand while avoiding each other's gaze. "You should stay here," Robert says. "Right," Axel whispers. Beverly enters the library a few minutes later. She's wearing jeans and a t-shirt. She's not wearing makeup, so she appears even younger than she is. Chapter 93. Greta's Death. Robert drives without saying anything. He stops the car at the light and waits for it to turn green. "I'm very sorry about what happened to you," Robert says in a sad voice. "My brother told me that he was helping you by giving you a place to live until you got your own student apartment. I don't really understand why he'd do such a thing. I never believed—" "Axel is not a paedophile," Beverly says. "Why would you want to defend him? He doesn't deserve it." "He doesn't touch me like that. He never has." "What does he do, then?" "He hugs me," Beverly answers. "Hugs you?" Robert exclaims. "You've just said he hugs me so he can sleep," she explains in her frank, clear voice. "What are you talking about?" "There's nothing ugly about what he does," Beverly says. "At least not as far as I can tell." Robert sighs and says she'll have to explain everything to the police. He wonders if he's doing the right thing. "It's all about his insomnia," Beverly explains slowly. "He can't sleep unless he takes his pills, but he can't take his pills anymore. But when I'm there, he calms down and he—" "But you're underage," Robert says. Beverly looks through the windshield at the light green leaves on the trees, which flutter in the warm breeze. A few pregnant women are chatting on the sidewalk. An elderly woman is standing still with her face turned toward the sun. "Why?" Robert asks. "Why can't Axel sleep at night?" "He says he's always been like that." "I know that he wrecked his liver by taking all those pills." "He told me all about why he can't sleep. It was when we were still in the hospital together," Beverly says. "Something sad happened to him." Robert stops at a pedestrian crossing. A child drops his pacifier in the street, and his mother doesn't notice but keeps walking. The child rips himself away from his mother and dashes back. The mother screams horribly, but then notices that Robert has observed the scene and understood that the child would run back. The mother picks up her child and carries him to the sidewalk while he shrieks. "He knew a girl who died," Beverly says. "Who was it?" "He only told me about it once, while we were at the hospital. He doesn't like to talk about it." Beverly twists her fingers together. "Tell me what he told you," Robert says. There's tension in his voice. "They were in love, and they slept together, but then the next day she killed herself." Beverly glances at Robert. "I kind of look like her, right?" "You do," Robert answers. "When he was in the hospital, he told me that he was the one who killed her," Beverly whispers. Robert jerks and turns to her. "What are you talking about?" "He said there's something he did that made her want to kill herself." Robert's mouth drops open. "He said that? He said it was his fault?" Beverly nods. "He said it was his fault because they were supposed to be practicing together, and instead they had sex, and she thought he'd lured her into it so he could win the violin competition." "None of that was his fault," Robert says. "Of course it was. He said so." Robert sinks behind the wheel and rubs his face with his hands. "Oh, good Lord," he says. "There's something I have to tell him." Robert stops the car, and the car behind him honks. Beverly looks at him with worry. "What's wrong?" she asks. Robert starts to turn the car around. There's something very important I must tell him. I was behind the stage right before Axel was going to go on, and I know what really happened. Greta had already played right before he was supposed to go on, because she was first on the program, and you were there." "Just a minute," Robert says. "I heard everything that happened.
I know that Greta's death had nothing to do with Axel."
Robert is so upset he has to stop the car again. His face is pale as ash as he says to Beverly,
"Please forgive me, but I really have to—"
"Do you know that for sure?" Beverly asks.
"What?"
Robert looks at her in confusion.
"Are you absolutely sure that it wasn't Axel's fault that Greta died?"
"Of course."
"But what happened?"
Robert wipes a tear from his cheek. He opens the car door. "Just a second," he says. I must speak to him." Robert gets out of the car and stands on the sidewalk. The enormous linden trees on Sveavägen are shedding their seeds, which dance in the sunshine. Robert has a big smile on his face as he reaches for his cell phone and punches in Axel's number. After 3 rings, his smile disappears, and he starts to walk back to the car with his cell phone to his ear. Only when he breaks off the call and attempts to redial the number does he notice that his car is empty. Beverly is gone. He looks around but can't see her anywhere. City traffic is picking up. Students in their cars are rushing down to Sergels Square. Robert shuts the door, starts his car, and begins to drive slowly as he looks for Beverly. Chapter 94. White Rustling Plastic. Axel Riesen doesn't know how long he's been standing at the window. He'd watched Robert and Beverly drive away until they were out of sight. His thoughts had gone back into the past. He forces himself to stop remembering and walks over to his music system and puts on the first side of David Bowie's The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars. He jacks up the volume, pushing through the market square. Axel walks over to his bar and takes out one of the most expensive whiskey bottles in his collection. It's a Macallan 1939 from the first year of the Second World War. He pours himself half a glass and then goes to the sofa and sits down. He listens to the music with his eyes closed, Bowie's young voice and the sloppy piano playing, and he sniffs the aroma of oak barrels, heavy reservoirs and dark cellars, straw and citrus. He drinks, and the strong liquor burns his lips as it fills his mouth. Guarding its precious taste, this liquor has been waiting through decades, generations, changes of government, war and peace. Now Axel is thinking that maybe what just happened is a good thing. Maybe Beverly will finally get the help she needs. He has a sudden impulse to call his brother and tell him that he loves him, but frowns at the pathetic thought. He won't be killing himself. He's just going to meet what's coming to him soon enough and try to die on his feet. He takes the whiskey to his bedroom and stares at the unmade bed. He's able to hear the sound of vibrations coming from his jacket, which is hanging over the back of a chair. Just then, he also hears the sound of footsteps behind him. He whirls around. "Oh, it's you, Beverly," he says in surprise. Her face is dusty, and she's holding a white dandelion ball in her hand. "I didn't want to talk to the police," she says. "Where's Robert?" "I hitchhiked home," she says. "It wasn't hard. I got a ride right away." "Why do you hitchhike? You might have been—" "Don't be mad. I really didn't do anything wrong. But there's something very important that I have to tell you." The telephone in his jacket starts to vibrate again. "Just a moment, Beverly, I have to get this," he says. He searches through his jacket pockets and finds his cell phone. He answers. "Axel Riesen here?" A voice that seems to come from far away says, "Hello?" "Hello?" Axel says. "This is Raphael Guidi." The voice is deep and the English is accented. "Please excuse the noise on the line. At the moment I'm at sea on my way to Latvia. I'm afraid that once we get out on the Baltic, we may lose our connection altogether." "I can hear you," Axel says politely, while Beverly walks over to the bed and sits. "Let me get down to business," Raphael Guidi says. "I'm calling you because I need to know that your signature is on the export authorization. I'd already thought that the container ship would have been able to leave the harbour by now.
Axel holds the phone close to his ear. He walks into the library, but can't hear much besides his own breathing. He thinks about the photograph with Raphael Guidi, Karl Palmkrone, Agatha Al-Haji, and Pontus Salman. He remembers how Palmkrone had raised his champagne glass and was laughing so that his teeth shone.
"Are you still there?" asks Raphael Guidi on the crackling line.
"I am not going to sign the authorization form," Axel replies shortly, and shivers run up and down his spine.
"Maybe there's a way I can convince you to change your mind," Raphael Guidi says. "Think whether or not there's something I can offer you that would help."
"You have nothing I want."
"I believe you may be wrong about that. Whenever I sign a contract,
Axel hangs up. He slides the phone back into his jacket pocket. He's filled with discomfort, almost a premonition, and begins to walk to the hallway door leading to the staircase. As he looks through the window, he spies movement in the park, shadows among the bushes heading toward his house. Axel whirls and looks out the other window, but sees nothing. There's a clink from the bottom floor, as if one of the small panes of glass broke in the sunshine. Axel thinks the whole thing is absurd, and at the same time realizes what's going on. His body fills with adrenaline, and he has heightened awareness of his surroundings. Heart racing, he moves as swiftly as he can without running. He heads straight toward Beverly in his bedroom. Beautiful sunlight is flooding in through the gaps in the Venetian blinds and landing at Beverly's feet. Beverly has gotten undressed and crawled back into the unmade bed. She has the volume of Dürrenmatt on her stomach. "Axel," she says, "I came back because I have to tell you some really good news."
"Don't be afraid now," he interrupts her. "Just do as I say. Hide underneath the bed, right now. Don't move or make a sound. Stay there for 1 hour.
Beverly does what he says without question. She crawls beneath the bed. Axel hears the tromping of feet coming up the stairs. There's at least 2 of them, he thinks. Beverly's jeans and T-shirt are on a chair. He picks them up and throws them under the bed. His heart is pounding and his thoughts are whirling as he looks around, not knowing what to do. He grabs his telephone from his jacket and runs out of the bedroom and into the library. He can hear the sound of feet in the hallway, also heading to the library. His hands are shaking as he tries to punch a number into his phone. He hears the floor creak as someone rushes into the room. There's no time to call. He tries to head over to the window so he can yell into the street for help, but someone grabs his right wrist while jamming a cool instrument against his throat. He doesn't realize it's a stun gun. 69,000 volts of electricity pulse through his body. The sparking of electricity can be heard in the room, but Axel only feels heavy blows as if someone were beating his throat with an iron pipe. He doesn't even hear himself screaming. His brain shuts down, and the world around him disappears. The man who attacked him has already taped his mouth shut by the time Axel starts coming to. Axel finds he's lying on the floor, and his body is jerking in spasms. His arms and legs are flailing. A burning bite on his throat hits him with pain. He has no chance to defend himself. The men brusquely move Axel's arms and legs so that they can wrap him in white plastic. The plastic crackles softly, and he believes that he's going to suffocate. However, air is able to come through to him. The men tape up the plastic and then lift him like a rug. Axel tries to struggle, but he's no longer in control of his own muscles. The 2 men carry him down the staircase, out through the front door, and into a waiting garbage truck. Chapter 95. Disappeared. Yuna tries to call Pontus Salman back to shore. The rowboat glides farther away. Yuna runs from the dock to meet the psychologist and the 2 colleagues from Södertälje. He accompanies them back to the dock and tells them to be careful, but he doesn't believe that Pontus Salman is a danger to himself or others. "But keep him in custody," Yuna says. "I'll be in touch as soon as I can." He hurries back to his car. As Yuna drives over the bridge over Fitjaviken, he reflects on Pontus Salman and how Salman sat in the rowboat and told Yuna how he was convinced that Axel Riesen would want to sign the Paganini contract. Yuna had asked Salman if Riesen could refuse, but he said that Riesen would not want to.
As he dials the number for Axel Riesen, Jona can see Veronique Salman in his mind's eye, the disappointed expression around her mouth and the fear in her eyes, as she described how once one had kissed Raphael Guidi on the hand, there was no way out. Those words, the nightmare, keep returning, Jona thinks. Pamkrona's housekeeper had used it. Veronique Salman had said that Raphael made sure that everyone would tell him their worst nightmare, and Pontus Salman had said that Pamkrona had avoided his nightmare by committing suicide. Pontus had said he was able to escape reaping his nightmare. Jona reflects on the fact that Stefan Bergqvist never knew that Karl Pamkrona was his father. He thinks about the unbearable heat that burned the flesh right off the bones and made the blood boil, the heat that burst the boy's skull. You can't break a Paganini contract even if you die. Jona tries again to reach Axel Riesen on the phone, and then tries the direct number to the ISP. "Can you connect me to Axel Riesen?" he asks quickly. "I'm sorry he's not reachable at the moment," the receptionist replies. "I'm a detective with the police, and I need to speak to him right away." "I understand, but interrupt him if he's in a meeting." "He's not here," she replies, raising her voice. "He hasn't come in this morning, and we haven't been able to reach him by phone." "No, I know," Jona says, while hanging up. Jona parks his Volvo on Brahagården, outside the gate to Axel Riesen's mansion. The massive front door is just swinging shut as he approaches, and he races to ring the bell. The lock rattles, and the door is reopened. "Hello there," Robert Riesen says as he sees Jona. "Is Axel at home?" "He should be, but I just got here," Robert replies. "Has something happened?" "I've been trying to reach him." "Me too," Robert says, and lets Jona inside. They walk up a half staircase and enter a large foyer dominated by an elaborate rose-coloured glass-armed chandelier. Robert knocks on the door and then walks right into Axel's residence. They both hurry up to the private apartment in silence. "Axel?" Robert yells. They look around, going from room to room. Everything appears normal. The stereo system is on, but no sound comes out, and a volume of the Encyclopaedia Britannica is lying open on the dictionary stand. "Do you know if he was planning to travel?" Jona asks. "No," Robert replies, but there's an odd exhaustion in his voice. "He does so many strange things." "What do you mean by that?" "You think you know somebody, and, well, who knows?" Jona walks into the bedroom and takes a quick look around. He sees a large oil painting leaning against a wall, with its back facing the room, and a puffy white dandelion past its bloom placed in a whisky glass, and he notices an unmade bed and a book. Robert has already left the room and started down the stairs. Jona follows him down and to the large kitchen. Chapter 96. Raphael Guidi. Jona parks his car next to Kronaberg Park and walks to the police station while on the phone to the Södertälje police. Something is nagging him. He wishes he had been part of the group to bring in Pontus Salman. His worry intensifies when the Södertälje officer explains that no one knows where Pontus Salman is. "I'll call you back," the man says in a strong Gotland accent. "Just give me a few minutes." "But you did bring him in, didn't you?" Jona asks. "That was the plan," the officer says doubtfully. "I was very clear that he should be held." "No need to blame me," the man says. "I'm sure all procedures were followed." He is heard to tap on his computer, mumble to himself, and then tap some more, before he gives Jona the information. "Yes, he's in custody here. We have also confiscated his weapon, a Winchester .490. "Good, keep him there. We'll send a car for him," Jona says. The nearby Kronaberg Park swimming pool smells strongly of chlorine to Jona as he walks through the large glass doors. He takes the elevator up and strides quickly through the corridor. He's almost reached Carlos Eliasson's office when his cell phone rings. It's Disa. Time is very short, but he answers anyway. "Hi," Disa says. "Are you coming tomorrow?" "You told me you didn't want to celebrate your birthday." "I know, but I thought, just you and me." "Sounds good," Jona says. "I have something important to tell you, too," she explains. "Okay," Yona says as he arrives at Carlos's door. "Sorry, Disa, but I really can't talk. I'm heading into an important meeting." "I have a surprise," she says. "Disa, I have to hang up now," he says, and opens the door. "But," Disa says, "I'm really sorry, but I just can't talk now." Yona walks into Carlos's room, closes the door behind him, and sits down next to Saga on the sofa. "We can't reach Axel Riesen," Carlos tells him immediately. "We're afraid these murders are all tied to the export authorization," Yona says. "And we believe that Raphael Guidi is behind the whole thing. We need an arrest warrant for him as soon as possible." "Arrest warrant?" Carlos repeats, taken aback. "Just because Axel Riesen hasn't answered his phone for 2 hours and has been delayed coming to work, you immediately assume he's been kidnapped by Raphael Guidi, who, I might remind you, is a successful businessman with an unblemished record." Carlos starts counting on his fingers. "Swedish police have nothing on him. Europol has nothing on him. Interpol has nothing. I've even talked to the police in France, Italy, and Monaco." "But I've talked to Anya," Yona smiled smugly. "You talked to Anya?" Carlos falls silent before the entry of Anya Larsson, who closes the door behind her. Without any introduction, she begins. "During the past decade, Raphael Guidi's name has come up 6 times. He was rumoured to be involved in illegal arms deals, illegal money deals, and unexplained deaths. Only preliminary investigations," Carlos objects. "That doesn't mean—" "Should I go on or not?" Anya says. "Please, go ahead." "All suspicions about Raphael Guidi were squashed at an early stage in almost every case, and so he was never really investigated." "So you have nothing," Carlos says. "His business earned $123 million on Operation Desert Storm by providing Nighthawk jets with AGM-65 Maverick missiles," Anya continues. She glances at her notes to check her accuracy. "But one of his auxiliary corporations provided Serbian forces with artillery rockets capable of bringing down these same planes during the Kosovo War." Anya shows them a photograph of Raphael in sienna-tinted sunglasses. He's in sharply pressed blue pants, with a more comfortable-looking blue shirt hanging out. He smiles broadly. He's between 2 bodyguards, posing in front of a smoke-coloured Lamborghini Diablo. "Raphael's wife was the well-known violinist Fiorenza Collini," Anya tells them. "1 year after their son, Peter, was born, she was diagnosed with breast cancer. She underwent all kinds of treatments, but died when their son was 7. She shows them a newspaper clipping from the Italian newspaper La Repubblica. Fiorenza Collini has a beautiful red violin at her shoulder, with the entire orchestra of La Scala behind her. The conductor, Riccardo Muti, is poised beside her. His wavy hair shines in the spotlight. Fiorenza Collini's slim body is a shimmering column in a gown of platinum trimmed with silver brocade and an edging of sparkling crystal. Her eyes smile beneath thick lashes. Her right elbow is lifted as if her bow is travelling down, and her slender fingers are placed high on the fingerboard, searching for a difficult note. Anya shows them another clipping, this one from Newsweek, in which Raphael Guidi, his newborn son in his arms, stands improbably and proudly next to the American rock star Alice Cooper. The headline reads, "$1 billion Baby." And in yet another, Guidi, dressed in a soft, light-coloured suit, chats with Italian Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi, while 3 blonde women in micro-bikinis lounge beside a rose marble pool shaped like a heart. "Raphael Guidi supposedly lives in Monaco, but if you want him you have to go to sea, as far as I can determine," Anya says. "He spends almost all his time these days on his mega-yacht Teresa. It's easy to understand why. Lursen built it in Bremen 15 years ago with every luxury that could be devised." A shot of the yacht, white and arrow-shaped, accompanies a feature on Guidi in French Vogue. In the photo, the ship looks like a porcelain spear, and the article, entitled Lyon en Cannes, breathlessly details a lavish film festival bash thrown on board. À la ville comme à la mer, Raphael Guidi et sa femme Fiorenza prennent le temps de faire les présentations. Kevin Costner et Salma Hayek saluent Victoria Silvstedt, l'icône playboy suédoise. The men wear tuxedos, the women wear little, and the ever-present bodyguards, planted behind Guidi, wear their habitual stolid expressions. The article takes special pains to describe the dining hall, which features toucans in bird cages hanging from the ceiling, and a male lion pacing back and forth in a cage of his own. They hand the clippings back to Anya. "Let's listen now," Anya says. Belgian intelligence has recorded a telephone conversation between an Italian prosecutor and Salvatore Garibaldi, who was a brigade general in the Esercito Italiano, the Italian army. She passes out copies of a hastily made translation, puts a USB flash drive into Carlos's computer, leans over and hits play. The recording opens immediately with an official voice giving the circumstances, place, date, and time in French. Then a small metal click can be heard, and a distant connecting tone. There's a crackle, then a firm voice speaks. "I'm listening, and I'm ready to begin the preliminary investigation," the prosecutor says. "I can never testify against Raphael Guidi, not even under torture, not even—" Salvatore Garibaldi's voice disappears in a spurt of static. Then it appears again, more weakly, as if through a closed door. "Recoil brakes, or completely recoilless rocket systems, and a hell of a lot of mines, anti-personnel mines, anti-vehicle mines, anti-tank mines. Raphael would never... Like in Rwanda, he didn't care. They used sticks and machetes, nothing with real money. But when the fight spilled over into the Congo, he wanted part of the action. He thought it would be a gold mine. First he armed the Rwanda Patriotic Front to be able to attack Mobutu forcefully. Then he turned around to pump heavy weaponry to the Hutus so that they could retaliate against the RPF. A strange peeping sound rises through the static. It hiccups, and then his voice is clear again. The whole deal with the nightmare, I couldn't really believe it. I was forced to hold his sweaty hand while I watched. My daughter, she was 14. She was so pretty, so beautiful. Raphael, he did it himself. He used the knife himself. He screamed at me that I was reaping my nightmare. He owned it. He owned my nightmare. I still... Don't ask me about it again. I can't. There are strange sounds. Someone shouts in the background. Breaking glass can be heard. The sound recording sputters. Salvatore Garibaldi is weeping. How could anyone do anything like that? He took a fillet knife from his bodyguard. My daughter's face. Her beautiful, beautiful... He continues to sob, and then he screams that now he wants nothing more than to die. He wants to die. More crackling, and the recording ends. No one in Carlos Eliasson's office says a word. Through the small windows facing Kroneberg Park's green slope, a playful light falls into the office. This recording, Carlos clears his throat, proves nothing. Right from the start, he said he would not testify. He was not going to be a witness. I imagine that made the case evaporate and made the prosecutor end the investigation. 3 weeks later, Salvatore Garibaldi's head was found by a man walking his dog, Anya says. It was in a ditch by the Via Goethe, behind a racetrack in Rome. What happened to his daughter? Yona asks quietly. Does anyone know? 14-year-old Maria Garibaldi is still missing, Anya says shortly. Carlos sighs and mutters to himself. He walks to his aquarium and contemplates his paradise fish for a long while before he turns back. What do you want me to do? You cannot prove that the ammunition is being diverted to Sudan. If Axel Riesen has disappeared, you cannot link it to Raphael Guidi. Give me the tiniest shred of proof, he pleads, and I will go to the prosecutor. But I need something concrete, not just I know it's him, Yona says. And I need more than Yona declaring that he knows, Carlos responds. We need the authorities behind us to arrest Raphael Guidi for crimes against Swedish and international law, Yona continues stubbornly. Not without proof, Carlos says. We'll find proof, Una says. You need to convince Pontus Salman to testify. We've already picked him up, but getting him to testify will be very tough. He's already so frightened he was about to commit suicide, Una says.
If we arrest Raphael, maybe he'll feel free enough to talk.
That is, if things ever calm down, Saga says. We still can't arrest someone as important as Guidi without any proof, Carlos reiterates firmly. So what the hell can we do? Demands Saga. Lean on Pontus Salman. We've got to hurry. I believe that Axel Riesen is in danger, Una says. They're all interrupted as Jens Svanahjelm, the chief prosecutor, strides into the room. Chapter 97. Flight. Air conditioning has chilled his car, but that's not what makes Pontus Salman's hands shake on the steering wheel. He's already crossing the bridge to Lindingö Island. A ferry to Finland is leaving its dock, and beyond Millesgården, someone is burning leaves. A few hours ago he'd been in his tiny flat-bottomed rowboat, trying to hold a rifle barrel to his mouth. The metal taste is still on his tongue, and he can still hear the scraping sound it made against his teeth. A woman in a straggly blue punk haircut was jogging onto the dock with the detective. She'd called him gently in her middle-aged voice to come closer. She had to tell him something important. She was wearing bright red lipstick. She'd brought him to a small grey room. He found out her name was Gunilla, and she was a psychologist. She'd talked to him deeply about what he had intended to do when he rowed out onto the lake. "Why do you want to die?" she'd asked plainly. "I really don't want to," he'd answered truthfully, surprising her. She was taken aback a moment, and then they began to really talk. He'd answered all her questions, and became more and more convinced that he did not want to die. He'd rather run, and he began to plan where he could go. He'd just disappear and start a new life as someone else. The car had crossed the bridge. Pontus Salman looks at his watch and feels tremendous relief that by now Veronique's plane must have left Swedish airspace. He'd told Veronique about French Polynesia, and now he can fantasize. He sees her emerge from the airport, carrying her light blue carry-on. She's wearing a broad-brimmed hat, which he has to hold down in the breeze. Why couldn't he escape too? The only thing he needs is his passport from his desk drawer. "I don't want to die," Pontus Salman thinks as he watches traffic rush by. He'd rowed out into the lake to flee having to reap his nightmare, but he just couldn't pull the trigger. "I'll take any plane at all," he thinks. "Iceland, Japan, or Brazil. If Raphael Guidi really wants me dead, he'd have killed me already." Pontus Salman drives up to his garage and gets out. He takes a deep breath to smell the warm stones under his feet, the car exhaust, the fresh smell of growing plants. The street seems abandoned, with everyone at work, and even the children still in school for a few more days. Pontus Salman unlocks the door and walks in. All the lights in the house are off, and the curtains are drawn. He has to go downstairs to get his passport from his office. Once on the lower level, he pauses as he hears something strange, as if a wet blanket is being pulled across a tile floor. "Veronique?" he asks in a strangled voice. Pontus Salman can see light from the pool dapple against a white stone wall. With his heart racing, he slowly, silently walks toward the pool. Chapter 98. The Prosecutor. Chief Prosecutor Jens Svanahjelm greets Saga Bauer, Jona Linna, and Carlos Eliasson quietly, gestures them to a seat, and then sits down. The material Anja Larsson collected is spread over the coffee table in front of him. Svanahjelm takes a sip of his soy coffee and looks at the top picture before he turns to Carlos. "You will have a hard time convincing me," he says. "But we will," Jona says with a smile. "Go ahead and make my day," the prosecutor replies in English. Svanahjelm looks like a little boy dressed in his father's clothes. His neck is thin, without any apparent Adam's apple, and his narrow shoulders slump even though he wears a well-tailored suit. This is complicated, Saga says, but we fear Axel Riesen from ISP has been kidnapped as part of this slaughter that's been going on the past few days. Carlos's phone rings, so she pauses. I'm sorry, he says to them, and then into the intercom he snaps, I thought I'd told you that we couldn't be disturbed. He listens a moment to the voice there, and then picks up the office phone. Carlos Eliasson here? He listens, and then his cheeks flame bright red. He mumbles that he understands, thanks the caller, and hangs up. I'm sorry, Carlos says. It's nothing, Jens Svanehjelm says politely. I mean, I'm sorry that I have troubled you at all with this meeting, he says. That was Axel Riesen's secretary calling from ISP. I've been in contact with her all morning, and she's just gotten a call from Axel Riesen. So what did she say? No kidnapping? Jens Svanehjelm smiles. He is on Raphael Guidi's yacht, wrapping up the final details on the export approval. Yuna and Saga exchange glances. So you're all happy now? Asks the prosecutor genially. Apparently, Axel Riesen requested a meeting with Raphael Guidi, Carlos tells them. He would have spoken to us first, Saga says stubbornly. The secretary says that he's been on the boat the whole day to iron out any differences. He says the agreement is long overdue, and he would probably fax his signature into the ISP this evening. He's going to authorize it? Asks Saga as she stands up abruptly. That's right, Carlos smiles. And his plans after that? He's made plans, Yona inquires. He was... Carlos stops and frowns at Yona. Why did you think he would plan something special after this meeting? He asks. But yes, his secretary told me he planned to borrow a Forgus sailboat from Raphael Guidi to go on a long sail down the coast to Kaliningrad. Sounds wonderful, says Jens as he gets up to leave. Idiots, Saga says as she kicks the wastebasket. You must know he was forced to make that call. Let's behave like adults here, Carlos says. He bends down to pick up the wastebasket and the spilled trash. So we're done here now, aren't we? Svanehjelm asks quietly. Axel Riesen is a prisoner on Raphael Guidi's boat, Yona says just as quietly, but his words are rock firm. Give us the authority to go get him. Maybe I'm really dense, but I see no cause for action at all, Jens Svanehjelm tells them, and calmly leaves the room. They watch him leisurely close the door behind him. Sorry I lost it, Saga apologizes to Carlos, but this makes no sense. Axel was adamant he would never sign this agreement, at least not of his own free will. Saga, I've put 2 lawyers onto this case, Carlos explains. All they found was a perfectly legitimate export deal that Silencia Defense had put together. I assure you they went over it with a fine-tooth comb, but we have a photograph where Palm Krona and Salman meet with Raphael Guidi and Agatha Al-Haji in order to... I know all that, Carlos says hastily, but we can't prove what we suspect. A simple photograph is not enough. So we're going to just sit on our asses and watch this ship leave Sweden with ammunition we know is bound for Sudan? Saga exclaims indignantly. Get Pontus Salman in here, Carlos answers. Get him to testify against Raphael Guidi. Offer him whatever you can, as long as he agrees to be a witness. But if he refuses, Saga asks, then there's nothing we can do. Actually, we do have another witness, Yona says softly. I'd like to meet him, Carlos demands skeptically. We just have to bring him in before they find his drowned body in the sea outside of Kaliningrad. You're not going to get your way this time, Yona. Carlos seems to push himself back. Yes, I will. No, you won't. Yes, indeed, I will. Yona won't give an inch. Carlos looks at Yona sadly. We'll never convince the prosecutor about this, he says after a while. But since I can't spend the rest of my life sitting here and saying no to you while you say yes, well, then... He sighs, thinks for a moment, and then says, I'll give you permission to look for Axel Riesen in your usual role as our consultant. We simply need to check on his safety. Yona will need backup, Saga says. "This is not a real police operation," Carlos says. "It's just a way to get Yona to shut up." "But Yona will be what I want," Carlos says. "What I really want is for you, Saga, to bring Pontus Salman here from Södertälje, as I've already requested. If he can give us a watertight case, we can go after Raphael Guidi with everything we've got." "There's no time for all that," Yona says as he starts walking to the door. "I'll go get Pontus," Saga agrees. "And Yona, what are you—" "I'm going to drop in on Raphael and have a little chat," Yona answers as he walks out of the room. Chapter 99. The Payment. After lying huddled in the trunk of a car, Axel is stiff when he's finally allowed out. He finds he's been taken to a small private airport. The landing strip is made of concrete and surrounded by a high fence. A helicopter waits in front of a building that looks like a barracks. A tall mast sticks up from the roof. Axel can hear the screech of seagulls as he is made to walk between the two men who have kidnapped him. He's still wearing just trousers and a shirt. There's nothing to say, so he climbs into the helicopter with the men. He sits down and fastens the harness. One of the two men is the pilot. He manipulates the instruments on the panel before him, then turns a tiny, shining key, hits another control and presses a pedal. The man next to the pilot spreads a map over his lap. There's peeling tape on the windshield. The motor hums as the engine takes hold, and the rotors start to slowly rotate. The narrow blades slice heavily through the air, and the hazy sunshine blinks across the windshield. The rotor revs more and more quickly. A paper cup on the ground is blown away. The engine is warmed up. The blades clatter deafeningly. The pilot holds the joystick in his right hand, moving it with small, square movements. Suddenly they lift. The helicopter heads slowly straight up at first, but then it tips forward, and they move off. Axel's stomach lurches as they fly over the fence, up over the trees, and then swing so quickly to the left that it feels as if the helicopter is tipping to the side. Swiftly they put the rolling green ground behind them, along with a few lonely roads and a house with a shining tin-plated roof. The helicopter engine thuds, and the shadows of the rotating blades flick across the windshield. The mainland ends and the sea opens up beneath them. Axel tries to think through what's happened. Raphael Guidi must have had everything in place. He'd phoned Axel from his yacht in the Finnish Bay. He'd said that he was on his way to Latvia and heading for the open Baltic Sea. Then Axel had cut him off. There could have been no more than a minute or two between the time he told Guidi he would not sign and the moment when the two thugs broke into his house and shocked him with the stun gun. At least they didn't rough him up. They made sure he was lying comfortably, even if it was in the trunk of a car. Half an hour later they'd stopped that car and exchanged it for another. An hour later they let him walk on his own to the helicopter. The ocean beneath them moves past as swiftly as a highway. The skies above seem static, cloudy, and moistly white. They're flying at 50 meters and at great speed. The pilot talks into the radio, but Axel finds it impossible to hear what he's saying. Axel dozes for a while and can no longer sense how long he's been in the helicopter when he looks down to see a luxury yacht ploughing through the rippling sea. It is huge, a white ship, large enough to contain a light blue swimming pool and several tanning decks. They drop steeply down. Axel reminds himself again that Raphael Guidi is a very rich man, and he leans forward to take a good look at the yacht. It's really unbelievable. The ship is trim and arrow-sharp, and so white it looks frosted. It's at least 100 meters long, with a soaring captain's bridge at least 2 stories high on the afterdeck. The helicopter thrashes its way down toward the rings marked on a helicopter pad on the foredeck. The backwash from the rotor blades whips along the water curving from the sides of the boat. The helicopter hovers, sinks slowly, and then settles onto the platform, softly swaying. They land smoothly and wait until the blades stop. The helicopter pilot remains in the cockpit, while the other man takes Axel's arm to guide him across the platform. They stoop in the wind draft until they pass through a glass door. The room they enter seems to be an elegant waiting room with sofas and a coffee table, as well as a darkened large-screen television. A man in a white uniform greets them smoothly and gestures toward a sofa for Axel to take a seat. "Would you like something to drink?" he asks softly. "Just water, please," Axel replies. "Plain, no mineral water," asks the man. Before Axel can reply, another man walks through the door. This one resembles the first man who'd escorted Axel from the helicopter. They are both tall and wide, with well-coordinated bodies, but this new man is so blond that his eyebrows are almost colourless, and his nose looks like it had once been painfully broken. The resemblance ends there. Axel's first captor has grey hair and horn-rimmed glasses. They move together as a team, silently, effectively, and with no wasted movement, as they lead Axel down some steps to the suites below. The whole ship seems strangely deserted. A beautiful little wicker suite on a platform has been neglected. The exquisite weaving has splits and jagged points that stick out from the edges of the chairs and table. Axel is surprised to see that the pool, which looked so blue from above, almost looks dusty. It clearly has not had water in it for years. It's filled with piles of broken chairs, a sofa without cushions, and some broken desk chairs. Inside, the farther one goes in the ship, the more empty and deserted it seems. Axel's footsteps echo across the hallway's scratched marble floor. They walk through double doors with the words "Sala da pranzo" elegantly carved into the dark wood above. The dining room is enormous. Only open sea can be seen outside the panoramic windows, and a wide, red-carpeted staircase leads to the upper level. Stunning crystal chandeliers hang from the ceiling. The room has been designed to impress, but on the dining room table there's nothing but a copier, a fax machine, 2 computers, and a massive collection of folders with filed paperwork. A short man sits at a small table in the massive room. His hair is flecked with grey, and a wide bald spot shines on his crown. Axel recognizes Raphael Guidi at once. Guidi is dressed casually in light blue gym shorts with a matching jacket. The number 7 is stitched to his breast pocket, with a larger image on the back. He wears white tennis shoes without socks. "Welcome," he says in English. A cell phone rings in his pocket, and Guidi picks it up, glances at the number, but doesn't answer. Almost immediately afterward, another phone call comes in, and Guidi says a few words in Italian. Then he looks at Axel Riesen. He gestures proudly to the panoramic windows and the rolling ocean waves. "I'm here against my will," Axel begins. "I'm sorry, but there was no other way. We've run out of time. What do you want from me?" "I want your loyalty," Raphael replies shortly. The 2 bodyguards grin down at the floor and then immediately wipe the expression from their faces. Raphael takes a long gulp of what looks like yellow vitamin water and burps loudly. "Loyalty. The only thing that matters," he says softly, as he looks sternly at Axel. "I know you believe I have nothing you might want in payment, but that's true," Axel answers sharply. "Still, I believe we can make a deal. I believe I have something you want desperately," Raphael continues. He smiles, but there is no pleasure in the grimace. "For your loyalty, I will offer something that you really, truly want. In fact, what you want more than anything else in the world." Axel shakes his head in disbelief. "I couldn't even say what that might be." "Oh, no," Raphael says smoothly. "What you want more than anything else in the world seems so simple. A good night's sleep." "How did you know that?" Axel gasps, then stops short as he sees Raphael's cool, calculating look. "So, then you already know that I've tried every possible way," Axel says slowly. Raphael gestures indifferently. You will be provided with a new liver. I've been on the donors list for years, Axel says with an involuntary smile. I call the doctors every time they have a meeting, but my liver damage was self-inflicted, and my tissue type is so unusual no donors can be found. I have located a liver for you, Axel Riesen, Raphael says in his sharp voice. There's silence in the room, and Axel feels his face and ears flush. And in return, Axel says, swallowing hard, you want me to sign the export authorization for Kenya? More than that, Raphael says. I want us to sign a Paganini contract. What is that? There's no hurry. There will be time to consider. It's a major decision. But before you decide, I want you to go thoroughly through the information I've accumulated about this particular organ donor. Axel's thoughts zip through his mind at blazing speed. Axel eagerly tells himself that he can sign the export authorization and then, once he's gotten his liver, turn on Guidi and testify against him. He'd be protected by the authorities, he knows, and perhaps he would have to change his identity and all that, but he would be able to sleep again. Why don't we have something to eat? Raphael says. I'm hungry, aren't you? Maybe. But before we eat, please phone your secretary at ISP and let her know that you are here. Chapter 100. Pontus Salman. Saga has her phone against her ear as she stops for a moment next to the recycle bin in the hallway. She sees, without noticing it, the leaf-like remains of a butterfly on the floor, mimicking life in the breeze from the ventilation system. "Don't you have anything else to do up there in Stockholm?" asks an officer with a Gotland dialect when she finally connects with Sir Cecilia. "About Pontus Salman," she says irritably. "Well, he's gone now." The policeman sounds contented. "What the hell are you saying?" she yells. "Well, I talked to Gunilla Sommer, our psychologist, who brought him into the psychiatric ward, and she interviewed him and decided without reservation that he was no longer a candidate for suicide. She felt he should be free to go, so she released him. Hospital beds cost money, you know." "Send out a description and bring him in at once," Saga demands immediately. "For what? A half-hearted suicide attempt? Just make sure you find him," Saga snarls and hangs up. She jogs toward the elevators when Göran Stoner steps in front of her and blocks her with outspread arms. "So you want to get Pontus Salman to talk to you, right?" he teases. "Right," she says, and tries to push past, but he doesn't let her go. "Just shake your ass a little," he says. "Or toss your hair so that you move," Saga commands. She's so angry her forehead begins to flush. "Okay, sorry, I just wanted to help." Göran Stoner laughs nastily. "But for your information, we've just sent 4 cars to Salman's house on Lindinger." "What happened?" Saga asks quickly. "The neighbours called the police," Göran smiles. "They'd heard a little bang-bang and some screaming." Saga pushes Stoner roughly away and begins to run. "Thank you so much, Göran," Göran calls after her. "You're the best, Göran." As Saga drives to Lindinger, she tries to keep her mind blank, but she can't forget the sounds on the recording of the broken man who, weeping, described what had been done to his daughter. Saga tells herself that she's going to exercise hard tonight and then go to bed early. People have come out of their houses and filled the street around Roskuldsvägen, so she has to park 100 meters away from Salman's house. Curious onlookers and reporters crowd outside the blue and white police tape, trying to get a look inside the house. Saga excuses herself in a tight voice as she pushes her way through. The blue lights of the emergency vehicles flash across the green trees. Saga sees her colleague, Magdalena Ronanda, leaning against the dark brown brick wall and vomiting. Pontus Salman's white BMW is parked in front of his garage. Its roof window is missing. Small, bloody glass cubes are scattered over the ground and sparkle on the chassis. Through the blood-smeared side window, a man's body can be seen slumped sideways. She recognizes it as Pontus Salman. Magdalena lifts a pale face to look at Saga tiredly. She wipes her mouth with a tissue. Then she blocks Saga from going to the door. "No, no," she says hoarsely. "You don't want to go in there. Absolutely not." Saga stops and glances toward the large house. She turns to Magdalena to ask something, but stops again. She understands then that the first thing she must do is call Yona right away to tell him they no longer have a witness. Chapter 101. The Girl Who Picks Dandelions. Yona is jogging through the arrival hall of Helsinki-Vantaa Airport, located just outside of Helsinki, when his phone rings. "Saga, what's up?" "Pontus Salman is dead. He was found in his car outside his house. It appears he shot himself." Yona exits the airport building and hails a taxi. He directs the driver to the harbour as he sprawls in the back seat. "What did you say?" Saga asks. "Nothing," Yona says. "We have no witness now," Saga says anxiously. "What the hell do we do next?" "I don't know yet," Yona says. He shuts his eyes for a moment. He feels the rocking motion of the car surround him, gentle and soothing. The taxi leaves the airport behind and speeds up to merge with traffic on the highway. "You cannot go out to Raphael's boat without backup," Saga states firmly. "The girl," Yona says abruptly. "What?" "There's a girl. Axel Riesen was teaching her the violin," Yona says, and he opens his grey eyes. "Maybe she's seen something." "Why do you think that?" "There was a dandelion ball in the whiskey glass." "What the hell are you talking about?" "Try to find her," Yona says, and snaps off the phone. He leans back against the seat and pictures how Axel was standing and holding a violin as the girl came with a bouquet of dandelion puffs. Then he thinks of the dandelion ball with its wilted stem drooping over the edge of the whiskey glass in Axel's bedroom. She'd been in such an intimate part of the house. Maybe she'd seen something. Yona goes on board the grey Finnish Coast Guard vessel Kirkku, which the Finnish Navy had acquired from the Swedish Coast Guard 6 years before. As he shakes hands with the vessel's captain, Pasi Rannikko, he is reminded of Lennart Johansson at Dalarö, the one who loved to surf and called himself Lance. Like Lance, Pasi Rannikko is a young, tanned man with clear blue eyes. Unlike Lance, however, Pasi takes his duties extremely seriously. It's obvious that this unexpected run beyond Finnish waters is troubling him. "Nothing about this makes me happy," Pasi Rannikko says with a frown, "but my boss is friends with your boss, and it appears that's all that was needed." "I hope to have something from the prosecutor before we get there," Yona says soothingly, as he feels the vibration of the ship pulling away from the dock and smoothly heading out across the water. "The second you get your arrest warrant, I'll contact FNS Hanko. It's a patrol boat with 20 officers and 6 soldiers." He points at a blip on the radar. "She can reach 35 knots, and it won't take her more than 20 minutes to get to us." "That's good." Raphael Guidi's yacht has passed Dagu and is now just outside Estonia's territorial waters. "I hope you are aware that we can't board a vessel in Estonian waters unless it's an emergency or open criminal activity is observed." "I realize that," Yona says. The boat leaves the harbour with thudding engines. "Here comes the entire crew," Pasi Rannikko says, with an ironic grin. A broadly built man with a blond beard is climbing up to the captain's bridge. He introduces himself as the first and only mate. "Niko Kapanen, like the hockey player." He eyes Yona speculatively while scratching at his beard. Then he asks slowly, "So what's this guy Guidi done?" "Kidnapping, murder of policemen, weapon smuggling," Yona says. "And Sweden sends a single policeman?" "Right," Yona smiles. "While we contribute this old baby carriage of a boat. As soon as we have the arrest warrant, we'll almost be a platoon," Pasi Rannikko says in a monotone. "Urho Saarinen on the Hanko can get here in 20 minutes if I just say the word." "An inspection," Nico says abruptly. "I'm sure as hell that we can demand a surprise inspection." "Not in Estonian waters," Pasi Rannikko protests. "What the fuck?" mutters Nico. "It will all work out," Yona says mildly. Chapter 102. Turning over the picture. Axel Riesen lies fully dressed on a bed in the 5-room suite he has been given on Raphael Guidi's mega yacht. Next to him is a folder with complete information about a liver donor, a man in a coma after an unsuccessful operation. All the data is perfect. The tissue type matches Axel's completely. Axel concentrates so intently on the ceiling that he is startled by a knock on the door. It's the man in the white uniform. Dinner. They walk together through a spa area. Axel glimpses low-lying green beds filled with empty bottles and cans. Plastic-wrapped towels are still stacked on white marble shelves, and behind glass doors, frosted for privacy, he can make out a gym. A double door of matte-surfaced metal slides open as they walk past the relaxation room with its beige wall-to-wall carpeting, sofas and chairs, as well as a short but massive table of polished limestone. The lighting is odd. Points of light and shadow slide across the walls and floor. Axel raises his eyes to realize they are beneath the yacht's enormous swimming pool. The bottom of the pool is made of glass, and overhead Axel can see the bulk of garbage and broken furniture outlined by a pale sky. Raphael Guidi is sitting on one of the sofas. He's wearing the same gym shorts as before, but now with a white T-shirt stretched over his belly. He pats the seat beside him, and Axel obediently goes over and sits down. Both bodyguards remain behind Guidi, like two shadows. No one says anything. Raphael Guidi's telephone rings. He answers and speaks on and on in a long conversation. In a short while, the man in white silently pushes a serving cart in. Without a sound, he sets 2 place settings on the limestone table with plates, silverware, and glasses, along with large platters of grilled hamburgers, bread, French fries, a bottle of ketchup, and a huge plastic bottle of Pepsi. Raphael continues his conversation without even glancing at the food. His voice is a dull monotone as he discusses what sounds like details about production speed and logistics. No one says a word. They all wait patiently. 15 minutes later, Raphael Guidi finishes his call and looks at Axel Riesen calmly. He then starts to speak in a soft tone. "Maybe you'd like a glass of wine now," he says, "since in a few days you'll have a new liver." "I've reread this material about the donor many times," Axel says. "It's in wonderful order. I'm impressed. Everything seems to be perfect." "There's an interesting thing about desire," Raphael begins, as if he hadn't heard Axel's words. "A desire you want more than anything else in the world. Myself, I wish that my wife was alive today, and we could be together again." "I understand," Axel murmurs, "but I have a quirk. I like to see desire balanced by its opposite," Raphael says. He takes a hamburger and a scoop of French fries. Then he passes the platter to Axel. "Thank you," Axel says automatically. "The desire is on one side of the scale," Raphael continues. "The nightmare is on the other." "The nightmare?" "I mean to say, we live our lives with many outer trappings, while inside we have deep, unfulfilled longings that we desire, and also nightmares that never come true." "Perhaps we do," Axel says. "You wish desperately to be able to sleep again, something very good. But what? I'm talking about the other side of the scale here. What is your worst nightmare?" "I really don't know," Axel says with a smile, raising his brows. "What are you afraid of?" Raphael says, while shaking salt over his French fries. "Illness, death, mostly pain." "Of course, everyone fears pain. I agree with you there," Raphael says. "But as far as I am concerned, my worst nightmare, as I've begun to realize, concerns my son. He'll soon be grown up, and I'm afraid he'll turn away from me and pursue his own life. So, loneliness?" "Yes, I believe so," Raphael says. "Complete loneliness is my worst nightmare." "Well, I'm already alone," Axel says. So the worst thing has already happened to me. Don't say that, Raphael jokes. No, what I'm afraid of... No, well, let's not talk about it. What? Raphael coaxes. Forget it. I really don't want to talk. You fear you were the reason a young girl committed suicide so long ago, Raphael says, and lays something on the table. Yes. And who might think of suicide today? Asks Raphael quietly. Beverly, whispers Axel, and sees that the item Raphael has set on the table in front of him is a photograph. It's face down. Axel doesn't really want to touch it, but he does, and turns it over. He pulls his hand sharply back. Beverly's wondering face is clearly visible in the light of a camera flash. He stares down at the photograph, almost too afraid to understand its meaning. It is a warning. The photograph was taken a few days ago, inside his house, in the kitchen, the day Beverly tried to play the violin, and then went away to find a vase for her dandelion bouquet. Chapter 103. Closer. After 2 hours on the Finnish Navy's grey boat, Yona finally sees Raphael Guidi's luxury yacht, smoothly gliding along on the horizon. In the sunlight she appears to glimmer like a ship made of crystal. Captain Pasiranico comes over to stand next to Yona. He nods toward the huge yacht. "How close do we need to get?" he asks intently. Yona gives him a nice grey look. "As close as we can. We need to see what's going on," he says calmly. "I need—" A huge throb of pain knifes through his temples. He falls silent and grabs onto the railing and tries to breathe slowly. "What's the matter?" Pasiranico asks with a bit of laughter in his voice. "Are you getting seasick?" "No." The pain shoots through his head again, and he grips the rail tightly. His medicine is out of the question, even if it would help. He cannot lose his focus. He cannot accept the exhaustion it would bring. The wind of their passage cools the drops of sweat that appear on Yona's forehead. He thinks about Disa's gaze and her serious, open face. The sun strikes across the rolling surface of the sea, and in his mind he can see the bridal crown. It shines in its display case in the Nordic Museum. The braided tips gleam. He thinks of the scent of wildflowers and a church that has been decorated in leaves for a summer wedding. His heart is pounding so strongly in his ears that he doesn't hear the captain speaking to him. "What did you say?" Yona looks in confusion at Pasiranico beside him, and then out toward the huge white yacht. Chapter 104. The Nightmare. Axel feels nauseous. His eyes are drawn back to the photograph of Beverly. Raphael dips his greasy fries into a pool of ketchup on his plate. Axel looks up to see a young man standing in the doorway watching them. He looks very tired and worried. He's holding a cell phone. "Theta!" Raphael calls jovially. "Come on in." "Please, no," Peter answers in a gentle voice. "That wasn't a request." Raphael smiles, but anger quirks his mouth. The boy walks over and shyly says hello to Axel. "This is my son." Raphael introduces them as if they were at a normal dinner party. "Hello," Axel says in his usual friendly way. One of the men from the helicopter is now standing next to the bar. He's throwing peanut shells toward a happy, ragged dog. His grey hair looks like metal, and his glasses flash white. "Nuts make him sick," Peter remonstrates weakly. "When our dinner is through, could you bring out your violin?" asks Raphael in a suddenly tired voice. "Our guest is interested in music." Peter nods. He is very pale. There is a sheen of sweat on his face, and the rings around his eyes are almost violet. Axel makes an attempt to smile. "What kind of violin do you have?" Peter shrugs. "It's much too good for me. It's an Amati that belonged to my mother. She was a musician." "An Amati? Which one do you think is best?" Raphael breaks in. Amati or Stradivarius? It depends on who's playing it, Axel replies. You're Swedish, Raphael says. There are 4 violins made by Stradivarius that now reside in Sweden. None of them were played by Paganini, however, and I imagine I believe you, Axel says. I collect stringed instruments that can still remember how— No, he interrupts himself. Let me reformulate that. If these instruments are handled properly, you are able to hear the longing and sadness of a lost soul. I see, Axel says noncommittally. I make sure people can hear that sorrow when we sign a contract. Raphael smiles without joy. We gather together, we listen to music, we hear that unique, sorrowful voice, and then we sign the contract. Just in the air. Our desires and our nightmares become part of the contract. I call it a Paganini contract. I understand. Do you? Raphael smiles. It is a contract even beyond death. You can never be released from it. Even a man who turns to suicide must understand his worst nightmare will still come true. I own it, but he reaps his nightmare. What do you want me to say? Axel asks. I'm just saying, consider this contract to be unbreakable. And how should I put it? He asks, hesitating. It would not help my business if you mistook me for a kind man. Raphael goes over to the huge television mounted on the wall. He takes a shining DVD from a pocket in his shorts, removes the cover, slides it into the player. Peter perches on the edge of the sofa. He looks around from under his brows at the other men in the room. He has very pale colouring and is fine-limbed with a sensitive face that seems to show every emotion. His build does not resemble the broad, compact body of his father at all. The picture flickers on the screen, and then grey streaks fill it. Axel feels a gut-wrenching fear as he watches 3 people walking out of the door of a brick family home. He recognizes 2 of them immediately, Detective Inspector Jona Lina and Saga Bauer. The third person is a woman with Latin American features. Axel watches Jona Lina take out a cell phone and make a call. He doesn't seem to get an answer. The 3 people have closed, stern expressions as they get into a car and drive away. The camera moves shakily toward the door. It's pushed open, light disappears, and then the automatic viewfinder adjusts to the darkness. 2 large suitcases stand in the hallway. The camera moves along to the kitchen, then to the left and down some stairs, through a tiled hallway, and finally into a room with a swimming pool. One woman in a bathing suit is lounging in a poolside chair, and another, her hair in a stylish page boy, stands and talks into a phone. The camera pulls stealthily back and waits for the phone call to end, hidden until she finishes. Then it moves forward again. Footsteps are heard, and the woman with the phone turns her tired, unhappy face toward the camera and stiffens. An expression of naked fear crosses her face. "I don't really want to see any more of this, Papa," the son says in his gentle voice. No, it's just getting started," Raphael replies, and the boy doesn't move. The TV goes dark for a minute because the camera has been turned off. The picture returns a moment later, jiggles and stabilizes as if the camera is now steady on a tripod. Both of the women are found sitting on the floor with their backs against the tiled wall. Pontus Salman faces them, sitting on a chair, but his body writhes and he breathes rapidly. The time on the camera shows that the recording was made less than an hour ago. A man dressed in black, with his face covered by a ski mask, walks over to Veronique and forces her face toward the camera. "Forgive me, forgive me, forgive me," mocks Raphael in a squeaky voice from his seat on the sofa. Axel looks at Raphael in amazement, just as Veronique Salman's voice pipes up.
Forgive me, forgive me, forgive me."
Her voice is shot through with terror.
"I had no idea,"
mocks Raphael and points at the television.
"I had no idea," pleads Veronique. "I took the picture, but I didn't mean to harm anyone. I didn't know how stupid I was being. I just thought that
you have to choose," the man in the ski mask says. "Who should I shoot in the knee, your wife or your sister?"
"Please, don't do this," Pontus whispers.
"Who should I shoot?" the man repeats.
"My wife," whispers Pontus.
His voice is practically inaudible.
"Pontus, please," his wife is pleading. "Please don't let him—"
Pontus begins to sob shrilly and piercingly. "It's going to hurt when I shoot her," the man warns.
"Don't let him shoot me!"
screams Veronique, panicked. "Do you want to change your mind? Should I shoot your sister instead?"
"No,"
Pontus mumbles. "Beg me to."
"What did you say?"
Pontus's expression is that of a broken man. "Beg me nicely to shoot her." There's a moment of silence, and then Axel Riesen hears Pontus say,
"Please be so kind as to shoot my wife in the knee."
"I'll do both her knees, since you've been so polite," the man says, and places the barrel of his pistol against Veronique's knee.
"Please don't let him do this," she screams. "Please, Pontus."
The man shoots. A short bang is heard. Veronique's leg jumps. Blood spatters over the tiles. Veronique screams so loudly her voice breaks. He shoots again. The recoil makes the gun jerk. The second knee is hit and bends at an impossible angle. Veronique screams again, hoarse and distant. Her body spasms in pain, and blood begins to pour over the tile floor beneath her. Pontus Salman has started to vomit, and the man in the ski mask watches him in a wondering, dreamy gaze. Veronique pulls herself to one side, panting, and she's trying to reach her injured legs with her hands. The woman next to her appears to be in shock. Her face has turned green, and her eyes are nothing but big black holes. "Your sister is mentally ill, right?" the man asks curiously. "Do you think she even realizes what's going on?" He pats Pontus on the head comfortingly. Then he says, "Do you want me to rape your sister, or shoot your wife again?" Pontus doesn't answer. His eyes are rolling backward. The man slaps him across the face. "Answer me. You want me to shoot your wife again, or rape your sister?" Pontus Salman's sister shakes her head.
"Rape her," whispers Veronique, between heavy breaths. "Please, please, Pontus, tell him to rape her instead."
"Rape her," Pontus whispers. "I didn't hear you."
"Rape my sister."
"All right, soon enough," the man says. Axel looks down at the floor between his feet. He's trying to close his ears to the wailing and the prayers and the raw, horrific screams. He tries to fill his mind with the music of Bach, tries to reach for spaces within his music, spaces filled with light and heavenly rays. Finally, there is no more sound. Axel looks up at the television. The women are both lying dead against the wall. He sees the man in the ski mask stand, panting, with the bloody knife in one hand and a gun in the other. "You've reaped your nightmare. You may kill yourself now," the man says, and throws the pistol down at Pontus's feet as he walks out of the frame and around the camera. Chapter 105. The Witness. Saga Bauer leaves Magdalena Rolander and steps back over the police tape. More curious onlookers have turned up, as well as a van from Swedish television. A uniformed officer is trying to part the crowd to allow an ambulance through. Saga leaves all this behind her and walks up a stone pathway to someone's garden and past a jasmine tree. She keeps walking faster and faster, then starts to run back to her car. "The girl," Jona had said on the phone. "You have to find the girl. There's a girl who lives with Axel Riesen. He called her Beverly Anderson. Ask Robert, her brother. The girl's about 15, and you should be able to trace her." "How much longer do I have to get an arrest warrant?" "Not long," Jona had answered. but you should make it in time. As Saga drives back towards Stockholm, she calls Robert Riesen, but there's no answer. She calls the exchange at CID and asks for Anya, Jona's assistant, the plump woman who had once won an Olympic medal in swimming and who delights in bright, shiny lipstick and nails painted in violent colours. "Anya Larsson?" Saga hears the response after only one ring. "Hi, I'm Saga Bauer at Säpo. We met recently." "Yes, we did," Anya said coolly. "I need information about a young woman named Beverly Anderson who—" "Can I bill Säpo for it?" Anya's voice is frigid. Saga snaps. "Do whatever the hell you want, as long as you get a damn number before—" "I don't care for your language, young lady." "Forget I asked." Saga swears and then honks at a car that hasn't moved, even though the light has turned green. She's about to click her phone closed when Anya asks, "How old is she?" "About 15. "There is no Beverly Anderson in that age group listed with my telephone registry, but the government does have her registered at the same address as her father, Evert Anderson." "Okay, I'll call him then. Can you text me the number?" "I've already done it." "Thanks, Anya, thanks so much. Please forgive me for being a bitch. I'm in such a hurry, I'm worried about Jona. I believe he might do something stupid without backup." "Have you talked to him?" "Yes, he asked me to find the girl. I've never even met her. I don't know. He trusts me to figure all this out, but "You call Beverly's father and I'll keep looking," Anya says, and hangs up. Saga swings onto the shoulder by Hjorthagen and parks to look at the number Anya sent her. The area code is for the province of Skåne. Maybe the town of Svalöv, she thinks, as she presses the call button. Chapter 106. The Papa. Evert Anderson sits in his pine-panelled kitchen in the middle of the province of Skåne and jumps when he hears the telephone ring. He's just come in from disentangling a heifer from his neighbour's barbed wire fence. It took more than an hour. Blood is on his hands, and he wipes them on his blue work clothes. When the phone rings, he doesn't care to answer it, not just because of the state of his hands, but because he feels that there's no one he'd really care to speak to. He leans forward, checks the ID display, and sees it's a blocked number. Probably a salesman who'll be hiding behind that. He lets the phone ring until it stops. Then it starts again. Evert Anderson takes another look at the display, and finally picks up the phone. "Anderson?" "Hello, I'm Saga Bauer." Evert hears an abrupt female voice. "I'm a police officer with Säpo. I'm looking for your daughter, Beverly Anderson." "What's happened?" "Nothing. She's done nothing wrong, but she has some very important information we need." "And now she's just taken off?" he asks weakly. "Do you have her phone number?" Saga asks. Evert's slow thoughts revert to the time he'd once hoped his daughter would take over the farm after him. She would carry on tradition. She'd live in his house. She'd work in his barn, his buildings, his fields. She'd walk through the gardens that her mother had planted, wearing rubber boots like his in the mud, growing thick around the middle as her mother had done, wearing a long coat with her hair in a braid down her back. But even as a small child, Beverly had something odd about her, which he sensed and feared. As she'd grown, she became more and more different, as if she'd sprung an alien from him and from her mother. Once she'd walked into the barn when she was 8 or 9 years old. She sat in an empty pen, using an upturned bucket as a stool, and then just sang to herself with her eyes closed. She'd lost herself in the sound of her own voice. He'd thought it his duty to yell at her to shut up and stop making a fool of herself, but there was this whole air about her that bewildered him. He marked that incident as the moment he knew he would never understand her, so he could no longer talk to her. Whenever he wanted to say something, the words died away. When her mother died, the silence on the farm was complete. Beverly began to ramble around the countryside and would be gone for hours, or even an entire day. The police had to bring her home after she'd wandered so far she didn't know where she was. She'd go with anyone if they spoke kindly to her. "I don't have anything to say to her, so why would I have her phone number?" he replies in his strict, stubborn Skåne dialect. "Are you absolutely sure you city folk from Stockholm don't understand this stuff?" He cuts her off vehemently and hangs up. He looks at his fingers on the receiver, the blood smearing his knuckles, the dirt under his fingernails, embedded in his cuticles, in every crack and surface. He walks over to his green armchair and slowly sits down. He picks up the shiny TV supplement to the newspaper and begins to read. This evening there's going to be a show about the program host, Oisin Wallenberg, who died recently. Evert drops the newspaper and is surprised to find tears in his eyes. He remembers that Beverly used to sit beside him, and they'd both laugh at the silly nonsense on Golden Friday. Chapter 107. The Empty Room. Saga Bauer swears aloud, shuts her eyes and pounds the steering wheel a few times. She tells herself that she has to pull herself together and get going before it's too late, when the phone rings. "Hi, it's me again," Anya says. "I'm putting you through to Herbert Saxeus at Santa Maria Yerta Hospital." "Okay, why?" "Saxeus had Beverly Anderson as a patient for 2 years there." "Thanks, that was—" Anya has already put Saga through to the other line. Saga waits as the signals go through. She remembers St. Maria Yerta, located east of Stockholm in Torsby. "Herbert speaking," a warm voice says in her ear. "Hi, my name is Saga Bauer, and I'm a police officer, an investigator from Seppo. I need to reach a girl named Beverly Anderson, who was one of your patients, I understand." There's a pause on the line. "Is she all right?" asks the doctor. "That's what I need to know. I have to speak to her," Saga says quickly, "and it's urgent." "She lives in the house of Axel Riesen, who— well, he has informal guardianship." "So is she still there?" Saga asks, while turning the key in the ignition. She starts to pull onto the highway. "Axel Riesen is giving her a room until she finds something of her own," he replies. "She's only 15, but it would be a mistake to force her to live at home." The traffic is steady, and Saga drives as fast as she can. "May I ask what Beverly was treated for?" she asks. "I don't know if that's helpful, but as a doctor I would say that she has a serious personality disorder, which we call Cluster B." "What does that mean?" "Not much," Herbert Saxeus says. "But if you ask me as a fellow human being, I'd say that physically Beverly is completely healthy, healthier than most. It's a cliché, I know, but she's not the one who's sick." "No, she lives in a sick world." "That's right," he sighs. Saga thanks him for his time, ends the call, and turns into Valhallavegen. The seat against her back is sticky from sweat. Her phone rings and she hits the gas to get through the yellow light by the Olympic Stadium before she picks up the call. "I thought I would try to talk to Beverly's father as well," Anya says. "He is a pleasant man, but he's had a rough day with an injured cow. He had to comfort it, he says. His family has always lived on the same farm. Now he's the only one left. We chatted about the wonderful adventures of Niels, and then he found some letters that Beverly had written to him. He hadn't even opened them. Can you believe that man? So stubborn. Beverly's telephone number was in every single letter." Saga Bauer thanks Anya profusely and calls Beverly's number. She's already pulling to a stop in front of the Riesen house while the signal goes to Beverly Anderson's cell phone. One beep after another disappears into the darkness of space. The sun shines through a little dust in the air in front of the church. Saga feels her body tense with determination. There's little time left. Jona will be on his own when he goes against Raphael Guidi. With the phone still to her ear, she walks up to Robert Riesen's door and rings the bell. Suddenly someone picks up on the other end of the phone line. Saga can hear a slight rustling. "Beverly?" Saga asks. "Is that you?" Saga can hear breathing. "Answer me, Beverly," Saga says in the gentlest voice she can muster. "Where are you?" What did you say, Beverly? What did you say? I can't hear you." "I can't come out yet," the girl whispers, and hangs up. Robert Riesen is silent and pale. He leaves Saga in Beverly Anderson's room and asks her to lock up when she's done. The room doesn't look lived in. There are just some white clothes in the wardrobe and a pair of rubber boots, a field jacket, and a cell phone charger. Saga locks Beverly's room as she leaves and goes into Axel Riesen's rooms. She tries to understand what Jona meant and how this girl could be important. She walks through the drawing rooms, salons, and the peaceful library. The door to Axel Riesen's bedroom is slightly ajar. Saga steps over the thick Chinese carpet, past the bed, and into the adjoining bathroom. She returns to the bedroom. Something is making her edgy. There's a nervous energy in the room. Saga puts one hand over her Glock in her shoulder holster. There's a whiskey glass on the table with the drooping remains of a dandelion. The dust floats slowly in the sunlight in a room almost vibrating with silence. Her heart jumps when a branch from a tree outside scrapes against the window. She walks over to the unmade bed and considers the 2 pillows and the disarray of the bedding. Saga thinks that she might be hearing steps in the library and turns to leave when a hand grabs her ankle. Someone is under the bed. She twists loose, falls backward and draws her gun in one motion while, inadvertently, she knocks over the table with the dandelion. Saga rolls to her knees and aims, but then lowers her gun again. The girl peers out of the darkness under the bed. Her eyes are wide open and frightened. Saga replaces her gun in the holster and sighs deeply. "You're shining," Beverly says. "Are you Beverly?" Saga whispers. "May I come out now?" "Yes, I promise you may come out," Saga says. "Has it been an hour? Axel told me to wait a whole hour." "It's been more than an hour, Beverly." Saga helps her stand up. The girl wears only underwear and is a bit stiff after lying in the same cramped position for so long. Her hair is very short, and her arms are covered with ink drawings and letters. "What are you doing under Axel Riesen's bed?" Saga asks, keeping her voice calm. "He's my best friend," Beverly answers as she pulls on a pair of jeans. "I believe that he's in danger. Please tell me what you know." Beverly pauses, holding on to her T-shirt. Her face flushes red, and tears fill her eyes. "I haven't done—" Beverly's lower lip starts to tremble. "Take it easy," Saga says, trying to keep the tension from her voice. "Start from the beginning." "I was in bed when Axel came in," Beverly says in a weak voice. "I knew something bad was happening. He looked white. I thought he was mad because I'd gotten a lift. I'm not supposed to hitchhike." She pauses and turns her head away. "Please go on, Beverly. We're almost out of time." Beverly whispers, "Sorry." She wipes her face with her T-shirt. Her eyes are damp and the end of her nose is red. "Axel ran into the room," Beverly says when she's collected herself. "He told me to get under the bed and hide for an entire hour, and then he ran out again to the library, and I don't know. I just saw their legs, but 2 guys came after him. They did something awful to him. He yelled, and they threw him on the floor and wrapped him in white plastic, and then they carried him outside. Everything happened so fast. I didn't see their faces. I'm not sure they're even human beings." "Just a second," Saga says. She pulls out her phone. "You have to come with me and tell your story to a man named Jens Svanehjelm." Saga calls Carlos. Her hands shake. "We have a witness. She saw Axel Riesen being kidnapped. We have a witness," she repeats. "She saw Axel Riesen overpowered and taken away, and that should be enough." Saga and Beverly look at each other, while Saga listens to Carlos's reaction. "Good," she says. "We'll be right in. You go get Svanehjelm. Make sure he prepares a statement for Europol." Chapter 108. Loyalty. Raphael Guidi is walking through the dining room carrying a black leather folder, which he sets down on the table and pushes toward Axel Riesen. Pontus Salman's nightmare, as you perhaps already understand, was to be forced to harm his wife or his sister, Guidi explains. "I don't know. I've never felt the need to be so explicit before. But how can I put this? Lately there have been people who thought they could escape their nightmares through suicide. Please don't misunderstand me. Usually our plans go very well. We can all be civilized. I can be an extremely generous man to those who are loyal to me." "You're threatening to hurt Beverly. You can always choose someone else. "Perhaps choose between her and your younger brother, if you'd rather," Raphael says nonchalantly as he sips his vitamin drink. He wipes his mouth and then turns to Peter and asks him to fetch his violin. "Have I told you that I acquire only instruments played by Paganini?" he asks. "They are the only ones I care about. People say that Paganini hated the appearance of his face. I personally believe he sold his soul to the devil so that others would worship him. He called himself an ape, but when he played, the women came crawling to him. It was worth the price. He would play and play so unbelievably that people said they could smell hellfire around him." Axel looks out the wide windows at water that now seems to barely move. He knows that if he turned and looked toward the foredeck, he would see the helicopter that had brought him here. Axel's thoughts avoid the appalling film he's just seen, and instead search for a way out of all this. He feels drained. He sits still and listens to Raphael, who goes on and on about violins, Stradivarius's fixation on the clearest sound, the hardness of the wood, the slowly growing maple and spruce trees he chooses for his workshop. Raphael stops and smiles his lifeless smile while he says, "As long as you are loyal to me, you will enjoy everything possible on one side of the scale. You will receive a healthy organ, and you'll sleep better than you ever have before. In return, I demand that you will never betray the contract we are about to sign." "And you just want the export form signed?" "I shall have that no matter what. I don't want to use force or even kill you. That would be such a waste." Guidi waves that away. "What I demand is my loyalty," Axel states. "Is that too much to ask?" Raphael asks. "Think it over for just a minute. Count all the people that you can rely on absolutely. The ones who you know would be entirely loyal to you." A long pause comes between them. Axel stares straight ahead. With a sorrowful look, Raphael says, "Exactly." Chapter 109. The Contract. Axel opens the leather folder on the table. All the export documents are there, all the paperwork necessary to clear MS Isolus from Gothenburg harbour with its huge cargo of ammunition. All that is missing is his signature. Raphael Guidi's son comes back into the room. His face is pale and withdrawn. He's carrying a beautiful violin, a reddish-brown instrument with a gently curved body. Axel recognizes an Amati immediately, and one in superb shape after so many years. "I have already told you. I demand certain music to accompany the deal we are about to make," Raphael says softly. "This violin belonged to the boy's mother, and, much earlier, Niccolò Paganini played it." "It was fashioned in 1657, Peter says. Absent-mindedly, he empties his pockets of his keys and cell phone, as if to prepare for a great event. He discards them on the table before he puts the instrument to his shoulder. The boy lays the bow gently on the strings, and soon he begins to play as if he is falling into a dream. Axel immediately recognizes the introduction to Paganini's most famous piece, Caprice No. 24. It is considered the most difficult violin piece ever written. The boy plays like he's swimming underwater. It moves much too slowly. "Our contract would be very advantageous," Raphael says. It's still light outside. The wide windows allow great light into the salon. Axel thinks about Beverly and how she came to him and crept into his bed when he was in the psychiatric ward. She'd whispered, "I saw there was light in this room. You're giving off light." "Are you finished thinking it over?" Raphael demands. Axel can't bear to look at him. He looks down instead and picks up the pen from the table in front of him. He listens to his heart race. He tries to disguise his quickened breathing. This time he can't draw a cartoon figure saying, "Hi." He will be forced to sign his name, and then pray to God that Raphael Guidi will be content and let him return to Sweden. Axel feels the pen shake. He steadies one hand with the other, takes a deep breath, and puts the tip of the pen to the empty line on the contract. "Wait one moment," Raphael Guidi says abruptly. "Before you sign, I need to know that I own you, that I own your loyalty." Axel looks into Guidi's eyes. "If you are truly prepared to possibly reap your nightmare if our contract is broken, you must show your faith. You must demonstrate it by kissing my hand." "What? We entered into a contract, do we not?" "We do," Axel replies. "Then it will be sealed by a kiss on my hand," Raphael says in a voice so twisted that he could be the idiot in an ancient play. Raphael's son plays more and more slowly as he tries to force his fingers to obey. He awkwardly shifts position, but stumbles during the rapid runs. He mangles the passage again, and then he gives up. "Continue," Raphael demands, without a glance his way. "It's too difficult. It doesn't sound good." "Peter, it's wrong to give up before you've really tried." "Then play it yourself," his son says with a pout. Raphael's face stiffens so that his features are as hard as a rock formation. "Do as I say," he says with chilling calm. The boy doesn't move, just looks at the ground. Raphael's right hand goes toward the chain on his gym shorts. "Peter, I thought it sounded fine enough to continue," Raphael says menacingly. "The bridge is crooked," Axel breaks in with a voice barely above a whisper. Peter looks at the violin and blushes. "Can you adjust it?" he asks. "Of course, it's easy enough, and I can do it for you if you want me to," Axel says. "Will it take a long time?" asks Raphael. "No," Axel says. Axel puts down the pen and takes the violin from the boy. He turns it over and feels how light it is. He's never held an amati before, let alone one the master Paganini had played. Raphael's phone rings. He looks at it and then stands straight up while he listens. "That can't be true," he's exclaiming with a savage expression. A twisted smile plays across his lips. He barks something to his bodyguards, and together they turn to head up the stairs. Peter watches Axel loosen the strings. The violin creaks. The dry sound of Axel's fingers brushing against the instrument vibrates through the sensitive sound box. Axel carefully adjusts the bridge a fraction, and then tightens the strings again. "Did that work?" asks Peter. "Of course," Axel says as he tunes the strings. "Try it now and see." "Thanks," Peter says. Axel is sharply aware of Peter's cell phone on the table behind him as he says, "Start again. You've just finished the first run, and next comes the pizzicato movement." "I feel embarrassed," Peter says, and turns away. Axel leans back on the table, reaching behind him, finding the phone and trying to pick it up. It slides around a little on the smooth surface. Peter has his back to Axel. He's lifting the violin to his shoulder and setting the bow to the strings. Axel manages to get the phone in his fingers and keeps it hidden in his hand as he moves slightly to one side. Peter draws the bow in only one note. Then he stops. He turns around and looks past Axel. "Hey, wasn't my phone there?" Axel lets the phone slide out of his hand before he turns and picks it up. "Do I have any messages?" Peter asks. Axel glances at the telephone. There is full coverage, even though they're out at sea. He realizes that the ship must have satellite transmission. "No messages," he says, and puts the phone back down. "Thanks." Axel remains next to the table as Peter begins again to play Caprice No. 24. It's much too slow and more out of rhythm. Peter has some talent, and it's easy to tell he's practiced a great deal, but this piece is beyond him. Still, the sound of the amati is so wonderful that Axel would have enjoyed listening even if a small child plucked the strings. Peter plows through the music, but he's finally so lost he stops. He tries again. Axel decides he will try for the phone again and saunters to one side. He doesn't have enough time as Peter hits a false note, stops playing, and turns back to Axel. "This is very hard," he exclaims, but he's ready to try again. He starts, but it's still all wrong. "It's not working," he says as he lowers the violin. "Keep your third finger on the A string. It's easier to reach. Can't you just show me?" Axel looks at the phone on the table. A reflection from the sun sparkles outside, and Axel turns towards the panoramic window. The sea has become remarkably calm and smooth. You can hear thudding sounds from the engine room, a constant noise he's surprised to notice now. Peter hands Axel the violin. Axel puts it to his shoulder, tightens the bow slightly, and then starts the piece from the very beginning. Its flowing, sorrowful introduction pours at high speed into the room. The Amati's voice is not strong, but it is wonderfully soft and clear. Paganini's music sings out, circling in higher and higher reaches as one melody chases another. "Oh, my God," Peter whispers. The voice changes to sound in a hissing prestissimo. It's playfully beautiful, and at the same time filled with difficult fingerings and quick jumps between octaves. The music already lives in Axel's mind. All he has to do is let it out. Not every note is perfect, but his fingers instinctively know the way and dance quickly over the fingerboard and the strings. Vaguely he hears Raphael yelling something from the captain's bridge, and there's a thud overhead that shakes the crystal chandelier. Axel continues to play. The quivering notes are like sparks of sunlight over the sea. Steps come thudding down the staircase. When Axel sees Raphael with sweat pouring down his face and a bloody military knife in his hand, he stops playing abruptly. The grey-haired bodyguard runs behind Raphael with his rifle up and ready. It's a Belgian Fabrique Nationale Scar. Chapter 110. On Board. Jonalina is next to Pasi Raniko and peering through a pair of binoculars. The first mate stands beside them. They all watch the enormous luxury yacht now dead in the water before them. It rocks slightly, although the wind has died down. The flag of Italy droops. There's no movement on the ship, as if all on board are suspended in Sleeping Beauty's 100-year sleep. Whitecaps have disappeared from the surface of the Baltic Sea, and it is so calm the smooth water mirrors the light blue sky. The cell phone rings in Jona's pocket. He hands the binoculars to Nico and answers.
"We have a witness," Saga is screaming on the other end. "The girl saw everything. Axel Riesen has definitely been kidnapped. The prosecutor has already issued a warrant. You can go on board and search for him."
"Good work," Jona says. Pasi Raniko looks at Jona expectantly as he puts his phone away. "We have the authority to arrest Raphael Guidi," Jona says. "He's accused of kidnapping." "I'll radio FNS Hanko," Pasi Raniko says, and rushes up to the communication radio on the bridge. "They'll be here in 20 minutes, Nico says excitedly. "Request for backup," Pasi Raniko says into the microphone. "We have an arrest warrant to board Raphael Guidi's boat and take him in." "Roger, that's correct." "Yes, but hurry. Top speed." Jona has the binoculars again and sweeps his gaze along the white stairs from their platform on the deck, past below decks, and then back up to the after deck with its closed umbrellas. He tries to get a glimpse through a set of oval-wide windows, but they are too black. He follows the railing and then back up the next set of stairs onto the large terrace. Shimmering hot air filters through vents on the roof of the captain's bridge. Jona swings his binoculars back to the black windows and stops. He thought he saw movement behind the glass. Something white is hurrying along behind the panes. For a second it looks like a huge wing, bent feathers pressed against the glass. The next moment it appears to be cloth or white plastic. Jona blinks to clear his vision and looks again to find himself staring into a face lifting its own binoculars. The steel door to the captain's bridge slams open, and a blond man runs out and jumps down the stairs to race across the foredeck. These are the first people Jona has seen on the yacht The second man is dressed in black. He hurries to the helicopter pad and unfastens the line around the helicopter's base. He opens the door to the cockpit. "They've listened in on our radio," Yona says. "We'll change channels," Pasiranico calls back. "It doesn't matter anymore," Yona says. "They're not going to stay. They're going to try to get away on the helicopter." He hands the binoculars to Nico. 15 minutes to back up," Pasiranico says tensely. "Too late," Yona states swiftly. "Someone's already in the helicopter," Nico calls out. "Raphael knows we have his arrest warrant and can come aboard," Yona says. "So do we board the ship right away?" asks Nico. "That's what we'll have to do," Yona says, giving him a quick glance. Nico snaps a magazine into an automatic rifle that is as black as dirty oil. It's a short-barreled Heckler & Koch .416. Pasiranico takes his own gun from his holster and hands it to Yona. "Thanks," Yona says as he quickly checks the ammunition and looks the gun over. It's an M9A1 semi-automatic. He recognizes it as similar to the M9 used in the Gulf War, but the magazine is slightly different and there's a fastener for a lamp and a laser scope. Without speaking again, Pasiranico aims his ship toward the aft bridge of the yacht, which is just above the waterline. As they near it, the yacht seems to rise higher and higher, almost like an apartment building. Pasir puts his engine into reverse to slow, whipping up the wake, and Nico throws fenders over the side. The hulls bang against each other and sparks fly. Yona climbs aboard even as the boats veer away from each other. Water churns up between them. Nico jumps and Yona catches his hand. His automatic rifle bangs against the railing. They run together toward the stairs, force their way past the debris of scattered wicker chairs and old wine boxes, and race up. Nico turns for a second to wave at Pasiranico, who is roaring away from the yacht. Chapter 111. Traitors. Raphael Guidi is on the bridge with his bodyguard, the one with grey hair and glasses. The navigator looks at them both with such fright as he nervously rubs his hand across his stomach over and over. "What's going on?" demands Raphael. "I ordered the helicopter to get ready," the navigator quavers. "I thought, where's that damned police boat?" "There," he says, pointing aft. Close under the yacht's afterdeck, beyond the swimming pool and the winches for the lifeboats, the grey naval boat is bumping close and churning up a wake as it reverses its engines. "The radio call. What did they say exactly?" Raphael demands. "They said they didn't have much time. They called for backup. They said they had an arrest warrant." "How can they?" Raphael howls and looks around. Down in the helicopter pad they can see the pilot already in the cockpit. The rotors have just begun to move, and they can hear Paganini's Caprice No. 24 being played in the dining room beneath them. "Their backup is coming," the navigator says, and points to a spot on the radar. "I see. How much time do we have?" Raphael asks. "They're moving at about 33 knots, so 10 minutes?" "No danger," says the bodyguard, glancing at the helicopter. "We can get you and Peter out of here. Only 3 minutes until—" The blonde bodyguard runs onto the bridge. He's shouting and his face is white. "Someone's on board! Someone's on the ship!" he yells. "How many?" The grey-haired man is now totally alert. "I only saw one. He has an automatic rifle. No special equipment. Go stop him." "Give me a knife," demands Raphael. The guard pulls out a knife with a channeled grey blade. Raphael takes it and whirls on the navigator. His eyes tighten. "Did you or did you not tell me they would wait for backup?" he screams. "You told me they would wait." "That's what they said." "Then what are they doing here?" "They have nothing on me," Raphael says. "They have absolutely nothing." The navigator steps back as he shakes his head. Raphael barges closer. "Why the hell are they here if they have nothing on me?" Raphael keeps screaming. "There's nothing—" "I don't know, the navigator screams. "I can only tell you what I heard." "What did you tell them?" "Tell them? Me? I don't understand." "Don't mess with me. Just tell me what the fuck you told them." "I didn't say anything." "Coming from you, that's strange. Most unusual, very strange indeed. Don't you think so?" "I only listened in, as I was told to." "I didn't. Why don't you confess?" Raphael roars as he leaps toward the navigator and pushes the knife deep into his belly. There is little resistance as the knife slices through his shirt, his fat, and into his intestines. Blood is channeled past the knife and spatters on Raphael's hand and arm, and even onto his gym clothes. A confused expression comes over the navigator's face as he tries to step backward to get away from the knife, but Raphael looks deep into his eyes. The beautiful music still filters up from the dining room. Unbelievably rapid notes dance up and down the scale. "It could be Axel Riesen," the grey-haired bodyguard says abruptly. "Maybe he was bugged. Maybe he's in contact with the police." Raphael jerks the knife back out of the navigator's body and throws himself down the stairs. The navigator stands still, holding his stomach as blood drops onto his black shoes. He tries to walk, but slides to the ground instead, and lies there staring mutely at the ceiling. Raphael's bodyguard is running behind him, holding his rifle ready to fire as they both run down the carpeted stairs. Axel stops playing when Raphael comes roaring in, pointing to him with the bloody knife. "You traitor!" he roars. "You betrayed me!" The bodyguard suddenly fires his rifle at the window, the bullet slamming through, while the brass It's as distant as a dream, sound dampened by the doors. They pause for a few seconds, and then they dash past an open area with a dump heap for a swimming pool. Silently, they run across the sunken terrace and over to the metal stairs. Footsteps sound overhead, and Nico points to the stairs. They press their bodies against the wall. As at the same moment automatic fire slams out. Quick, hard bangs. The full metal jacket bullets splinter the stairs where he'd just been standing and are now ricocheting in all directions. Yona crouches farther back, behind the stairs, and feels an adrenaline rush. Nico has found cover behind a lifeboat crane and is returning fire. Yona, bent over, sees the row the bullet holes have made in the dark glass, like frosted rings around black pupils. Chapter 113. The Blade of the Knife. The grey-haired bodyguard continues down the stairs with his weapon steadily aimed at the windows. Smoke trickles from his rifle, and the casings are still bouncing down the stairs. Peter has curled into a ball and holds his hands over his ears. Silently, the bodyguard slips out a side door. Axel is backing away between the tables, holding the violin and its bow, and retreating as Raphael points at him with the knife. "How could you ruin everything?" he roars as he tries to catch up to Axel. "I'm going to cut up your face. I'm going to—" "Papa, what's going on?" screams Peter. "Get my gun and get on the helicopter. We're leaving this boat." The boy nods. His face is pale, his chin wobbles. Raphael skirts around tables toward Axel. Axel moves backward and throws down chairs between them. "Loaded with parabellum hollow point," commands Raphael. "How many?" the boy asks. "One magazine?" "Yes, that's enough, but hurry!" Raphael yells as he kicks aside a chair. Axel is trying to get through the door on the other side of the room. He turns the lock one-handed, but the door won't open. "I'm not finished with you!" howls Raphael. Axel shakes the door again with his free hand, and then sees the bolt high up. Raphael is barging closer. The knife glistens in his hand. Axel reacts impulsively and whirls around to hurl the beautiful violin at Raphael. It tumbles in the air, red and glowing. Raphael jumps aside and trips, but still lunges as he tries to save the instrument. He almost catches it, but fumbles, although he's broken its fall. The violin skitters across the floor with a sibilant whisper. Axel has gotten the door open and rushes out into a cluttered hallway. There's so much trash he can hardly get through. He clambers over a heap of lounge chair pillows and over a pile of diving masks and wetsuits. "I'll get you!" Raphael is following him with the knife in one hand and the violin in the other. Axel's foot gets caught in the mesh of a rolled-up tennis net. He crawls away, kicking at it as Raphael draws nearer. Short, hard bursts of automatic fire can be heard outside. Raphael pounces, driving the knife down at Axel, but he misses as Axel kicks himself loose. He scrambles to his feet and knocks over a fußball table to block Raphael, then rushes again down the hallway to the door at the end. His hands fumble with the lock and the handle, but something blocks it shut. He shoves. The door opens a crack. "You can't get away from me!" Axel tries to press himself through the gap, but it's too narrow. The edge of a large shelving unit, stacked with clay pots, is in the way. Axel throws his whole weight against the door, and the unit beyond scrapes a few inches. He can feel Raphael behind him. He shoves once more, and finally can squeeze his body through. He tears his hand on the lock, but he can't notice. He must get out of there. With a scream, Raphael stretches out and swipes down with the knife. The blade rips Axel's shoulder. It burns with pain. Axel stumbles into a room with a glass ceiling that looks like a forgotten greenhouse. He runs again, feeling for his shoulder, covering his fingers with blood. He stumbles over a withered lemon tree in a pot and rushes on, bent over, along rows of dead plants with dry, rustling leaves. Raphael is kicking powerfully at the door. He grunts at every kick. The pots shake as the shelving unit is shoved aside, bit by bit. Axel searches frantically for a hiding place. He crawls under a dirty plastic sheet hanging down from one of the banks of plants. He keeps crawling past buckets and tubs. He prays Raphael will give up soon and escape from the boat with his son. There's a thundering boom from the door, and a few pots smash on the floor. Raphael wrenches his way into the room, panting hard, and nudges against a trellis with withered grapevines. "Come out and kiss my hand," he calls. Axel holds his breath. He tries to retreat farther, but there's a massive metal potting bench in his way. "I promise I'll give you everything." There's a wide-stretched, oily smile on Raphael's face. He prowls forward, searching among the shelves and past the dead stumps of bushes. "Your brother's liver is waiting for you. All you have to do is kiss my hand, and it'll be yours." Axel's stomach lurches, and, shaking violently, he leans against a metal cabinet. He's blocked. His heart races, and he hears a roaring in his head. He tries to remain silent. He searches everywhere, and then discovers a hatch just 5 meters away, a hatch that must open onto the foredeck. The helicopter's engine is roaring louder. Axel plans to crawl under the table and then run the last few steps. He peers closely. The door is held shut with just a hook. He begins to shift to one side. He lifts his head slightly to estimate the distance. But then he freezes. In his concentration he lost track of Raphael, who has crept up behind him. He hears Raphael's rasping breath and smells his sweat. And he feels the cold edge of a knife against his throat. It burns where the blade touches Axel's skin. Chapter 114. The Final Fight. The grey-haired bodyguard slides out of the dining room silently, glides through the doors, and then runs quickly along the glass-covered section of the deck, holding his camouflaged weapon ready. The lenses of his glasses sparkle. Jonas sees him sneaking up behind Nico, and knows he will get Nico in a few seconds. Nico's back is unprotected. The bodyguard raises his automatic weapon and shifts his finger to the trigger. Jonas stands up, rigid, and places 2 shots into the middle of the man's chest. The bodyguard staggers and catches the railing to keep himself from falling overboard. He looks around wildly to see Jona coming. He raises his weapon back up to shoot again. Jona realizes that the man wears a bulletproof vest under his black jacket. Jona has already sprung at the man and knocked the weapon before slamming his gun into the base of the man's nose. The bodyguard's legs collapse. He staggers back, head thudding against the railing, his sweat and snot scattering about the deck. He flops down completely. Jona and Nico run along the yacht on each side of the dining hall. They can hear the helicopter's rotor blades revving even more. "Hurry up! Get aboard!" someone is shouting. Jona runs as close to the wall as he can. He pauses to take a look around the corner to the foredeck. Raphael Guidi's son is already in the helicopter. The shadows from the rotor blades flutter over the decks and railings. Yona hears noise from overhead and realizes that Raphael's other bodyguard has spotted him. The blond man is just 25 meters away and has already aimed at Yona. There is no time to react. A bang rings out, and Yona feels a flick like the stroke of a whip across his face. His surroundings fade to white. He falls over some lounge chairs without being able to stop himself and sprawls on the floor, unable to keep his neck from striking the railing. His hand hits a bar, knocking his weapon from his hand so hard that his wrist feels broken. The gun falls over the railing and clatters down to the deck below. Yona blinks as his sight returns. He creeps along the wall. He still feels confused, and for a moment doesn't realize what's happened. Blood trickles down his face. He has to get up. He has to have Nico's help. He must find out where that bodyguard has gone. He rubs his bloody cheek. It burns from pain, and he feels along his face to understand that the bullet scored it. It's a surface wound, but nothing more. He hears an odd ringing in his left ear. His heart pounds. As he stands up, protected by the metal wall, his head feels a familiar ache. It is the warning that precedes a migraine. Yona presses a thumb against his forehead between his eyebrows and closes his eyes, trying to force the pain away. After a moment he opens them again, tries to see Nico, the helicopter, and beyond the foredeck and the railing. The Finnish Navy's well-equipped vessel is approaching like a black shadow on the smooth sea. Yona twists free a long rod of metal from the broken lounge chair. At least he will have something in his hand when he has to face the bodyguard. He presses tightly against the wall. He spots Raphael and Axel out on the foredeck. Moving backward toward the helicopter, they're oddly fused together. Raphael has an arm slung across Axel, the beautiful Amati in his hand, a bright red against Axel's chest. With his other hand he holds a knife blade to Axel's throat. Their hair and clothes flutter in the draft from the rotor blades. The man who shot Yona is creeping sideways to locate him again. He's not sure if he scored a direct hit to the head. It happened so quickly. Yona slides backward to get away, but his headache slows him down until he comes to a stop. He can move no more. Not now, he thinks as he feels the sweat on his back. The bodyguard edges around the corner, weapon ready. He catches sight of Yona's shoulder and glimpses his throat and his head. Then blonde-bearded Nico Kapanen barrels around another corner with his automatic rifle raised. The bodyguard is too quick. He whirls and lets off 4 shots in a row. Nico doesn't even feel the first one hit his shoulder, but he's thrown back when the second hits his stomach. The third misses, but the fourth strikes Nico in the chest. He falls on his side along the edge of the raised helicopter platform. He's so shocked from his wounds, he doesn't realize his finger is still on the trigger as he falls. The bullets aren't even aimed and fly out over the water as he empties the entire magazine in 2 seconds, until his weapon clicks. Nico draws a ragged breath, and his eyes roll back in his head. He drops his weapon and dazedly sees the massive bolts on the underside of the helicopter pad. He notices that rust has forced its way through the white paint at the cracks of the large nuts, but he doesn't notice that his right lung is filling with blood. He coughs weakly and fights against losing consciousness. He spies Yona, hiding behind the wall to the dining room with no weapon but a metal rod in his hand. Their eyes meet. Nico gathers his last strength and kicks his automatic rifle over the deck to Yona. Axel is terrified. His heart races. Gunfire all around makes his ears ring. He can't help trembling under Raphael's knife, his body held as the man's shield. The knife has cut into Axel's skin, and blood runs down his shirt. He can see the bodyguard getting closer to Yona-Lina's hiding spot, but he can do nothing. Yona reaches for Nico's carbine and pulls it toward him. The bodyguard, crouching near the helicopter pad, lets off a blast toward him. The bullets ricochet every which way. Yona jerks out the empty magazine, and from the corner of his eye sees Nico rummage through his pockets. Nico looks drained of blood, and he can barely move. He has to stop a moment, his hand pressing against his stomach. A bodyguard yells at Raphael to hurry and climb in the helicopter. It's about to lift off. Nico fumbles in a pocket on the leg of his pants. A candy wrapper flutters away. Still, his fingers close over one stray bullet. Nico coughs and looks at the full metal jacket bullet in his palm. Then he tosses it to Yona. The bullet rolls across the metal floor, flashing in the sunlight. Its bronze hull and tip of copper shine. Yona grabs it and shoves it into the magazine as fast as he can. Nico's eyes are shut now. A bubble of blood appears between his lips, but his chest is still rising and falling with shallow breaths. The bodyguard's heavy steps clunk across the deck. Yona shoves the magazine into the carbine, slips in the one bullet, lifts the weapon, waits a second, and leaps out of his hiding place. Raphael is still pulling Axel with him. Raphael's son yells something from within the helicopter, and the pilot is waving at Raphael to get in. "You should have kissed my hand when you had the chance," Raphael murmurs into Axel's ear. The Amati gives off a deep sound as Raphael pulls it into Axel's chest. The bodyguard is strolling toward Nico and bends to send a bullet into his face. "Yonotaka!" yells Yona in Finnish. He sees the bodyguard whirl to shoot at Yona instead. Yona leaps to one side to concentrate on the line of fire, since his one bullet must count. It all happens in seconds. Behind his shield, Raphael keeps a firm grip on his knife. The increasing draft from the helicopter rips at their clothes. Rivulets of blood are sucked from Axel's neck. They see Yona crouch slightly, shift the muzzle of the carbine slightly, and fire. "Yonotaka," Yona thinks. "Get in line, boys." He feels the hard recoil bang against his shoulder. The full metal jacket bullet leaves his weapon at 800 meters a second. Making almost no sound, the bullet plunges into the bodyguard's throat and exits in a spray of blood before it plunges again into Raphael's shoulder and out to fly over the water. Raphael's knife arm is shocked from the hit, and the knife tumbles to the deck. Axel Riesen falls away. The bodyguard looks at Yona in surprise as his blood spurts from his throat to pour over his chest. He tries again, groggily, to lift his weapon, but he can't. An odd sound emanates from his throat. He coughs, and this time blood splutters from his mouth and down his chin. He sits down abruptly. He lifts his hand to the hole in his throat. He blinks 2 times, and then his eyes fix, wide open. Raphael's face is drained, and he wavers in the strong, pulsing draught. He still clutches his violin. He stares malevolently at Yona. "Papa!" Peter yells. He throws a pistol to his father. It strikes the deck and bounces once before landing at Raphael's feet. Axel has dragged himself up against the railing, his hand pressing against his throat. "Raphael! Raphael Guidi!" Yona yells. "You're under arrest!" Raphael is only 5 meters from his helicopter. The pistol is at his feet. His gym clothes flap on his body. With effort, he bends for the gun. "You are under arrest for weapon smuggling, kidnapping, and murder," Yona shouts clearly. Raphael straightens with the gun in his shaking hand. His face is covered in sweat. "Put down your weapon," Yona orders. Raphael is aiming the shaking gun. The pounding of his heart interferes. He meets Yona's eyes. Axel yells at Yona to run. Yona remains absolutely still. Everything then happens at once. Raphael lifts the pistol toward Yona and pulls the trigger. The pistol clicks. He tries again and fails. He chokes on a ragged breath when he understands that Peter never put a new magazine in the pistol. He understands his son has thrown him an empty gun. The loneliness he has always feared wraps itself around him. And now it's too late. He cannot drop the weapon and give himself up. He feels 3 soft thuds against his body as a bang sounds over the sea. Raphael feels only as if someone has struck a fist against his chest. Then he loses all sensation in his legs. The helicopter will wait no more. It lifts straight into the air, leaving Raphael Guidi behind. The Finnish Navy ship has drawn alongside the yacht. The 3 sailors once more fire in unison. Once more, all 3 bullets strike Raphael with one explosive bang. Raphael Guidi's body twitches as if he wants to move, but he can't. He falls. His back is warm, but his feet are already ice-cold. Raphael stares up at the helicopter quickly rising into the hazy sky. Peter looks down at the yacht, growing ever smaller beneath him. His father is sprawled inside the concentric rings of the helicopter pad, which now looked like a target. Raphael Guidi holds Paganini's violin to his bloody chest. The red pool beneath his body widens. His eyes are now blank in death. Yona is the only person still standing upright on the deck of the yacht. He watches the helicopter fly away. The sky is bright and empty. On the shining surface of the ocean, 3 vessels bob together in a moment of quiet. Soon the rescue helicopters will arrive from Finland. Right now, though, it feels like the moment after a performance when the last note fades away, the audience is still enthralled, and the thunderous applause is about to erupt. Chapter 115. The Conclusion. Jona-Lina, Axel Riesen, and Nico Kapanen, along with the grey-haired bodyguard, are being transported by rescue helicopter to surgical hospital in Helsinki. At the hospital, Axel is curious about why Jona did not duck when Raphael picked up the pistol from the deck. "Didn't you hear me yell at you?" Axel asks. Jona tells him that he'd already spotted the Navy snipers and trusted they would fire before Raphael. "But they didn't," Axel says. "You can't be right all the time," Jona says with a grin. Nico happened to be awake when they looked in before they left. He joked that he felt like the hero Valhalla in the book The Unknown Soldier. "Go, Sweden," he says to them. "And brave little Finland didn't do so bad, either." Nico's injuries are no longer life-threatening, but he knows he still faces several operations over the next few days. He will grumble about having to be in a wheelchair when he is released to the care of his parents, and he will be unhappier still when he realizes that it will take at least another year before he can play hockey with his sister again. Raphael Guidi's bodyguard was arrested and booked into Vanda jail while the judicial wheels began to grind. Jona-Lina and Axel Riesen travel home to Sweden. The large container ship MS Isolus was never allowed to sail from Gothenburg harbour. Its cargo of ammunition was unloaded and stored in a customs facility. Jens Farnahjelm began his proper procedures, but, except for the wounded bodyguard, all the people responsible for the crimes were dead. They never had enough proof to charge anyone else. Only Pontus Salman was found to be mixed up in the illegal export of weapons, and the only suspected criminal in the ISP was its previous general director, Carl Palmkrona. The government official Jürgen Grünlicht was investigated, but there were never any charges levelled at him. The conclusion was unhappily reached that all the politicians in Sweden and the people working for the Export Control Committee had been in the dark themselves and had just acted in good faith. Investigations against 2 Kenyan politicians were handed over to Roland Lidonde, the anti-corruption general and the State Secretary for Governance and Ethics. It was assumed, however, that he would find that the Kenyans had also acted in good faith. The supposedly innocent owners of Intersafe Shipping did not know that the ammunition was supposed to go on to Sudan from Mombasa harbour, and the Kenyan transportation company Transcontinent was also unaware that trucks scheduled to travel to Sudan would be loaded with ammunition. Everyone had acted in good faith. Axel Riesen. Axel Riesen feels the stitches in his shoulder as he climbs out of the taxi to walk the last steps up Bragevegen. Under the bright sun, the asphalt appears pale, almost white. As he puts his hand to the gate, the outer door of the house opens and Robert comes out. He'd been waiting at the window. "God, what you've been through," Robert says, shaking his head. "I've been on the phone to Jona-Lina, and he was telling me this crazy story." "You know how tough your big brother is," Axel says, smiling. They hug, and for a moment hold each other tightly. Then they walk together to the house. "We've set the table for lunch in the garden," Robert says. "How's your heart? It hasn't given you further trouble, has it?" Axel asks as he follows his brother. "Actually, I was scheduled for surgery next week," Robert answers gravely.
"I didn't know that,"
Axel whispers. "I'm getting a pacemaker instead. I don't think I've ever mentioned it to you."
"So, an operation?"
"Well, anyway, it was cancelled." Axel looks at his brother, and he feels a dark twist in his soul. He understands who had booked Robert's operation, and that it was meant never to succeed. The details of the patient in a coma had come from Robert's medical data. He would have gone into an induced coma on the operating table. Axel would have been given the donation from his own brother. Axel has to sit abruptly on a hall chair. He feels the flush of guilt. Tears come to his eyes. "Aren't you coming?" Robert says easily.
"Yes, of course."
Axel takes a deep breath, stands up and follows his younger brother through the house and into the garden. Underneath the shade of the big tree in the centre of the garden, a table set with their finest tableware is waiting on the marble paving. Axel starts toward Robert's wife, Annette, to greet her, but Robert takes his arm to steer him away. "Remember when we were kids? We had fun together," he says quietly, looking serious. "Why did we grow apart and stop talking? What happened?" Axel looks at his brother in surprise. He notices the wrinkles in Robert's face and the stubbly hair around a large bald spot. "Life happens." "No, there's something else," Robert says. "We must talk about something I could not discuss over the phone." "What could that be?" "Beverly told me that you blame yourself for Greta's death," Robert says. "I refuse to discuss that." "But you must listen," Robert insists. "I was backstage at the competition. I heard everything. I heard Greta with her father. She was crying the whole time. She'd played a passage incorrectly, and her father was furious she'd lost the competition." Axel breaks free of Robert's hold. "I already know." "Let me tell you what I have to tell you," he says. "Go ahead, then." "Axel, if only you'd just said something. If only I'd known you blamed yourself for Greta's suicide. I was the one who overheard her father. It was his fault and only his fault. They had a horrible fight, and he said horrible things to her. He told her he was completely humiliated. He said that she'd shamed him and that he didn't want her as his daughter any longer. She was to leave his house. He would no longer finance her at the music academy. She was to drop her whole world here and go back to her drug-addicted mother in Mora." "How could he ever have said such a thing?" "I'll never forget Greta's voice," Robert continues bitterly. "How frightened she sounded. She pleaded that she'd done her best. She said that everyone makes mistakes and there'd be other competitions. That was the only life she knew, the only one she loved." "I always told her there would be other competitions," Axel says slowly. He looks around, dazed, and doesn't know what to do. He slowly sits down on the marble patio and holds his face in his hands. She was crying, and said she'd kill herself if he didn't let her keep her life in music, let her stay at the academy and continue to play. "I don't know what to say," Axel whispers. "You should thank Beverly," Robert replies. Beverly Anderson. It's drizzling as Beverly stands on the train platform inside Central Station. Her journey south will be in a summer landscape wrapped in grey fog. It's not until she reaches Hässleholm that the sky will clear again. She changes trains in Lund. Then from Landskrona she takes the bus to Svalöv. It's been a long time since she was last home. She remembers that Dr. Saxeus assured her that things would go well. "I've had a long talk with your father," the doctors had said. He really wants you to come home." Beverly is now walking across a dusty square. She pictures herself as she was 2 years ago, vomiting on the square because some boys had forced her to drink illegal booze. They'd taken shameful pictures of her and then dropped her off on the square. Her papa did not want her at home after that incident. She keeps walking. Her stomach ties in knots when she sees the country road open before her. The road leads to her farm, 3 kilometers away. Cars used to pick over the peaceful cemetery by the church. Yesterday, Björn Almskog was buried at Norra Cemetery, and today 4 men in black suits are carrying Viola Maria Liselott Fernandez's coffin to her final resting place. Following the pallbearers, 2 uncles and 2 cousins from El Salvador, Penelope Fernandez and her mother, Claudia, walk with the priest. They gather around the open grave. One of the cousin's children, a girl of about 9, looks at her father questioningly. When he nods to her, she lifts up her recorder and begins to play Hymn 97, while the coffin is lowered into the ground. Penelope Fernandez holds her mother's hand, while the priest reads a passage from the book of Revelation. "And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death." Claudia looks at Penelope and straightens her collar. She pats her cheek, as if Penelope was still a small child. As they return to their cars, Penelope's phone buzzes. It's Jonalina. Penelope disengages her hand from her mother's and walks to the shade underneath the large trees to talk in private. "Hello, Penelope," Jona says in his characteristic voice, sing-song but serious. "Hello, Jona," Penelope replies. "I thought you would want to know that Raphael Guidi is dead." "And the ammunition to Darfur?" "We've stopped the shipment." "That's good." Penelope looks around at her relatives and friends. Her mother, who stands where she left her. Her mother, who won't let her out of her sight. "Thanks," she says. She goes back to her mother, who watches her anxiously. She takes her mother's hand again, smiles, and they walk together to the cars. She stops and turns around. For a second she'd thought she heard her sister's voice right beside her. She shivers, and a shadow passes over the neatly mown grass. Her young cousin with the recorder is standing between the gravestones, looking at her. Her headband has slipped free, and her hair is loosened in the summer breeze. Saga Bar and Anja Larsson. These summer days never end. The nights glow like mother of pearl until dawn. The National Police Board is having a party for employees near Drottningholm Palace. Jonalina sits with his colleagues at a long table beneath a big tree. In front of a forlorn red dance platform, a band dressed in white suits is playing the traditional Swedish folk song, Horgolåten. Peter Neslund is dancing the Slingspolska with Fatima Zanzani from Iraq. He's saying something, and laughter lights up his face. Whatever he's saying seems to be making Fatima very happy. The song is about a time when the devil came to play the violin. He played so well that the young people never wanted to stop dancing. Finally, they were so exhausted they started to weep. Their shoes wore out, their feet wore out, and soon only their heads were left hopping to the devil's music. Anya is nearby on a camp chair. She wears a flower-patterned blue dress and stares morosely at the dancing couples. However, when she sees Yona get up from the table, her round face flushes. "Happy summer, Anya," he says. Saga Bar is dancing over the grass between the trees. She's chasing soap bubbles with Magdalena Ronander's twins. Her flowing blonde hair with its entwined coloured ribbons shines in the sun. Two middle-aged women pause to admire her. "Ladies and gentlemen," says the leader of the band after the applause dies down, "we have a special request." Carlos Eliasson smiles and looks at someone behind the stage. The singer smiles. "I have my roots in Oulu, and I'm going to sing a special Finnish song for you. It's a tango called Satuma." Magdalena Ronander is wearing a wreath of flowers in her hair as she heads towards Yona and tries to catch his eye. Anya stares at her feet. The band starts playing the tango. Yona has already turned to Anya, and he bows slightly. He asks quietly, "May I have the honour?" Anya's face, and even her neck, blushes bright red. She looks up at him and nods seriously. Yes, you may." She puts her fingers on Yona's arm and throws a proud glance at Magdalena. She steps onto the dance platform with her head high. Anya concentrates on her steps at first, a furrow on her brow, but soon she relaxes and her face is calm and happy. She had fashioned an elaborate arrangement of her hair on the back of her neck, even sprayed it heavily to keep it in place, but now it looks just right. She follows Yona's lead, and her steps become lighter and lighter. As the sentimental song nears its end, Yona feels a nip on his shoulder, which doesn't hurt. Anya gives him another nip, a bit harder, and he feels forced to ask, "What are you doing?" Her eyes are shining brightly, like glass. "I just felt like it," she says honestly. "I wanted to see what would happen. You never know unless you try." At that moment the music ends. Yona releases her and thanks her for the dance. Before he can escort her away, Carlos hurries over and asks Anya for the next dance. Yona steps to one side and watches his colleagues dance, and others, dressed in summer white, gather on picnic blankets, eating and drinking happily. He decides to head to his car. Reaching the parking lot, Yona opens the door to his Volvo. In the back seat, there's a huge bouquet waiting, wrapped in gift paper. Yona climbs into the car and phones Disa. The call goes to voicemail. Disa Helenius. Lisa sits in front of her computer. She's in her apartment on Karlaplan. She's wearing her reading glasses and has a throw draped over her shoulders. Her cell phone is on her desk, next to a cup of cold coffee and a partially eaten cinnamon bun. A photo of a worn cairn of stones in the middle of a green meadow is on her screen. The stones mark a mass grave of cholera victims near Skarnstull in Stockholm. She's tapping notes into a document on her computer. She stretches her back and lifts her coffee mug halfway to her lips, and then thinks better of it. She gets up to brew a new pot of coffee when the telephone on the desk buzzes. Without reading the name of the caller, she shuts it off. She stands by the window, looking out. She sees dust dancing in the sunlight. Lisa feels a tightness in her throat. She sits back down at her computer. She intends never to speak to Yona again. Yona. There's a festive feeling in the air as midsummer draws near. The traffic is light on Tignogotan as Yona slowly walks along. He stopped trying to reach Disa. She's turned off her phone, and it's obvious she wants to be left alone. Yona passes the blue tower and then turns down Drottninggatan, which is lined with antique stores and small shops. At the new occult bookstore Aquarius, an old woman pretends to admire the display. As Yona passes by, she gestures toward the glass and then begins to follow him. It takes a few moments for him to realize that he's being followed. He stops at the black fence by Adolf Fredrik Church and turns around. The woman is 10 meters behind him. She's about 80 years old. She peers at him and holds out a card. "This is you, isn't it?" she says as she shows it. "And here is the crown, the bridal crown." She holds out another. Yona walks over to her and takes the cards from her hand. "They're playing cards. From one of the oldest card games in all of Europe. Tarot." "What do you want from me?" Yona asks calmly. "Nothing at all," says the old woman. "But I have a message for you from Rosa Beerman." "You must be mistaken. I don't know anyone by... She's wondering why you pretend that your daughter is dead." Epilogue. It's early autumn in Copenhagen. The air is clear and cool when a group of men, discreetly transported in 4 separate limousines, arrives at the Glupotek Museum. The men walk up the stairs and enter. They walk past the fruitful winter garden beneath its high glass ceiling. Their footsteps echo on the stone hallway floor as they pass antique sculptures and enter the magnificent concert hall. The audience has already seated. The Tokyo String Quartet is in its place on the low stage. The musicians hold their legendary Stradivarius instruments, the ones once played by Niccolò Paganini himself. The 4 late-arriving guests find their seats around a table in the colonnades to one side of the hall. The youngest is still almost a boy, a fine-limbed blond man, whose name is Peter Guidi. The other men wear expressions that are determined, but also one step from fear. They are prepared to enslave themselves. They are all soon going to kiss his hand. The musicians nod to one another and start to perform the Schubert String Quartet No. 14. It begins with great pathos, a deep emotion held in check, a power restrained. A violin calls painfully and beautifully. The music takes a breath, one last time, and then it all pours out. The melody seems happy, but the instruments have at the same time an underlying tone of sorrow, as if it were breath left behind from many lost souls. Every single day, 39 million bullets are made. Worldwide military spending, at the lowest estimate, is $1,226 trillion a year. In spite of the fact that enormous amounts of armaments are manufactured, the demand never lessens, and it is impossible to estimate the volume. The 9 largest exporters of weapons in the world are the United States, Russia, Germany, France, Great Britain, the Netherlands, Italy, Sweden, and China. That was The Nightmare by Lars Kepler, read by Sean Barrett.
Thank you for listening to this HarperCollins audiobook. This title was recorded and produced by Greenbank Studios.